on river like blades in the dark. Promises whispered a sparkless spark. No new attacks, just a slicing knife, cutting through dreams like a butcher's life. Lines on paper like blades in the dark. Promises whispered a sparkless spark. No new attacks, just a slicing knife, cutting through dreams like a butcher's life. With her budget tight, words like daggers in the dead of night. No bullshit claims, no candy to toss, balance sheets drawn in the land of loss. Deliver your enemies, slash and burn, promises to lashes, bridges won't return. State of the union, all hollow and bare, God says silence hang heavy in the air. Clap in the room like puppets on strings, empty cheers for the pain she brings. No mommy scramble, no sweet reprieve, just bitter truths hard to believe. Echoes of cuts through the hollow halls, shadows of dreams on crumbling walls. Austerity's hymn sung in icy tones, leaving the people to face it alone. Deliver your enemies, slash and burn, promises to lashes, bridges won't return. State of the union, all hollow and bare, God says silence and heavy in the air. Heavy in the air. Lines on river like blades in the dark, promises whispered a sparkless spark. No new attacks, just a slicing knife, cutting through dreams like a butcher's life. Lines on paper like blades in the dark, promises whispered a sparkless spark. No new attacks, just a slicing knife, cutting through dreams like a butcher's life. With her budget tight, words like daggers in the dead of night. No bullshit claims, no candy to toss, balance sheets drawn in the land of loss. Deliver your enemies, slash and burn, promises to lashes, bridges won't return. State of the union, all hollow and bare, God says silence hang heavy in the air. Clap in the room like puppets on strings, empty cheers for the pain she brings. No mommy scramble, no sweet reprieve, just bitter truths hard to believe. Echoes of cuts through the hollow halls, shadows of dreams on crumbling walls. Austerity's hymn sung in icy tones, leaving the people to face it alone.
And welcome to today's show, and just waiting for Ray's picture to tune in properly. How's Ray? We're now live.
To right back at you. I might not have audio.
We got audio coming from you. And hi, not Bernadette. Great to see that you've jumped in. So how's your day been, Ray, while you're trying to sort out your computer? And I wonder if that is his cue to try and ring me to say, I can't hear you, but everyone can hear him. Yeah. So today has been an interesting day of trying to get things there, and we even had a snag on footage. Now we will be resharing Kiwi Pulse's live stream later on today for Social Security's amendment, mandatory review amendment bill, because Parliament TV hasn't got their footage broken up and done as they normally would do, because their teams don't work on the weekend. I've checked in with a source from Parliament, and that has been going from here. Oh, I see what you mean. Camera's out of sync. You need to get a USB cabled webcam.
Yeah, so I look fine on my end, but I have it.
Yeah, your footage is coming through a bit grainy.
So
look laggy and you look grainy. Well, not Bernadette, it's might be your wireless connection. Not Bernadette, you're currently here live. It's right. Just type in Ray looks grainy or Sam looks grainy on the chat, and that will be the fun part of trying to find out exactly. See, I do think that is your computer because it's not hooked up to a cable. But I mean, all
these fun parts cable missing, and so I've got this is my first live trial run of the new camera.
I see. Yeah, might have to play around with the settings a little bit. So let's get to our first section of today's show. We're going to cover the Select Committee hearings of the Justice Select Committee for the 4-year parliamentary term and the Referendums Framework Bill. Now, just because I actually have, I've got a funny thing is I have the actual run sheet of my emails because I actually submitted to that Select Committee. So we'll just get. Oh, joy. A lot of fun. Where is it? Justice Committee. No, oh gee, I'm having a lot of fun trying to work out where it is. Ah, there we are. So the first submitter is Daniel Church. And let's kick off with you need to look at the comments, Ray. So let's just get this fun part of getting the select committees up with the new
Daniel.
chair of
Right.
the Justice Select Committee, Andrew Bailey.
Yeah.
There's some good bike trails around, it's like flat, good for kids.
Do you take a while to get their
I love
fins
the
into
background.
action here on the select committees?
Right, can we start? Wait, right. Right, can you hear us, Daniel?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Was that photo from your holidays, Nat?
Yeah, no, I wish it were real.
Yes, so I think all of us hope it was real. Hey, welcome. Hey, now we've got you for 2 sessions, but we'll run them concurrently just right through. So we've got you for 10 minutes. Can I suggest, obviously you've submitted on both elements of the bill, the referendum and the actual 4-year term. Just leave us time to ask questions. Can I just give you that advice? But the floor's yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for your time and for also accommodating my request to speak on 2 bills at once, because as you've hopefully seen from my written submissions, the 2 are inextricably linked to each other and do cross-reference each other. So I just want to turn quickly first to the Referendums Framework Bill, which I have concerns with for the same reasons that I had concerns with a near identical bill back in 2019, and that is that it gives the government or a minister unilateral and autocratic power to decide on whether a referendum will be held, and also the wording of that referendum. And the difficulty I have with that is that it removes oversight by parliamentary select committees like this one, to have oversight of the wording, to check that there is no bias or loading or some sort of false premise, and deprives the public of opportunities to comment on that as well. Like, for example, leading into my comments on the next bill, use of the word enabling, which I would be concerned biases favour of change. Okay, goodness, that timer is keeping me on my toes there.
Yeah.
What I would prefer and advocate for strongly is if there is an appetite for a referendum of any nature, that a process similar to the one on the electoral system back in 2011 or the flag back in 2015-16 is used, where the question is proposed and consulted on. Now, just turning to the 4-year term bill, look, I appreciate that there's an appetite in some circles to explore a 4-year term. I'm personally not in favour of that, but the reasons for my opposition to that bill exist independently of any, in principle, opposition to a 4-year term. And I have concerns that, firstly, if that were passed in its current form, it would create significant uncertainty regarding the length of Parliament. A voter would go and cast a vote not knowing whether the incoming Parliament is going to last for 3 years or 4. It has the potential to be quite chaotic if the government decides to utilise the ability to extend for 4 years and hand over control of select committee to an opposition. Then the opposition is able to obstruct legislation and government policy, and then you could well end up in a situation where committees are routinely recommending something doesn't proceed, then the government goes ahead and uses its majority in the House as a whole to pass it anyway. And then there's the issue with how this legislation would come about. Like I say, there's a question written into the bill, a referendum question, do you support the enabling 4-year term coming into force? I take issue with the word enabling. It seems to bias in favour of change. But worse than that, Parliament could reject the 4-year term bill, reject that referendum question, and then we could end up having a referendum on a 4-year term anyway, potentially with an even worse question under the powers given to the minister under the Referendums Framework Bill. So a lot of issues here, and for those reasons that I'm opposed to both the bills, and it does seem quite, I don't want to say underhanded, but not very well thought through. And look, if there is an appetite to have a conversation about a 4-year term, if there is a genuine need to have a debate like that, then I would recommend that both of these bills are withdrawn and the government goes back to the drawing board, basically. Right, so I have raced through that in just under 5 minutes. I'm quite impressed with myself, so I welcome questions.
Right, thanks, Daniel. Who's got any questions? Yeah, Vanessa.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on the point of your comments on the issues with the Select Committee proposal as it is, I wonder whether you considered a hybrid option of a kind of a shifting majority as something that could be workable. So potentially something that looks like our current Select Committee arrangements, but where things such as scrutiny happen, there would be a shifting majority in those circumstances. And I would suggest, on the basis of what played out last evening, that committees like Regs Review always have an opposition majority on their Select Committee.
I mean, that's not something I've given great consideration because I haven't heard the idea floated. I mean, I guess instinctively my concern with something like that would be from the perspective of your average layperson, it's quite complicated to understand. I mean, looking at the formula that's proposed in the current bill, it is quite convoluted. And I think that the select committee process should be something that's accessible and readily understood by the public. And if you start introducing things like shifting majorities, like some days the government has a majority and other days it doesn't, I would have concerns about how that would work in practice as well, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Bates. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation this morning. One question I have just in relation to the 4-year term without the complexities that you're concerned about. Have you, in your extensive looking into this question, seen any evidence of a 4-year term being more effective overseas?
I can't say that I have, but I mean, I don't proclaim to sort of be an expert in what happens in any overseas jurisdiction, so I mean, probably can't comment too much on that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. My question is whether, if the select committee process was changed, whether that so that there was a majority of opposition, would that mean that the government of the day would be more likely to push things through urgency and bypass select committees altogether?
I certainly think there would be that risk, yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? Daniel, when it comes to the referendum, you say that it would allow a minister to determine almost entirely unilaterally the type of referendum topic, etc. There is a countervailing view that anything like that would be subject to a cabinet approval. Do you think that doesn't give sufficient sort of check on that? Because at the end of the day, the government can determine the referendum, but it'll be after a cabinet process.
I mean, that is a point. But I mean, I just think that that's no substitute for putting a proposed question into a bill and inviting public submissions, because members of the public and legal experts in particular might come up with concerns that the cabinet hadn't thought about, like use of a particular word or phrase could bias it either in favour of change or in favour of the status quo. I think putting it through this process like you do just about any other legislation is the best way to go about it.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson.
Yeah, one quick question, Daniel. Thank you for your submission. Do you think, though, it's possible, if there are opposition majority of the select committees, that over time it actually might lead to a cultural change where the select committee process could actually become more robust around lawmaking?
I mean, I accept that some people have that view, and I mean, I guess it's possible. Certainly, I don't think it would be something that would be likely to occur in the short term. But I mean, again, it would be, I guess, at the end of the day, a big step into the unknown as to how it would work in practice, and whether it would just lead to obstruction or whether long term it might lead to better policy making. I'm not sure.
Okay. Hey, thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much for your contribution, Daniel. And
all right, thank you so much, everyone.
We have is
Okay,
Jason.
you've had a lot of fun trying to work your computer.
Yep. Can you hear me?
You're on the faint side, but yes.
So if I do this, you can hear me quite clearly.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, it's just the Wi-Fi extenders. This house hasn't been set up properly, and it's it's low tier cost technology.
Oh, my opinion, you should just be Ethernet cabling it all the way through, but I have heard that's a little bit different when there's only one port off the router.
However, there is wall wiring that I could have got adapters for. It just I was playing that 6 months ago. Now we're moving, so we'll do it right next time.
Yeah.
By the time I got onto the house, I saw a crate that said 24D on it, and it kind of spooked me a bit, even though it's just an empty crate.
Yeah, so what do you think of did you catch much on the first submission there?
A little bit, just a little bit. It sounded very, very general, reassuring. So no comments myself so far.
It should be opposed.
I know, yeah. I ended up on the phone rather than doing my homework before I started, so I'm still catching up, don't worry.
Oh, don't worry.
What do you reckon?
It's just one of those things. So we'll move on to the next submission, the Pirirako Tribal Authority.
Oh, really?
Online. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was Jason.
It was Jason.
Okay, so no, that's why I'm saying Jason's. Just acknowledge people in the gallery there. Mr. Palmer.
Very good.
Julie, we apparently you're online. Can you just please unmute, and we'll be keen to talk to you. Marina, how are you going, Julie?
Kia ora. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Hey, now, can I just suggest, you'll see the time on the clock, but just please leave us some time for some questions, but the floor is yours.
Thank you. Tēnā tātou katoa. I appear before you today not just as a representative of Perirako, but as a voice for generations who have endured the Crown's broken promises and ongoing breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Perirako utterly rejects the Referendum Framework Bill. While we understand that this bill is presented as a neutral framework for holding referendums alongside general elections, its silence on Te Tiriti o Waitangi is deafening. The bill is not just flawed, it is dangerous. It threatens the very foundation of Aotearoa, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. On the 14th of May 2025, the government finally apologised to Ngā Hapu o Ngāti Ranginui for the Crown's historic confiscations and scorched earth campaign that left our people landless, voiceless and struggling for generations. That apology and the so-called redress cannot erase the pain, the loss or the intergenerational trauma. This is not just history, it is our lived reality. The Crown's obligations under Te Tiriti are not symbolic, they are binding. We demand the government stop repeating its mistakes and enshrine real enforceable protections for Māori rights in every law, starting with this bill. Let us be absolutely clear. This bill, while procedural on its face, creates a pathway for any government to put Te Tiriti o Waitangi or the rights of Māori up for a referendum. The potential for this to happen is glaringly obvious, especially with the ACT party driving this agenda in the House. ACT has made no secret of its desire to see the principles of the treaty put to a public vote. The bill would make it procedurally straightforward for ACT or any future government to initiate a treaty referendum if they have the political numbers. This is not a hypothetical risk. The only barrier to a referendum on Te Tiriti is political will in Parliament. There are no legal safeguards in this bill to prevent the rights of Māori from being put to a majority vote. This is a direct attack on Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It opens the door for the majority to trample the rights of the minority, ignoring the partnership protection and participation that Te Tiriti guarantees. The coalition government's agenda has unleashed a wave of harm on iwi Māori. The Treaty Principles Bill, the upcoming Regulatory Standards Bill, and similar policies are not just legislative changes, they are weapons wielded to undermine tino rangatiratanga and embolden anti-Māori sentiment. This is a blatant breach of all 4 articles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Let's not pretend this is just about process. Māori die younger, are sicker, are challenged by the cost of adult education, are overrepresented in prisons, and are locked out of homes and jobs. These are not accidents. These are the direct result of government policy, past and present. This bill lets the majority decide on the rights of the minority. That is not democracy, that is oppression. Te Tiriti is a living, binding partnership with the Crown, not a political football for the government of the day. The bill fails to protect against racial bias, misleading campaigns that will further marginalise iwi Māori. We've already seen the results of referendums on Māori wards, referendums that have been used to silence Māori voices in local government. The government must crack down on misinformation and demand transparency in all referendum advertising. Public education on Te Tiriti must be compulsory for all referendum issues. We demand a ban on referendums on Māori rights under Te Tiriti, full stop. Every referendum proposal must be tested against Te Tiriti principles and the Crown's obligations. Te Tiriti must be recognised as a partnership with the Crown, not the government of the day. Real, meaningful consultation with iwi and hapu must be mandated on any referendum that could impact iwi Māori rights. The Crown must be held to account. Enough apologies, enough empty words. We demand action, repeal harmful laws, put equity and partnership at the centre of every decision, educate the public on the Te Tiriti, not just in word but in deed. The past 18 months have made it clear the Crown cannot keep failing Māori, protect our rights, honour the partnership, build a future where justice is real for all. Iwi Māori requires a clause in this framework if it is to pass into law that protects Te Tiriti o Waitangi from a referendum of the majority. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to open it up to the committee. Anyone would like to ask questions? Dr. Webb.
Kia ora, thanks for your submission. And I get the point right, that, well, I understand your base point to be that referenda that are created by the government and then go to the population might trample treaty rights. Do you think a referendum that's passed by Parliament rather than just by a minister or government would be a protection to that, so the question gets debated in Parliament?
I understand what you're saying, but the reality is we only need to look at the fast track approvals bill to identify the power in the decision making of key ministers, whether that be cabinet or ministers. We seem to be with Parliament, and Dr. Webb, I know that you have seen multiple examples of the coalition government and how legislation is being amended without full consultation, without any agreement. And No, I don't accept that Parliament is moving in a democratic way any longer. It's changing. It's really uncomfortable. And I just think that the government can do better. The purpose of the government in regards to Te Tiriti o Waitangi is to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I myself don't see the government as the Crown. They are representative of the Crown. And there needs to be an entrenchment of a further commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and what that means. It's not threatening to the general public, Te Tiriti. It serves all of us. So the point of my submission is to protect Te Tiriti o Waitangi from public referendum.
Okay, thanks, Julie. I've got Miss Celia Wade-Brown.
Tēnā koe, Julie. Thank you for taking the time to write here. My question would be, I see what you mean and absolutely support the inappropriateness of referendum for Māori wards, for Te Tiriti and so on. Are there some issues that you think would be appropriate for a referendum? And if so, should the legislation about how the referendum is run be done at the same time? So is there anything that you could think of that, like the 3 or 4 year term, that might be appropriate for a referendum?
Well, the 3 or 4 year term in itself is an issue, particularly when we have a government in power that is not necessarily catering for the needs of the wider general public of Aotearoa, New Zealand. But look, iwi Māori cannot continue with the ongoing political warfare. It's we need the government to take action to protect Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I don't really want to add any value to any other part of this framework, but there's a glaring gap that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is not protected as the foundation of this country, and it should not be subject to referendum. It is an everlasting living agreement. And if it was to be honoured, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, by the way, Māori may not feature in all the negative statistics. It seems to me that Māori are becoming a commodity to all of the systems, justice, whatever. And, we're hoping for change.
Julie, we just quickly got time for one more question from Mr. Stevenson.
So thanks, Julie. Thanks for your submission too. And I know you make some more detailed comments about some of the clauses, so we'll definitely take that on board. You mentioned in your presentation the 4 articles of the treaty. What do you understand to be the 4th article of the treaty?
Well, it involves wairua, tikanga of religion, had that been, and the freedom to express that of all people. So for iwi Māori, our religious, well, it's not religion, it's wairua, and it's the tikanga associated with that needed to be provided for and protected. And if that were to have been honoured, we never would have had the Tohunga Suppression Act, right? And that's what Article 4 means to me.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Mihi Nui. Hey, thank you very much for your contribution. We've got to move on, unfortunately. We have a lot of submitters. Thanks, Julie. Appreciate that.
Well, that's a very interesting perspective of how some of the things that could be put in there could undermine the treaty. Digest what's been said.
I agree with everything she says. I wish I'd been to Te Papa again recently and stood with the treaty myself longer, but it needs to stop being rushed.
Well, this particular bill isn't being rushed, but yes, I know what you mean. A lot of legislation gets rushed.
With rushing and under the carpet. They're not. They're trying to change the process, but why?
Yeah. Yeah, no, see, I hadn't even got to the select committee by that point when that submission was done, but yeah. Okay, let's get off to the next oral submission. Graham Edgler, and he always comes up with some interesting submissions whenever he does anything about electoral stuff. Always worth a listen.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right, now, next we've got Graham, is that right?
Yes. Right.
You're here. Good. We've got you for 2, haven't we, Graham?
We do.
So 10 minutes. So
yes.
You've watched the drill. I don't need to say to you. Thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to take questions on any of them, or either of them. I'll start with the Referendums Framework Bill. I think this is an appropriate way to run referendums. I am slightly concerned about the option for the government to create sort of a question for a referendum without going through Parliament, but I would know if it did do that, it would be a non-binding referendum, because to have a contingent, you pass a law and it's like, if this passes in a referendum, you're going to have that question in that law anyway. And so I'm not as concerned, but I think generally you would want questions in referendums to be open to public scrutiny. We have it with the clerk for CIR referendums, citizens initiated referendums. We have it with binding referendums. I think it's just appropriate. Sometimes you would just, wouldn't it be better if you asked the question this way? Which is one of the issues I have with the referendum bill is I think the question is quite a bad question. The question that we had in 1990 was a very simple question. Should the term, choose one option. I support 3 years, I support 4 years. And that's a simple question. Neither of the options in this referendum question is currently written says what the status quo is. It's do you support this or oppose it? Well, which one's the current one? I don't really know, or is the potential risk. And so I think I go through a few options and examples of past referendum questions, which I think were a lot clearer and easier to understand. And importantly, I'm not sure you even need a question. A lot of the good referendums we've had, the question is choose one option. And then the options are the things you have to understand. And I think that is a good way of doing it. And before I get onto the term of parliament bill, I will mention the one sort of major concern I have with the mechanics of the referendums framework legislation is it gets rid of some of the protections that we have in elections. And the reason it does that is that there's going to be an election on site. So you go into the voting booth, you give your name, they get an electoral roll and they cross your name. And well, we probably don't need to do that twice. So it makes sense that we're having a referendum at the same time as a general election. Some of the rules don't need to apply because you have those protections built in during the election process. One of them being like the appointment of scrutineers. And so there will be people around, and all those protections that happen during the election will go alongside the referendum. But there is a possibility, and we very much hope it doesn't happen, that the High Court might look at the result of a referendum and say something went wrong here, we need to redo it. And if you're ordered to redo it, the legislation says you hold the new referendum within a certain period of time. That referendum would not be conducted alongside a general election, and none of the protections would apply. And it would be particularly concerning having a high court having thrown out the result. Okay, we'll do it again. But this time, when you go into the voting booth, no one is going to cross off your name. We are not going to have, those sort of counter signs, the wrong word, I've got a counterfoil with, okay, this is the voting paper from this person. We can check if someone voted twice, because at that rerun of the referendum, if the court orders, that protection isn't in the law because that protection is excluded, because the assumption and the hope is that these referendums will be alongside general elections. But that does not necessarily have to be the case. Also have the concern about, well, if we have the referendum in 6 months' time, the bill says use the same electoral roll that we had at the referendum. And so people who are imprisoned after that will be able to vote because their name is on the electoral roll. People who turn 18 won't be able to vote. Someone who was in prison and got out, perhaps because the Court of Appeal said this person is innocent and should never have been in prison, won't be able to vote, even though perhaps they should have been at the time. And so it would be, I think, a very useful thing that if we are going to have a referendum, the referendum should be among those who are eligible to vote at that time. And if we'll simplify things, let's not send out the electoral enrollment update forms to everyone. We use the same roll. And so if you've enrolled in the 3 months after the election, you probably have to cast a special vote. That might be a reasonable accommodation, but you shouldn't have a ban on someone who's 18 and a half from casting a vote in a referendum if they're eligible to vote in it at that date. Anyone has any questions on any aspect? I'll mention.
No, I'll let you finish because I've got 2 questions already.
One thing on the sort of, I don't think I need to convince you either way on the 3 or 4 year term. I need to convince everyone else. This is a perfectly proper thing to have a referendum on. I would very much like it if we're going to have one that was a straight 3 year versus 4 year. I think fundamentally, there are a few things that sort of a 10-year-old in intermediate school should be able to know maybe who the Prime Minister is, know that Parliament is the body that makes the law, know how often we have elections. And a lot of adults won't know how often we have elections if sort of this complicated thing is in place. I think that's sort of one of the fundamental points that 3 or 4 years, there's arguments either ways, but changing select committees, argument either way, but the two should not be connected in this way.
All right, shall I go to some questions?
Absolutely, thank you.
Right, first of all, Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to your comments around not repealing the Referendum Act after the period, how much work do you think the bill requires in order to be something that could be permanently on the statute book?
I think it would make sense to bring the CIR into it. You would have the problem, the CIR has different promoter rules, and so the spending limits are different, for example. And there are different advertising rules because the CIR legislation was written.
Just explain CIR.
The Citizens Initiated Referendum legislation. Yeah, thank you, of course. The Citizens Initiated Referendum Act, its advertising rules ignore the internet, for example, because it was written so long ago. And so you would need to bring that over. Potentially, if you're going to keep postal voting, then you'd want occasionally want a postal referendum, so you'd have to bring in the postal voting legislation into it as well. I don't think there would be too much, and if you were to do it once, that would be good, because this is sort of the third one or fourth one of these I've submitted on where either there's been a referendum legislation or referendum rules in a single act, and it seems like a lot of work, to be honest, to do it every time you want to run one of these.
Mr. Rutherford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the points you raise in your second submission around the 4 year term is around ensuring the question being placed in the referendum is straightforward and simple for people to understand. It's one of the biggest topics we seem to have every time we have a referendum, or such a short question can be often debated around whether people understand it or not. You give the example of supporting the term of Parliament enabling 4 year term legislation amendment Act 2025 coming into force, right?
Yes.
General public's not going to understand that.
No.
How do we make sure, both for this, if it is to go to referendum, and others moving forward, that we use very plain language for those in the general public to understand the referendum?
Open them up always to public comment. And
prior
so,
to
that's prior to the referendum. Like, here's the question we're thinking about.
Yes.
And then like this one, like, oh, here's the question we used in 1990. Here's the questions we used in 1992 and 1993.
Yeah.
These are simpler, particularly the 1991. You could just copy that over, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
All right, good. Thank you. Ms. Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the comprehensive submissions. Just noting on paragraph 15 of your second submission on the 4 year term, you say the bill somewhat puts the cart before the horse, and then you go on to make some really helpful recommendations. My question is, what do you believe in terms of risk management the preference is? Just looking at your option C, for example, in light of your paragraph earlier, it feels to me like you're suggesting that work needs to be done either through standing orders or through some other form. So that's part one of the question. And the second part is, if C, then in what form? Are you thinking standing orders, or is there a legitimate place for some of those secondary issues, which should be put first, to sit in the legislative space?
Certainly some of them would. I think most of them are probably standing orders. And if you're looking at alternatives, my oral and written submissions on the standing orders review last time had sort of half a dozen options. So when you're talking about opposition control of select committees, one idea I mentioned was you have the membership opposition control, so that if you're initiating an inquiry or want to issue a summons or something to have someone come along, the opposition can say, no, we want to have a discussion about this. But when you're dealing with legislation and you're voting on should we make this recommendation, all select committees just essentially do party votes, like you do in the House. And so control of, conducting inquiries or asking people along to give evidence, how long do we allow people to give evidence, those sorts of questions, majority opposition control. But when you're voting on, what changes should we make? National's got 49 MPs, National casts 49 votes in favour of these changes, and that way you could have opposition control for things that it is good to have opposition control for, which is executive scrutiny, but perhaps government control for things that is good to have government control for, which would be legislative scrutiny. And so there are a few options like that I mentioned, I think mostly orally, but also on the written submission to standing orders.
Hey, thank you for a very stimulating submission, or two of them. Thank you.
Now, that was quite interesting, mentioning about the referendum frameworks, how the advertising part is based on the the internet.
Well, I'm still learning that part because, I always get trapped in the idea of they've got the majority vote, so how do you even have a say as an opposition to something that the Prime Minister's party wants to do?
Yeah, no, it's interesting just hearing the different bits in there, and it's interesting. Some of the stuff in the referendum framework bill is based on checks and balances of the general election. But if you hold a referendum later, it's interesting some of the things have been brought up in there about, if you're in prison, not in prison, all that sort of stuff in there, considering, there is a proposal to get rid of prisoners having the right to vote, which will probably go through the select committee at some point, considering, and I think that's going to end up causing more shit than what it's worth. But hey, the vibes sound great.
It's tricky because, of course, you need to assess their mental wellness or something, and how do you make it fair? Like different types of incarceration. I'm not sure what the
current law is. If you've been sentenced to 3 years or more, you lose the right to vote. But there was a previous version of the rule that if you were sentenced to just 1 day, you lost the right to vote for that 1 day. But the frustrating part was often, so this was a very common scenario that happens in the justice system, it still does now, is that a person is held on remand. They have the right to vote. It doesn't matter what the law is, because you haven't been found guilty, you haven't been sentenced. They get sentenced to time served. Then as a result, your enrolment letter of, say, you've been enrolled, has to be sent to the prison. Now, most people who are sentenced time served don't tend to have forwarding addresses because you're walking out the front door of the courtroom. So you're walking out the front door of the courtroom. You are losing your right to vote. Your right to vote is removed subject to when the registrar of electors is able to do it. It could take up to 2 weeks. If the registrar of electors goes on leave and it's an old election season, you getting taken off the roll could take a month.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get taken off the electoral roll, have your letter sent to the prison, have it sent returned to sender, then you turn up election day and go, but I'm on the roll to vote. And I know someone who got caught out in that during the COVID, got sentenced for breaching the COVID rules and got sentenced to a month in prison. He didn't know he lost his right to vote. I got him on the electoral roll so he could vote in 2019 for local bodies. He didn't know he had to go through the whole thing again. He goes, but that's what I said. They're changing the law just at the time of when it happened to you. This was the law. You've got to do it again. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Got to enroll, and he's been voting every election since. But he never voted before that, and then he got a situation of whereas under the current law, he wouldn't have been taken off.
And there are some sentences, do you think that would apply to it's a 3-year? At its base before it's altered by the judge? Is that
no. So it's what's the final determination of the sentence? Like the one who stole my red steamer back in 2022 after the Hamilton It's in the Ballot show.
Yeah.
He was sentenced to 27 months. So he would still technically have his right to vote. So that might be a good one. Whereas if he got sentenced to 36 months, it would be a different story. Actually, thinking about it, he'd probably be out by now, actually, because I mean, the sentencing was June 2 years. Was it May 2 years ago? So he, in theory, if he got parole, hopefully he's been treated for drug rehabilitation. That's the big one, considering he was on P at the time of the offence.
Yeah. Most people need rehab.
Yes,
enough push of that. You don't just shut citizens out, so they should always,
Okay, next up is the Clerk of the House of Representatives. And you might recognise this face to those who watch Parliament
Dr.
TV.
Wilson, come up. Not very often we have the Clerk of the House before the Select Committee. So just acknowledge that. So you've got 10 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. And yeah, I don't often appear as a witness before committees, but when I do, it's usually making a submission on a bill that I have significant concerns about in relation to Parliament. And this is one of those bills. So at the outset, just make it clear that I don't have a position on whether the term should be 3 or 4 years. That's really firstly for Parliament and then for the voting public to decide. What my concerns about some of the effects this bill is likely to have on Parliament, some of them which might be unforeseen. Let's start with the bill's objectives. So one of its key ones is to improve lawmaking, but the bill's provisions don't really seem to address that in a clear way. In particular, the legislative effect isn't directly connected to that particular aim, and I think there are some potential adverse effects on Parliament's lawmaking function. I'm sure other submissions will mention the uncertainty about the maximum term of Parliament. I think it's undesirable for people to not know how long the Parliament's going to be. There's the potential for the restriction or abrogation of the House's right to control its own proceedings. The statutory imposition of a model for Select Committee membership could lead to both procedural tactics to circumvent that and reduced legislative quality following its implementation. And those are the things I'd like to focus on in the submission, and then I'd be happy to take any questions. So the first one about the variable term, as introduced, the bill would create uncertainty. The term could be 3 or 4 years. We would only know after the election which of those two it was going to be, which would mean that both voters and candidates during the election wouldn't know how long the term was going to be. That could affect how parties make policy proposals to the electorate and how they'd be costed. And it does mean that people couldn't answer that simple question. It's just been mentioned, how long is the term of Parliament in New Zealand? In terms of parliamentary privilege, the bill would provide a statute for aspects of the House's own rules and practice, which would mean the House could no longer determine these things for itself, and that is an abrogation or limitation of Parliament's privilege of exclusive control of its proceedings. It's usually something I caution against. One of the reasons is the effects of changes to Parliament's rules can be somewhat unpredictable or unknowable. The model we use of the Standing Orders Committee reviewing those rules every 3 years means that if there are any unforeseen results from changes that have been made, they can be reviewed and changed again, and that is done by convention, done unanimously. If parliamentary rules are set out in statute, they can only be changed by statute, and really that relies on the government to initiate that change. So you move away from that unanimity approach to one that really is government initiated, because everyone here knows it's difficult for a member's bill to have the same sort of effect or even get selected. The particular policy changes suggested around basing the term of Parliament on how select committees are constituted. That idea of how select committees are constituted was dealt with in the Standing Orders Committee in 2023. One of the ideas submitted to it was essentially the same proportionality requirement as is in this bill, and the proposal wasn't adopted by the Standing Orders Committee at that time. Bearing in mind that's an all-party committee that reaches decisions by consensus, the committee said at that time that the proposal might undermine the select committee system's performance of its legislative function, which is widely considered to be a strength of the current system. So this bill would effectively impose that model despite the Standing Orders Committee's misgivings, and that's certainly something the House can do, but I would say that you should think seriously about the likely impacts that would have. And I think the potential impact on legislative quality, as I said, the explanatory note says that improving lawmaking is a key objective of this bill. It's not really clear how this bill would drive that. Nearly all bills refer to select committees. Committee members, although there's always policy disagreements, committee members generally work collegially to try and improve legislation, and so they add value to the lawmaking process. And these existing strengths, I think, should be borne in mind when thinking about making any changes. One of the risks is that if select committees were primarily opposition dominated, government legislative proposals might not proceed, or they might end up with a wide range of recommendations from the opposition-led committee that the government doesn't support. What we could then see is that those recommendations are not adopted at second reading. They could be voted down, or if they are, that the government uses its majority in committee of the whole House to make wholesale substantive changes, and that is a bad way of making law. It's far better for the select committee, which has the benefit of being able to talk to people, talk to experts, hear evidence, and actually spend some time on its recommendations. It's far better for that to be the place that substantive changes are made than a committee of the whole House, which has none of those advantages. At present, departmental officials in the Parliamentary Council are made available by the Attorney General and Ministers to assist committees. Whether they would be so willing to do that if committees were opposition dominated and not cooperating in the progression of the government's legislative programme would be something that would need to be considered. I can't speak for them and say it wouldn't happen, but it is at a risk that doesn't currently arise. And I did want to spend a bit of time talking about some of the procedural tactics that could be used to, get around the proportionality requirement in the bill. So after an election, opposition parties could choose not to agree to an arrangement that would give the government a 4-year term in office. That would mean the business committee then couldn't establish the membership of select committees, meaning the government would need to do it in the House by motion or notice. And the government has a majority and it can do that. What that could lead to, though, is a reduction in the number of overall seats in committees, to reduce the size of the non-government majority on committees, or putting a lot of opposition members on a few committees, so that you reduce the number on which they have a majority. After the term has been determined, there's no going back once that's happened, so long as the conditions are met. Select committee membership can be altered by motion or notice. More ministers or undersecretaries could be sworn in. Now, there is a price to pay in answering to the public for doing those things, but they are possible. A government could use its majority to establish additional select committees that are not subject to select committees and refer as much of its legislation to those as it wants to. It could refer all bills only to committees that don't have an opposition majority. Bills might circumvent the select committee process entirely, which is always undesirable, but urgency bypasses that, and it may be seen as less desirable if government bills are not going to be supported through the committee in the same way that they are now. I guess on the other side, opposition-dominated committees could also frequently initiate more partisan inquiries than happen now. So I'm not suggesting any of the parties represented at the table would do that after the next election, but they are things just to be aware of. They're all possible. There are ways to work around the requirement, and I do think the proportionality requirement really needs to be separated from whether we should have a 3 or 4 year term. They're both ideas we're thinking about, just not together. What I'd suggest instead is that the House develop a package of procedural changes in preparation for a 4 year term, if that's something that is going to be tested at a referendum. As I've said, the Standing Orders Committee operates by consensus. It reviews the Standing Orders every 3 years, and the development of procedural changes in tandem with a bill is an established process. The New Zealand Bill of Rights Declarations of Inconsistency Amendment Bill went through a select committee. At the same time, the Standing Orders Committee developed the parliamentary rules changes that were needed to support that, and then the two were ultimately debated together in the House to show that they would work together. So there's lots of possibilities. Standing Orders Committees had some of these recommended before, but a greater requirement for the government to consult on policy development, for example, could be a requirement. The use of urgency could be curbed. There could be rules for non-government members to chair particular committees like finance and expenditure. The opposition could lead scrutiny activity. There could be a committee created to focus on legislative scrutiny. There's lots of things that could be done to improve lawmaking and to adjust to a 4 year term. And I certainly think there's a strong argument that if you do have a 4 year term, surely there is a lesser need to pass law under urgency unless it's truly urgent. So these are things that could be considered in parallel with a bill about a 4 year term, or about a referendum on a 4 year term. And I think that would be a better alternative. My submission concludes by talking about the requirements for a special majority or a referendum in relation to a clause in this bill. I don't need to cover that with you. I just thought I'd include it for completeness. I guess in conclusion, I'd say I think the bill should be amended to provide for the possibility of a 4 year term if that's supported at a referendum. I think it should be amended by deleting all the provisions related to the term of Parliament being contingent on the proportionality of select committee membership. And for the Standing Orders Committee, I think if this is going to proceed, it should develop a package of reforms that would work in a 4 year term. Okay. So that's my submission. I'm happy to take questions.
Well, thank you. We've only got a couple of seconds. I think we've only got time for one question. Mr. Rutherford, did you?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how often does the clerk make submissions to select committees on bills that select committees are considering?
Probably twice a parliament, something roughly like that, 2 or 3 times.
Because one of the points in the submission, and you raised it there, was aside from the question of whether in principle voters should be faced with such uncertainty, the variable term could affect the ability of parties and candidates to prepare and communicate their policy platforms and the fiscal commitments involved. I'm just not aware of how that relates to the business of the clerk versus what the committee is considering.
I'm not sure I understand.
I struggle to understand how something like that relates to the work that the clerk does in preparing a submission to the committee.
Well, I thought it was a relevant factor in my submission. That's why it's part of that work. I might be missing something.
That's fine.
Well, I think the question is: are you here as submitting as the clerk of the House, or are you here in a personal capacity as well?
Oh, well, if I can answer that question clearly, I'm submitting as the clerk of the House. I'm clerk of the House letterhead and signed as clerk of the House.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we haven't got any more time.
It was really a procedural question, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, well, just very quickly.
Given the role of this submitter, is it possible to bring them back out of when we've heard some of the other submissions?
Okay. We'll address that as a committee, but hey, thank you, Dr. Wilson. Very helpful.
Okay,
right. Okay. Let's go through. We've now got.
How do you think that one went? Learned a lot?
Yeah. Yeah. Still processing. That's what I mean. I get a bit lost when people just complain about government, because everything I hear is that there's a lot of thought going into what's going on. Don't panic.
Submissions from was it the clerk of the House?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean he's parliamentary procedure. He's probably the most expert one out there that we could have. Him and his deputy Seuss Jones. And I mean they've both been concurrently in the role for I think since like 2011 or something, or 2012. Okay. Yeah, like I've dealt with Suze Jones a really long time ago, and they both are still in there. It's but they've basically been running the show at Parliament for years. Sorry about that with on the select committee on that one, Jeff. And the issue is I sped this up pre-production, and I can't slow it down. Unfortunately, the way it is, but this is set up so that when Laura runs it, her computer don't crash.
And if anyone's watching it later, they can slow it down, or you can at least
post-production clips. You can adjust the setting of the speed, and we've got no problem if you sit there and do that. I mean, we've got a limited time frame to fill it in. Let's get off to the next submission. Andrew Jedis.
Mr. Geddes on Zoom.
Clerk of the House of Representatives noted that. Andrew, and now
we're just slightly over time, so we'll just keep rolling on. Mr. Geddes, are you there? Hello. Good morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
I am joined in my submission today by Associate Professor Edward Willis, who's also here at Otago. He wasn't able to get a slot on his own, so we're giving you a 2-for-1 deal. Ed is going to open up with some comments, and I'll have some comments, and we'll try to leave time for questions.
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. Thank you for accommodating me like this. Well, very quickly, all I really wanted to say is I don't think any submission other than mine, although I haven't read them exhaustively, touches on the empirics of what the difference between a 3-year term versus a 4-year term would actually do. The evidence base is incredibly unclear. And I only make that point to say that there is no real strong empirical case that Parliament will function better, that government will be able to get its policy agenda through if we move to a 4-year term. Given that lack of empirical evidence, I really think this is a judgment call that needs to be part of a wider process. This is not a technical change. This is something that affects New Zealanders across the board. And more of an engaging process, educating the public about what's going on, giving them a voice in this earlier would have been a much better way to run the process. So that's all I really want to say.
Thank you, Professor.
So I actually, just having heard the Clerk of the House's submission, I just like to 100% endorse what he says. I think the bill should be amended to make this a simple choice for the voters, 3 years or 4. I think tying the length of the term of Parliament to a precondition of proportionality on select committees is a mistake. I think if you put that into the legislation, you bake it into how our process works. And it may well be that such a proportionality requirement actually has negative consequences, and baking it into the process, breaking it into our law, making it very hard to change away from that could actually lead to a worse scenario where you get 4-year terms as well as select committees that aren't working well. And that would actually be a worse situation. So I think take that proportionality requirement out of the bill. As the clerk said, develop a range of standing order changes that will allow for better process within the House. And one thing you could even think about is convince the public that those standing order changes will lead to a better system by adopting them via sessional order for the last term of this Parliament. And actually show the public, if you vote for 4 years, this is what Parliament will look like because we will have these new rules in place. So that's just something to think about in terms of, if you like, preparing the ground so the public actually gets an idea of what a change would look like. Anyway, questions are welcome.
Thank you, Professor. I've got Ms. Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you very much. Just on that question of making a number of procedural improvements to select committees and scrutiny and so forth, and Scrutiny Week is relatively new to Parliament. Do you think that there are any of the potential improvements that would be problematic for 3 years if we ended up sticking with 3 years? I mean, if they're improvements, presumably they're improvements 3 years or 4 years.
Yep, that's really true. You could make the argument that these would be good things in any case. I guess perhaps around some of the issues around urgency, etc., there could be an argument made, look, if you only have 3 years, sometimes you've got to use urgency in a situation where you wouldn't necessarily need to do so in 4. So, I mean, it's an argument, but I think that's the sort of thing you'd have to work through as to which changes are just good changes full stop versus which things are better in a 4-year environment than 3.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Bates.
Thanks very much. I just wouldn't mind you expanding on your view on the international evidence or lack thereof for the value of an extended term.
Yeah, so the political science literature has looked at comparative examples that the evidence base, all the papers are referenced in my written submission. The evidence base is very inconsistent. Some people claim it makes a difference, some people don't. The ones that say it make a difference tend to be systems very different to ours, and where they do say it improves things, it's actually not because Parliament has more time. There's a strategic payoff benefit. People who know they're going to be representatives in the future take a more long-term view, and so they get the public kudos, if you like, of having done something many years prior. So there isn't a clear case one way or another, and I just sort of think it's important that the committee realises that.
Okay, maybe just to round that out, it might be useful if you provide anything on that to the committee, given if you further submission on that, if you so wish. But thank you both professors for your contribution. We're now about to go and just talk to some more professors. Let's bring.
Okay. Your 2 cents worth.
That's very good. what do you say? He thinks rather than predetermined goals for why it should be a 4-year term versus a 3-year term, worry a bit less about proportion. Consider the proportionality. And yeah, I like that they said, maybe assure. There was a better word, but assuring the public that we're got a range of standing orders, so that
Well, we do already have a standing orders committee, and at every parliament they update the rules to see what's in the next one. Now, this is something that came in from Jeff. ACT wants proportionality in select committees. Not exactly.
Okay.
ACT wants to make the proportionality of the select committees based on the non-executive members only. At the moment in Parliament, we have 123 MPs, but we have a cross between ministers, inside cabinet ministers, outside cabinet, and under secretaries, as we have 31. So it would base the proportionality either on 89 or on 92 MPs, is how the proportionality works on select committees, which which in theory would mean they would be more opposition-led. In theory, because they would have an opposition majority, because your executive, the government, would be in there. Now, one of the unusual things about New Zealand is we have a high executive to legislative ratio, with the fact that we've got like 31 in the executive between under secretaries and ministers inside and outside cabinet, and we have 123 MPs in Parliament based on a 120-seat model with overhangs. In the case of Australia, they have a 150-seat parliament. They also have a 76-seat Senate. So that makes it 226 members of parliament. And they have what is known as a 40-member cabinet, which is 20 members is the inner cabinet, and then there's 20 minutes outer cabinet, which in our local term could be minister outside cabinet, is probably the best way to describe that, or minister outside that. So the numbers are there. So we don't have enough MPs to actually do the scrutiny of the executive, I believe, in this country. But we seem to have the appetite of having less MPs, not more. And we have an appetite of overstretching our MPs. Anything you want to add to that, Ray?
No, that was astute. That was really,
yeah. Okay, next up is Janine Hayward.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We got the next one. Good morning, Professor. Are you on your own? I saw your submission. A couple of other people. Are you on your own?
Kia ora. No, I have Claire Timperley joining me. There she is.
Thank you, Doctor. Hey, we've got 5 minutes, so just as brief as possible, leave time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the members of the Justice Committee. Before getting into our comments, I'd just like to say I think we both endorse the two submitters who've just come beforehand, and you'll see there's a lot of overlap in what we have to say. So in our submission, we oppose the proposed legislation and raise concerns about two key aspects. First, on moving to a 4-year term. As noted by other constitutional scholars, Aotearoa has very few effective checks on the executive. Extending the term of Parliament should therefore only occur in conjunction with other effective permanent checks on parliamentary sovereignty. We also make the point that time alone will not improve the quality of legislation. If well-tested policy and legislation is the aim, attention needs to be paid to other parts of the legislative process, including increased support for select committees and for the professional public service. Second, on changes to the composition of select committees when a 4-year term is enacted, we agree with the official advice provided to Justice Minister Paul Goldsmith, as well as the clerk's oral submission, that uncertainty at the outset of each parliamentary term would undermine democratic accountability and the legitimacy of Parliament. If enacted, the proportionality requirement could result in select committees becoming more politicised and less effective. For example, select committees controlled by the opposition might rewrite legislation, and then the government majority would simply vote down their amendments in committee of the whole House. Or it might be the case that governments would use urgency more regularly in order to avoid scrutiny via the select committee process. Janine.
Kia ora, Claire. So we also raise concerns about, as other submitters have, putting this proposal to a referendum due to its complexity. Referendums are not well suited to multi-part complex questions, such as the one that's proposed in this bill. But just to finish, I want to turn to the question of what should happen in place of this bill and say again, we completely endorse the submission just heard by the Clerk of the House. We're not opposed to a 4-year term. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that a change to less frequent elections must be made in conjunction with reforms to increase the checks on executive authority. And there are many options that we need to consider there. The Independent Electoral Review identifies, for example, lowering the voting age as one electoral option to counterbalance less frequent elections. In a broader constitutional context, other options would include a codified constitution, an upper house with oversight and scrutiny functions, an increase in the size of Parliament relative to the executive, permanent changes to select committees that are substantive and effective. Constitutional change comes in packages and must be guided by clear principles. The core principle of this decision must be must balance a longer parliamentary term against effective scrutiny of executive authority to avoid weakening our democratic checks and balances. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Professor. First question from Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just to confirm what you've said regarding a 4-year term, that there is no real evidence internationally for the value of extending the parliamentary term from 3 years to 4 years and the impact that would have here in New Zealand.
No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is you have to think about a package when you think about changing a parliamentary term. A 3-year or a 4-year term, its effectiveness depends on the other constitutional institutions in the constitution around it to make it effective.
Okay. Can I ask a question? You talk about systematic work plans with select committees. Can you just identify why you think that's effective and what that would involve?
Claire, did you want to?
Yeah, so some of the things are to do with the advice that select committees receive and ensuring that they have more support for the role that they play. Some things would include more funding for the Office of the Clerk, because we know that they currently have a huge amount of demands on their time and they're not currently able to fulfill, well, I think they do fulfill all of those functions, but they're very stretched in how they fulfill them. So if we could provide more apolitical advice to people on select committees, that would support the select committee process. So I think there's a whole range of things that could be done to strengthen the select committees as they currently are, even within the 3-year term, but certainly moving to a 4-year term would be very important given the lack of the checks on the power of the executive.
All right. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Professor. Very good session. Right. Now we're going to move on to, thank you. We're going to move on to Councillor.
Okay. How do you rate that submission?
Look at Jeff Durn's comment. That's a good submission. Very clear on their intention is allow the resources.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because there's something, do we actually give the clerk of the house, or do we don't even have an independent office that independently reviews things except for budgetary stuff from Treasury?
So, how do you get a job as an assistant to a select committee member? It sounds like a lot of these jobs are extras.
Yeah.
I mean, you get like a small budget for a year to be a part of on that team, right? It doesn't pay your bills unless you're already, got your life together. That's why older people usually do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yes, very, so true.
Because I'd love to just be someone's assistant to learn. Yeah. And the film Phone Booth was quite interesting, but for different reasons. But I just mean is someone going to string you along and say, keep doing this, and I'll send you big, but really they're just like enjoying someone to be their coffee bit. Effective.
Well, I mean, we can sit there and see in this picture here. It shows Liam Perkins. He's the one who controls what's happening on the Zoom streams, the countdowns. He's the he is the on-site secretary of the committee.
Is it Perkins?
Yes. Yeah. As you know, it's the one person who's never talking, or if talking, it's talking with the chair. Or talking with the deputy chair, which is towards his left. No, and I've seen him multiple times in different in the Justice Select Committee. He's always the person who's on site.
So my younger brother's good in that role also.
Oh yes, Aaron working for Parliamentary Services.
Not sure where he's been in there. Actually.
Oh, let's see the next submission from Councillor Robert Lee.
Is that right? Councillor Lee, nice to see you this morning.
Good morning.
So we've got 5 minutes. I don't know whether you've been listening, but suggest you just leave some time for questioning. Otherwise, we'll just run out of time, unfortunately.
Sure. I oppose the extending the parliamentary or even local government term from 3 years to 4 years because we don't have adequate constitutional safeguards in place to entrust the government with a 4-year term, in my view. I'd like to begin by quoting the United States founding father, the 4th President of the United States, James Madison, who makes the point rather well. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and the next place, oblige it to control itself. So the purpose of a constitution is to oblige a government comprised of men to control itself, and the temptation of men in government is to pass unconstitutional law. Unfortunately, New Zealand has very weak constitutional arrangements. We have a so-called unwritten constitution that is written, but in various different places, and most people don't know where to find it. So effectively, from that point of view, you could argue that we don't have much of a constitution. We also lack, as Canada has, a charter of rights that is superior to other laws. We lack an upper house, or a senate, if you like, to have oversight of the House of Representatives. We did have one in New Zealand until it was abolished in 1951. We lack a president independent of parliament who has right of veto over any new legislation. We lack courts that are unable to veto legislation that is inconsistent with the constitution. And our parliament is described as sovereign, whereas the United States Constitution, each of the branches of government are described as co-equal. So I would argue that a 3-year term is perfectly reasonable in our current circumstances. The United States House of Representatives only has a 2-year term. The upper house, the Senate, does have a 6-year term, but a third of them are up for re-election every 2 years. So that means the balance of power in both the House and the Senate can be changed every 2 years. Australia has similar arrangements with a 3-year term. So I would argue that some of the other nations that have longer terms, such as the United Kingdom, a 5-year term, aren't faring well, and there is arguably a crisis of confidence in government over there. So in conclusion, where does this leave the good people of New Zealand? At the mercy of our parliament, who are not comprised of angels, who lack the constitutional mechanisms for their government to be properly controlled. Our 3-year term is in fact our greatest constitutional safeguard against a feral government, against tyranny, against an elected dictatorship, if that's what you want to call it. A 4-year term would significantly diminish this lonely constitutional safeguard. It is therefore my submission that we have insufficient safeguards in place, and let's stick with what we've got until we have some significant constitutional safeguards.
Well, thank you, Councillor Lee. First question is from Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And g'day, Robert. Nice to see you again. Question from me. You talked about your concerns around a 4-year term for local government as well. You've talked about concerns with central government, with not having an upper house, a president, court veto powers, that sort of thing. But can you talk about your concerns for a 4-year term potentially for local government?
Well, I think it's convenient that local government terms match the central government terms. I've just completing my first term as a councillor in Rotorua here, and I think the timing has worked out well. The public are in a good position to see whether we've kept our promises, and it's about time we applied for our jobs again. And a 4-year commitment is actually a long period of time. It's longer than a degree in university, for example. So,
all right. Hey, thank you, and thank you for your fine quote at the outset. All right, appreciate that. We'll move on now.
Well, that's, I think we see a future, it's in the ballot candidate to appear on the show.
Yeah, he speaks clearly to me. That's very, very knowledgeable. Yeah. So my notes are, he's quoted James Madison regarding angels and men. We need proper safeguards in place. Reference something that changed in 1951. We don't have structures in place to veto government decisions and courts. So our parliament is considered sovereign. The USA have their House of Representatives changes every 2 years. Australia governments stick with their 3-year stuff. UK has 5-year things, and crisis of confidence. All of that. Yeah, I want to clip his speech, slow down our facials.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get on to the next clip on there. Just a moment while it move across.
Alvina, thank you, Marina, and joining us this morning. One piece of advice: when you do a submission, good to put your name on it because we get so many. But thank you. You've got 5 minutes. Please leave us some time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou e te kinati, ko Dr. Alvine Edward Tahau, e uri au no Waikaha, kati mamoi kaitahu me Ngāti Pahuwira. I take my submission as read, and I'd like to comment the following. I strongly oppose the bill, and I want to be clear. I'm not against the kōrero about a 4-year term. What I'm against is the way the government is trying to force that change through under the guise of stability while acting in ways that are anything but stable, fair and principled. From a Te Ao Māori perspective, constitutional change should never be rushed or imposed. It must be grounded in kōrero, whakapapa and tikana. What this bill represents is a piecemeal power grab dressed up as reform. It's not how we do things. If you want change, if you want to change the whare, you don't skip the foundations. This needs to be a full constitutional review with Tino Te Whenua at the centre. And let's be honest, this government has made it clear that it has no intention of upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi instead of honouring that founding relationship. What we've seen is a pattern of racism, Trump-like style politics, rolling back Māori rights, centralising power and seeking cultural revenge on anything. It looks like equity is not leadership, it's control. This bill creates democratic confusion. It asks voters to go to the polls without even knowing whether they're voting for a 3 or a 4-year term. It undermines trust and mana in our electoral system. We're also being told that there is a balance through proportional select committees. Let's not pretend it is real accountability. This bill extends executive power by a third, but does nothing to strengthen the voice of our people, the opposition tangata whenua. That's not balance, that's imbalance on steroids. And then there's political manoeuvring, forcing a House decision within 3 months. It's not democracy, that's gamemanship. A loophole for government already obsessed with control. Etiriti o Waitangi isn't symbolic, it's foundational. You can't claim to care about democratic reform while trampling on the rights of your Indigenous people, silencing dissent and centralising power in a way that leaves communities out. This bill is not principled, it is not transparent, and is not the kind of change Aotearoa needs right now. I haven't finished, and I've only done 2 minutes 12.
Please proceed. I'm just preparing.
May I ask the Select Committee, having participated in several submission processes, that I can't help but notice that many bills and pieces of legislation seem to operate as a exercise. I submitted extensively on the regulatory standards bill, yet I was never given the opportunity or right to speak to it. Is this what democracy looks like, in particular for Māori? Māti tika, ka rangatira ai tātou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Alvina. I was just trying to get prepared for the questions for you. First one's from Mr. Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to come to that last point you raised. You said you submitted on the regulatory standards bill. That bill hasn't even been debated in Parliament for the first time. So,
well, I submitted to it when I did it, or I went on to the wrong site. That was actually about, I think it was Act Capturing Comments. But anyway,
the bill will be read in Parliament, and then when it goes to a select committee, you can make a submission just like you have today, and then that committee will undertake a submission process as well. So,
I really hope it's democratic. I really hope that our voices are heard, because what I'm hearing within the Māori community, it's like this one. You know, I'm starting to lose trust, and why would I want a government in for 3 years? We can't wait for this one-term coalition government to be gone. So we should have the right.
So we're just identifying that you will be able to have the opportunity to submit on that. Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate your submission.
I just want you guys to be tika and pono. Just be, review what you're doing to this country.
That feels a bit like there's an extra grind in there. Understand completely where she's coming from, though. Very understanding that.
Yeah, it's tricky when I try to discuss some of these concepts with my whānau, because they just tell me I don't know enough, which helps keep me, careful what I stand
Well,
by.
you are part of a team that,
It is how it feels. It does feel like due process. I just keep remembering what old friends of mine said was like, oh, you Greens ruined the investment opportunities. You made it, investments look unsafe when they were trying to sell assets. And then I was assured by other people, but they were never going to sell more than 50% of assets. It was just for investment stuff. But then, at the end of the day, we'd want to mine for gold, which effectively creates an arsenic mine.
Yeah. No, totally.
So sorry, strong feelings on that one.
Okay, next up, Waikato District Council.
And we've got Waikato District Council, is that right? Mayor Jackie. Is she 10 minutes? Yep. Mayor Jackie, nice to see you this morning. We've got 10 minutes, even though our time is showing 5. But please leave us some time.
Hold on. So,
yeah,
Charlene, what you and also what the previous submitter actually posted on was that you posted on the pre-drafting version of the regulatory standards bill. So you went to a different submission. So no, you did not submit it to a select committee. You submitted it to the bill drafters. So you will be able to submit again. You can probably do the same submission, but you will be allowed to sit there and do that. But yes, you have submitted on a bill, but you submit it in the drafting stage, which is not the government stage. Now, later on at 8 o'clock tonight, we will be covering the regulatory standards bill for that, and obviously advise people for the select committee, because now it has had its first reading. but at the time when this select committee took place, it hadn't had its first reading because it's a little bit earlier in that day.
Okay. I thought the 8 o'clock was the amendment for Social Security.
Oh no, that's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's 6 o'clock. Yes, yeah.
And that's where I'm trying to get my coffees replied. You may continue.
Yep, yeah, 6 o'clock. Yes, yeah. Well, you can say for regulatory standards bill, but I mean that's going to be talking about AI. Okay, so after we've done some clarification here, let's get back to Waikato District Council.
Thank you for the opportunity to submit to the Term of Parliament Amendment Bill. Whilst Waikato District Council is supportive of the 4-year parliamentary term, we are concerned the bill is making a 4-year parliamentary term conditional rather than mandatory. The risk is that should a government choose not to have the required select committee representation checks and balances in place, the parliamentary term may revert to 3 years. This will create inconsistencies that will not be good for lawmaking, but also render central government term uncoordinated with that of local government. Secondly, the Waikato District Council therefore recommends that the 4-year parliamentary term is not conditional but mandatory, with the required non-executive members of Parliament representation on select committees always in place. Doing this will enable a more effective bipartisan and robust approach to lawmaking on a consistent basis. A 4-year term will help provide greater stability in political cycles and enable a longer focus on policy delivery as opposed to a 3-year term. To address a scenario where the term of central government and that of local government is out of sync with regards to central government lawmaking and relevant implications for local government, we recommend that the Justice Committee consider initiating an amendment to the Local Electoral Act 2001 to change the term of every local authority from 3 years to 4 years, and that the local body start elections to be held 1 year after the general elections, as this would enable local authorities to start responding to central government key policy settings the year after, as has been developed, and make more synchronicity between lawmaking and policy implementation. Thank you. That's our talking points.
Hey, thank you very much. I've got Ms. Celia Wade-Brown.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Mayor Church, for submitting. Always still interested in local government. It's interesting, given the inquiry into voting methods that Mayor Smith has been leading, talking about whether the Electoral Commission runs both national and local elections. So far, the suggestions have been for, I guess, almost personnel management reasons to have them 2 years apart if we all went to 4 years. But yours is a very interesting idea that it should be the year after. Would you apply that even if we stuck to the 3-year terms? Would you want to tie the two elections together a little more closely? And what happens if Parliament collapses?
So, good question. To follow central government a year or two, but we've considered a year because we think that we've got the agility to respond. But to try and to think where a government may go and change the policy retrospectively, particularly as we're doing our long-term plan, which is done every 3 years, even though we review it every year, it's very complicated and difficult and also confusing for the reasons as well as expensive. So to follow would be much better. We don't think we need 2 years because actually what we do want in the centre of this is as local government goes beds into their jobs, and also they have elections at the other end in their minds and maybe not on business as usual as much, same as what central government has the same bedding in and then elections coming up. The more time we have in the centre, of the middle of that time for those time frames together to work in partnership is better. So 1 year would be better because otherwise the time frames are then skewed to less job time that we actually can get the market done. And as you say, one rolls over all these issues, we can actually work together as partners and strengthen that relationship for that sustainability for our nation and democracy.
Thank you. And now we've got Mr. Bates.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks very much, Mayor, for your submission on behalf of the District Council. Just interested in the process you went through as a District Council to come to this view. Was it just a discussion around council table? Was there any polling or direct engagement with your ratepayers?
No, we didn't go out in our ratepayers. What we personally find, and I as a mayor, and I will speak on my personal opinion, but my perception, is a lot of the information and that are coming out of central government is very, very short timelines. But in my experience over the last 12 years in local government and 9 years as a councillor and 3 as a mayor, nearly, is that, and also talking to colleagues and community boards, is we're all quite frustrated of the short timelines, but particularly that the partnership opportunities of having a bit more like time frame of working together in partnership with central government and their policies to be able to follow them and support those bigger goals together, and the short timelines and hamper that out. But we do agree, in my opinion as well, and I see that from other submitters, that democracy has to have those checks and balances in place to be healthy and robust. So it's not just about the time frame. You know, other countries have gone from differences of time term. It doesn't mean it works better. It is around the constitutional robustness that goes around that is where I think that the thinking has to be equally added to. But we didn't go for a poll. We didn't have time.
Your Worship, just a practical question. Maybe you can just help the committee. If you had the local government on a different cycle, 3-year cycle, and we have central government at maybe 4 or 3 under the current proposal, ultimately you might get up to this point where you you're actually coinciding in the same year, which would be an interesting proposition. But from a practical perspective for planning, which is what one of your submissions were about, how would that issue about getting out of sync with government affect your planning in a practical sense?
Chair.
Really good question. Quite frankly, we are at a sync, I believe, all the time, and that we can actually move to improve these things. For example, our council has a 1-year, 3-year LTP, 10-year LTP budget rolling over. We have a 30-year infrastructure strategy, and we have a 50-year growth strategy for where we're going, what we're doing for our people, like most councils. What I don't see is those strategies for political parties, nor for central government as a whole, or bipartisan agreement of that. So we actually pivot all the time to changes of policy and directions of government to the best we can. We're used to that. That's what makes us robust and healthy. What we think is a longer term will give us opportunity to segue those partnerships in a stronger way, using the acumen for both bipartisan and partnership with ourselves and others for the greater good, in line with the process of the government of the time.
Thank you. Last question from Mr. Bates again.
Thanks very much. And just going back to that, so I appreciate the views you expressed. I just want to understand, though, regarding a 3-year versus 4-year term. A 3-year term, if a government's doing well, if there is that relationship with local government, surely they would get re-elected for a following on term. And if they've been a bad government and run for 4 years, take, for example, the last government, the mess to clean up would be significantly more, and you'd have a lot more coming at you from central government.
I'm not going to make a political statement, and I think in the environment of a nation and a world that's post-COVID, where people in my community liken it to be post-war, because it's the ramifications of economics. Good and bad are relative to people's aspirations and viewpoints. What I would say is local government wishes to partner up better. We think that we have a longer time in the centre of the bedding in to our jobs and the elections at the other ends to work together collaboratively with these plans and directions and follow and support and enhance the policy directions of the government at the time as we were at, and 4 years would be better. However, to underline that, it does need the checks and balances, because time is not the only thing. It is about but we definitely follow is important, but we actually need the other pieces of the constitution to make sure that that's robust.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. Very helpful submission.
Thank you.
We're going
Your comments.
I don't have any for that one.
It's interesting the bit that's been mentioned about how long-term plans can get screwed completely up by changing government. I mean, that was a good example of what happened with the change from Labor to National was free waters. So a lot of long-term plans were heading in the direction of putting free waters in, and then suddenly you had this expense put in, because when they repealed free waters, they didn't have the replacement plan. So in the meantime, the council had to factor in with very high rates increases to factor in that, because local water done well hadn't actually been put into legislation yet, but the free waters was already taken out.
Yeah, it reminds me of budget day conversations.
Oh God, that was like half a week ago.
Yeah, because all of those cuts and slashes and blame the previous government because they were doing it wrong undoes progress, and we never get ahead.
Yeah.
So is it 3 steps forward, 2 steps backwards every term, or is it worse?
Oh, I don't know. It depends who you speak to.
Because I remember when we were doing the local body elections a few years ago, I was on tech side, but I still struggled to follow the conversation about the 3 waters.
There was a lot of confusion over how free waters worked, and I think that didn't help because it was poorly explained.
Yeah, it sounds like it would align with my values.
Yeah, it was poorly explained, so then people actually didn't know about it. So it's like, we don't want rates increases, but we don't want free waters. We want the outcome of free waters, but we don't want free waters. And that's literally what happened.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to describe it, is we literally ended up with, we don't want A, but we want the benefits of A. But we want B, but we don't want to pay for the cost of that, but we don't want the rates to go up.
And it's coming up to crunch and crisis time where we need the results of either. So let's go.
Yeah.
Upper Hutt's very good counsel, eh?
Yeah, well, who knows what's going to be the big hot topic issue this local body elections apart from the Māori wards referendum. Okay, next up is Luke Mitchell.
Now we've got Luke, haven't we? Luke Mitchell? Yes. Right, okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Mitchell, are you available?
Yes,
good morning. Hey, nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
And we've got 5 minutes, so just please leave some time for questions. Thank you.
Excellent. So as one of the students of the professors we've been interviewing this morning, I'm naturally inclined to think very highly of my own opinions, which I confess to have formed about almost every subject imaginable. Yet, surprisingly, on the issue of the parliamentary term, I am genuinely conflicted. There are weighty arguments for a 3 or a 4 year term, and I actually haven't decided between them. But this bill draws my concern for an entirely different reason, and that's why I've presumed to spout some of my more resolute opinions before you today. We do not have in this country one of those ironclad constitutional rules prescribing the date of all elections to come. Consequently, they fall within a rough 1 month window. Nevertheless, it's a rule so well established it might as well be gospel. Every 3 years, we know we are getting an election. If we want to change it to 4, then that's just as well. The principle of chief importance is that we all agree on an overarching parameter, a law that binds the sovereign without room for tampering. Elections must rest on a higher plane of law than those rules which grant ministers their discretionary powers, for instance. My strong condemnation of the bill we're debating today lies in this. It proposes to rip the parliamentary term from that higher plane and tear it down to the level of governmental discretion. Should it go into effect, the electorate has to wait for a new government to decide, without their approval, how long it intends to serve for. Now, at a practical level, problems abound. We go to the polls unsure of when we will do so again. Coalitions take longer to form as parties fail to reconcile their expected durations of incumbency. Determining the right time to draw electoral boundaries becomes very uncertain. But worse than all of these is this assault on the fundamental principle of liberal democracy, that law should be supreme over the arbitrary whims of our rulers. Now, I've talked about this bill in extreme terms, knowing full well that many won't consider it to merit such concern, and it is true that it doesn't in itself portend the end of our democracy. As I've said before, my concern is a matter of principle. I object to the pernicious logic that raises any sitting government to the status of adjudicator in its own case. Parliament's term should be fixed, and this bill should be abandoned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Any questions? All right. Hey, thank you. That's not to mean that your contribution is not useful. We've got lots of submissions, so thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I think he puts it brilliantly.
So what's Andrew saying?
No, this one's called Luke.
No, why is he saying that we're putting that to contribution not useful? I might have misinterpreted what he just said.
Oh, I'm not sure where you're reading on that one.
Oh, go back 10 seconds.
Now we've got New Zealand Council for Civil.
Be fixed, and this bill should be abandoned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sorry. I mean, doesn't matter. But yeah, he put it brilliantly.
Yeah.
And then if you are going to change it, when do you plan on changing it?
Well, exactly. You know, and one thing should be in there is your term should be fixed, not variable. Yeah. Okay. Next up is the New Zealand Council of Civil Liberties.
All right. Hey, thank you. That's not to mean that your contribution is not useful. We've got lots of submissions, so thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
Oh, not
all right.
To me.
Now we've got New Zealand Council for Civil Liberties. I assume Andrew Eccleston's. Oh, here you are. You've been waiting patiently. So you've got 10 minutes. You're right.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name's Andrew Eccleston. I'm the Deputy Chair of the New Zealand Council for Civil Liberties. I'm also an Adjunct Senior Research Fellow in the School of Government at Victoria University of Wellington. I just wanted to note, actually, given experience of making submissions to select committees in the past, that the Chair has the freedom to extend witnesses' time for oral submissions. Perhaps that could have been done for the clerk earlier, and perhaps for academic experts, such as the professors from Otago. I've worked inside and outside government on public policy issues relating to governance and democracy for 30 years, both in the United Kingdom and here. So I have experience of working on policy and law making under longer terms of Parliament. My career has glorified working with MPs from across the political spectrum, so I've never been a member of a political party. I came to New Zealand more than 20 years ago to do a Masters in Public Policy, and I stayed because I felt that the MMP electoral system offered the potential for a healthier democracy, and therefore better public policy than Britain's first-past-the-post system. 20 years of living here has taught me that a better electoral system is no guarantee of a healthier democracy or better policy making, and the absence of many safeguards on executive power in Aotearoa make it more vulnerable than most to the rising tide of authoritarianism around the world. The bill's explanatory note states that a key purpose of the bill is to help improve lawmaking, and that the intent is to allow more time to develop and progress well-tested policy and legislation. And many submitters have listed what they think will result from a move to a 4-year term. More time for policy development, for drafting of laws, for scrutiny of bills, for select committee inquiries, and less use of urgency. The Council's submission notes that there are good reasons to move for a 4-year term, and personally, as a policy wonk, I would go yes. You can get better policy if people have more time available. However, we would also stress that a lot of that time should be used for greater public participation and deliberation during early stages of policy development. This is an area where our country's processes are woefully behind countries we would consider our peers.
For example, the UK has had an all-of-government code of practice on public consultation for more than 30 years, and we have none. The Council stresses that these issues must be addressed before a move to a 4-year term is considered. There are also claims from some submitters that 4-year terms will lead to better long-term planning for the country, particularly around infrastructure, and there is no doubt that we need better long-term planning by government. But 4-year terms are no guarantor that governments will get better at doing this, and these arguments confuse the duration of a term in office with the quality and execution of planning. In relation to arguments like this, the committee should pay particular attention to the written submission from a very experienced former senior public servant, Deb Takawa. Her submission highlights that the issues that affect successful policy delivery are not caused by a short political cycle, but a lack of strategic clarity and poor preparedness by ministers and political parties when they take office. However, all these claimed benefits of a shift to 4-year terms must be disregarded by the committee. These submissions claiming benefits are littered with words like could, should, and would, but they provide no evidence to support the claimed connections between what the bill does and the effects that they hope will result. The bill contains no provisions about policy development, planning, drafting, strategizing, public participation, strengthening the literature, or devolving decision-making. Supporters of the bill can therefore be described as being high on hopium. They hope it will lead to good outcomes in spite of a total lack of evidence for longer terms leading to better governance they hope for. The Council opposes this bill as successive governments and parliaments have not earned the privilege of being trusted by the public for longer terms. Far more democratic safeguards and institutional strengthening need to be put in place and embedded over many years before the public can trust the government with a 4-year term. As others have said, this bill puts the cart before the horse. If MPs want better government, they need to take steps to achieve it. This means strengthening the House so that it is better able to function as both a check on the executive and to enable higher quality scrutiny and public participation. It also means devolving power away from central government to regional and local authorities. Most significantly, the Council calls on all political parties to drop their cowardice and acknowledge what is obvious to anyone who has to interact with our political system. We have far too few MPs, and we need a lot more. Having more MPs is the only realistic way to create more time for scrutiny, inquiry, dealing with constituents and considering policy issues. As we point out in our submission, New Zealand has roughly the same population as Ireland, and even if we put aside the fact that Ireland has an upper house of 60 members, we're still left with the fact that its lower house has 174 MPs. Ireland's constitution requires its electoral commission to ensure that the ratio of MPs in the lower house to the public is between 1 to 20,000 and 1 to 30,000. New Zealand was already above this ratio when MMP was introduced, and our population has grown since then by 1.5 million people, which means that our ratio of MPs to the public is now 1 to 43,500. That's almost more than 50% than the upper boundary of what Ireland's constitution permits. So if we were to meet the Irish ratio, we would now have 181 MPs. That's 59 more members and 66%. Sorry?
Heaven forbid.
Well, you say heaven forbid, but actually I say heaven requires it. If you want good legislation, better scrutiny of the executive, it's not heaven forbid, but we need it. It would provide, if we stick with 84 sitting days and 10 scrutiny days, and an underestimate of MPs working only an 8-hour day, if you had more, if we went up to 181 MPs, you would have an extra 44,000 person hours of non-government members on sitting days alone. Other ways to strengthen the House, and we made some detailed submissions on this to the last Standing Orders Review and to the Independent Electoral Review. First of all, the Office of the Clerk needs to employ more staff, so the Select Committee analysis of submissions is done by parliamentary officials, not government officials who have a conflict of interest. And that has several times resulted in officials not doing what committee members wanted. We don't have Hansard for all of Select Committee proceedings such as this. We should not permit bills to receive their first reading until the Bill of Rights report on a final version of the bill has been published for at least a week in advance of the debate. We should have fresh bore analysis of bills if they're amended by Select Committee or the whole House. As others have said, we need to restrict the ability to invoke urgency. We suggest a 75% majority of threshold of MPs voting to support for that, or for standing orders to be suspended. Outside the House, we've mentioned strengthening people's ability to be consulted and participate. We support lowering the voting age to 16. There should be far more consultation on exposure drafts of bills, strengthening the OIA, regulating lobbying, strengthening conflict of interest management, lowering donations to political parties. As the Council's submission points out, this bill has been developed with an extremely poor process. Even more so when you consider that proposals for constitutional reform require more public participation than normal, not less. This bill, like the Parliament bill, has been developed in secret with no public involvement in the development of the policy, nor consultation on draft legislation. We're actually seeing more consultation on proposals for an overhaul of our emergency management legislation than we have for either of these bills. It's also clear from the bill's regulatory impact statement that the government has not honoured its treaty or Waitangi obligations to act in partnership with Maori in development of this bill, and it's also clear from the RIS that the government has not followed the recommendations of both the Constitutional Advisory Panel and the Independent Electoral Review. So if a government cannot be bothered to follow good practice and independent recommendations on an issue where they know they need public support to win a referendum, it highlights why government should not be trusted with 4-year terms. And if poor processes on this bill with insufficient warning, events of recent weeks have massively strengthened the arguments against giving governments 4-year terms without first enacting and bedding in democratic safeguards. There is nothing in this bill that would limit the ability of a future government to again push legislation through the House under urgency that retrospectively kills off the legal claims of hundreds of thousands of people. There is nothing in this bill that would require a future government to respect the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal and act on its recommendations with regard to the Regulatory Standards Bill. Our system may make Parliament supreme rather than an entrenched constitution, but that makes comity with other institutions such as the courts and the Tribunal more important rather than less. Some may argue that we see comity more often than not, but I doubt that claim will cut much ice with those whose pay equity claims have been shut down. Fundamentally, without any strengthening of our democracy and protection for our rights, New Zealand is ripe for sliding into authoritarianism. This bill, we believe, is a product of an ideology that's not interested in liberal democracy that protects minorities. It's the product of a majoritarian mindset. It's a dangerous bill because we are not safe as a country for governments to have 4-year terms, and it is a dangerous bill because it seeks to entrench a claimed balancing mechanism that is no such thing. Finally, on a bill as important to this democracy, the Council believes it's vital that the public can hold individual MPs to account for their votes on the bill and not allow them to hide behind the skirts of their party's whip or musterer. If this bill does proceed beyond Select Committee, and the Council strongly recommends it does not, then public accountability requires that MPs cast personal votes on this bill in subsequent stages. Thank you.
Right, we've got 24 seconds. So, Ms. Walters.
But you could extend the time.
No, I'm not, because we're late now.
Maybe I'll try and restrict myself to, you raised the issue of we need to have our rights protected. I think I'll go back to what I asked earlier to another submitter, where should those rights be protected? Is your view that that should sit within standing orders, or there are elements of what you were speaking to, for example, the second or subsequent Bill of Rights Act that might sit separately?
Okay. I think you need a mixture of legislative safeguards and dispersal of power away from central government, as well as changes to standing orders.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for a very comprehensive submission.
Thank you.
Right, now we've got...
Well, interesting what was said there about we don't need more MPs. It's interesting the fact that in Ireland, in their constitution is 1 MP to every 24,000 constituents, and we're about 143. And if we actually go down to electorates, we're at 1 to every 65,000 at the moment. And at the next election, that's going to go up to near 70, because we had the reduction of a seat, electorate in the North Island, because the South Island grew faster than the North Island. So I'm not sure if the less MPs, the better, because the less MPs, the less likely to actually scrutinise them. Also, might worth noting is Sir Geoffrey Palmer's been sitting in the audience the whole time. If you just watch it in the background there, I'm not sure if you can see where my mouse is on there, but he is sitting in the background watching it, and he was there when I went and did my submission as well.
Heard a lot of notes there. Coffee is being served.
Oh, yay! Yes, thanks, Stacey.
I think he said high copium at one point. Very, very powerful. So I already got his message of utilizing time effectively right at the start of that, with strategic clarity and proper transition of office plans. If there's too much would've, could've, should've. My personal view is if we're going to have twice as many politicians, let's have 1 Māori, 1 universal.
Well, the other one is if we up the number of seats in Parliament, say we upped it to 180, and we changed the population quotas, that would in turn actually involve more Māori electorates, which would bring in more Māori MPs that way as well. So if you up the number of seats, which then requires the change of proportionality, you will still end up with, you end up having more Māori electorates. Like, the interesting thing is, we're only 20,000 additional Māori need to shift from the general to the Māori roll by the time we do the next census boundary redraw in 2026. Not 2026, 2027 or 2028. It is definitely in there. We will have 8 Māori electorates, for example. Yeah. Okay. Next up is E2, the union.
The
one I used to be part of before it merged.
Are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm just unmuting myself.
Hey, very good. Nice to see you this morning. We've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora. Yeah, so I want to leave lots of time for questions. So I'm assuming that you've all read our submission.
Of course.
I'd just like to reinforce a couple of points that we believe in a 4-year term, but we do not believe in the concept that it's a 3-year term that's voted on, and then the government decides it's 4 years. We think that's actually undemocratic, and that people voting should know whether it's a 3 or 4 year term. But regardless of whether it goes to 3 or 4 years, we do believe there needs to be some checks and balances. We think that the proportionality requirement is retained, even though references to the 3 years is removed. And we'd also like to see that the impact statement is actually also required of a government should they actually decide to ignore the recommendation and impact statements applied by the Select Committee, or they are looking to pass legislation under urgency. To us, it was a real concern. We wrote this before the pay equity issue, but the fact that it actually reiterates why we put that there, because there was no regulatory impact statement attached to that urgency discussion. There was no, that makes it really unfair to people going forward to actually be able to know that the government knew what the impact would have been with this urgency statement, and that everyone who actually going forward would have known that the government knew what the impact statement would be. So we think those checks and balances need to be put in place to ensure that we actually don't slip, as our previous person said, into an authoritarian parliamentary system, because we need to have one, no matter who's in government, that ensures that the meaning of MMP is actually retained in Parliament, where we actually work together to try and get a consensus rather than each time and the government changes, we actually just go urgency wholesale to actually remove what's been put in place rather than actually looking and actually working together to actually get better parliamentary processes and better policy. Thank you.
All right, good submission. Now, questions?
I'll have
You've got, Dr. Webb.
Kia ora, Karina. Good to see you. Just wanting to be clear that you want to essentially decouple the select committee rules, but you still want those select committee rules to be in the legislation. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, we do. So we just, at the moment, they only come into place should the government decide to actually go to a 4-year term. If they've been elected on a 3-year term, our view is that it should only be a 4-year term that gets elected on, so everyone knows that they're voting for a 4-year term. But we still believe that the process itself, the select committee majority for the non-executive, is actually quite a good concept, and that and the impact statement comes out. And we know that governments might very well, if there's a majority, decide that they don't want to agree with what is coming out of select committee, which is fine, it's the right of the government, but they should also then do a new impact statement, so that it's quite clear when a government is voting on policy, on a legislation, that the impact's known, it's advertised, and that everyone actually has access to it. So in future, when they decide who they're going to vote for at the next election, they can see what kind of policy was passed and what statements they actually made around it.
All right, good. Now we've got Miss Celia Wade-Burrow.
Tēnā koe, Karina, thank you. Thank you for the submission. I had a couple of questions. One is in relationship with, okay, I'll just do one. Got 6 minutes. Local government. You don't mention local government anywhere in your submission. Do you feel that the terms should be the same? And if so, what's the timing of the 2 elections?
Yes, I do think that the timing should be the same. We didn't choose to put that in there as we thought we have to come under a separate bill, and we would submit on that. We do believe they're the same. We feel that because otherwise you could end up having a local government election and a parliamentary election at the same time, and you don't want to have that. They need to be quite separate, as they're both important in their own right. As to when I actually probably slightly disagree with you, is that I like the fact that they actually occur prior to the parliamentary elections. And so, but yeah, we tend to think that because local government, it's a good litmus to actually let people know how you're going, because it's local government to me is the bread and butter of what our voters are about, because that's what impacts on them often the most, with their rates, with their eroding, with their housing, social housing, etc. And that it should be an indicator to any government coming in where they need to focus their attention. And that's why I like the fact that the local governments should come first, and governments should actually take on board what's happening in local governments, what people are voting for in local governments. And in fact, we should be looking at ways to prioritise local government and ensuring we actually improve the participation rates in local government, which aren't occurring at the moment because it's such a waste, because it's such an important part of people's lives.
Hey, thank you, Karina. That's a very good submission. All right. Thank you very much. Right now.
How do you take what you two said?
Same. What do you think?
Okay, I mean, I say it's got a very good part on there. Yeah, okay. Next up is Daisy Orbell.
On to Mr. Purnell.
Excuse me. We've got 4 minutes.
Do you want another question?
I said I had 2 questions. You said I could only ask one.
Okay, what was the
second? Remember it now. Yes, it's a question about if you've had opposition majorities on select committees, do you not think that would potentially, in a relatively adversarial rather than consensus system, which we tend to have at the moment, would actually create a legislative logjam?
We considered that, and we think no, because what's actually happening at the moment is that it's actually what actually happens is when governments are passing policies that are seen as quite extreme, with having majorities on select committees, what happens is you end up with having minority statements from the opposition parties that are completely ignored by the governments, and the legislation's passed no matter what the actual feelings of the submitters or the select committee is. By actually having it the other way round, it requires the government to say yes, they can still actually they get the select committee recommendation, and and it might be in opposition or have major changes to what the bill looks like. It actually makes that government have to look at it and say, okay, let's have a look at how many submissions were received. Were they saying that? Were they supportive? Because in reality, in times if the select committee is getting a lot of supportive submissions to the thing, then it doesn't look good if they suddenly go, okay, we know that 90% of the people supported this to occur, but we're now going to actually say no, we don't want it to, because then it becomes it shows their adversarial nature of the opposition's bench. I think it actually will lead to more consensus, because and it'll actually make fairer bill writing and hopefully stop the extremes that occur when governments change.
Right, thank you very much. Hey, nice for that. Right, Mr. Purnell, is it?
Okay. Interesting what happens when things get taken through middle of select committees. Yeah, Daisy Orbell.
Mr. Purnell, are you there?
Yes, I love what Jason's just put in there.
Maybe. Good morning, Mr. Pennell. We've got 5 minutes, but please leave time for questions. Thank you.
I would like to say this is that I realise the complexity once you start to dive into the subject, but in the finish, it's an attitude that we take to the world, and it's an attitude we take to ourselves that matters. And I would like to point out that most parliamentarians, most political figures in our country are very appreciative of the fact that way in many areas this little country punches above its weight. They're happy to say that, and then they want to say they need more time so they can work it all out. I'm opposed to the 4-year term. I think the 3-year term has been of great value. I come from this experience, and I think the experience is the same as many of my generation. I'm a 75-year-old farmer who's enjoyed being part of this country. I spent 5 or 6 years out of the country working elsewhere. I worked down in the Caribbean in the 60s and 70s, and watched the machinations of politics all down through South America, and came home very rejuvenated about this little country's ability to be vibrant, stay in front of international events. And it's largely because we don't have a constitution. We have a verbal constitution that keeps us discussing this all the time. And I'm very aware that we have a diaspora that is larger than most people in the world. We are so well connected internationally with people everywhere that we can and do and use that understanding. So we stay in front of stuff. I think this is a terrible distraction to go back and ask the public again in such short order. Well, we have another 4-year term. It's all seems to be based on we know best in Wellington. It's a product of centralisation and authoritarianism, which I agree with the civil liberties, which I just listened to before, saying is that we have this creeping authoritarianism. We should stay in front of that. And so that's the reason for why I think the ability to react to events the way we are, and we're right in the box seat to redress the international issue that many people now see as a major issue, and that is centralisation, authoritarian control versus localisation. This country can lead the way on that, and does, with our tikanga Māori and with our relationship with our rural communities. We can get much better. I hear people saying that they need a longer term so they can get stuff done. In my experience, there's never been anything that's the length of term. It's all a lot of other events that turn up that screw the scrum for you. And the good legislation goes from one party to the next and out the other end with the officials. Bad legislation gets stopped halfway. Contested stuff gets stopped halfway. Contest's not a bad thing. Take a little longer. Hi-ho. So that's pretty much my thing. I think that we have got a really good thing going in this country, and you guys are out to waste a whole lot of time trying to screw it with this bill. Throw it out. Get on with some of the serious stuff that's going on around us at the moment. And bear in mind that we're Kiwis, and we're simple. You know, we give people a go always. In local schools, wherever it is, people get given a go, and they go, yeah, nah. And that's what the 3-year term gives us. Yeah, nah. Okay? And so that's my submission. I know that there's other more complexity. I'm deeply into the idea that we couldn't proceed without a constitution. I'm also very aware that the bill is providing for some sort of dirty little deal to be done with select committees so that Wellington folk have got more control. Okay? So that's me. Thank you.
Hey, well, thank you for a bit of straight talking. We appreciate that. Any questions?
That was very clear.
Very good.
If there's a moment. Thank you very much, Mr. Pennell. I was interested in what you think should be made more local and less centralised, if there's particular areas that you have in mind.
Yes, that's for me. If you want to go to the heart of the matter, it's over the biological processes. We've decentralised some of the stuff to a ridiculous level, and we're good at doing that. And it wasn't a bad idea that this country had a look, for example, at the ETS and realised that the chasing and demonising one little part of a biological event, methane, was just stupid. The rest of the world's walked away, and we're ready to move on. You know, I would use that. I would use the example of our seabed and foreshore argument. We've had that discussion. We now know that's stupid. We know that if we want to fix climate change, that we have to look after the photosynthetic ability of the coastal marine environment. We know that now. We don't need a 4-year term for the officials to come back and waste more of our time. We know it instinctively as an attitude.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Pennell. Very good. Thank you for your submission. Okay. Right, now we're on to...
Okay, I'll just admit on that particular one, I did get the wrong submitter's name on there, Max Pennell, and that's just accidentally skipping across on it. I'm not sure if Ray was able to catch what was said during that period of time. But as I'd say, very short, sharp, straight to the point.
Daisy,
yeah. I'll say let's move on to Daisy.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes, Daisy. Hey, Daisy, just a suggestion. If you do another submission, always put your name at the top. We get so many submissions, so it's easy to find out which one's yours. But anyway, we've got 5 minutes. not minus 47 seconds.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important bill. My name is Daisy and I'm a third-year law student at the University of Otago, specialising in the public law sector. I'm speaking today as not only a student, but as a young and engaged New Zealander who cares deeply about the integrity of our democracy. My first concern on this bill is around the clarity and the public trust. This bill allows governments to choose between a 3 or 4 year term based on a proportionality threshold. This introduces uncertainty into the electoral cycle and may erode public confidence. If a government campaigns on a 3 year term and then switches to 4 after being elected, it could feel like a betrayal to voters and damage perceptions of democratic accountability. People vote based on expectations. Changing those expectations afterwards is unfair and potentially undemocratic. But the most serious concern that I would like to emphasise today is the proposed proportionality requirement itself. Clause 5 of the bill attempts to introduce safeguards by requiring that the select committee membership reflects the proportion of non-executive MPs from each party. This mechanism can be strategically manipulated by the government of the day. The proportionality requirement is calculated only using non-executive MPs. The fewer ministers a government appoints, the more non-executive members that they have available, and the greater their influence on select committee becomes. A government could intentionally appoint a smaller cabinet to artificially boost its control of select committees without losing its legislative dominance. That's not just a loophole, it's a deep structural vulnerability. If exploited, it would result in a smaller cabinet wielding more concentrated power, reducing diversity in decision-making and weakening both internal scrutiny and public oversight. This is why I recommend 2 things. The proportionality formula must be revised, and that there should be a minimum cabinet size requirement tied to the use of a 4 year term option. This would close the loophole and protect both transparency and democratic balance. Third, I want to raise the issue of local government elections. If general elections shift to a 4 year cycle, but local elections remain on a 3 year cycle, they'll eventually coincide. This risks voter fatigue, reduced participation, and resourcing problems. More worryingly, local democracy would be undermined as national party machinery overshadows independent candidates. Fourth, the bill has knock-on effects for legislation that assumes 3 year term, such as the Electoral Act, prisoner voting restrictions, and the Cabinet Manual. A full legislative review is needed to avoid inconsistencies. Fifth, I'm concerned about the public understanding and engagement, especially about the proposed referendum. The current referendum question, do you support the term of Parliament enabling 4 year term legislation Amendment Act 2025 coming into force, is overly legalistic and inaccessible. Many of my peers didn't understand the phrase coming into force, and they are university students. A successful referendum requires plain language that enables informed voting and the rule of law. Finally, I support the Ministry of Justice's recommendation for clear referendum on a fixed 4 year term and not a variable one. This is a more transparent, stable, and democratic approach. In summary, I support the idea of a longer term, only if the democratic safeguards are real and reliable. This bill without significant changes does not yet offer that. I urge the committee to carefully consider the structural and democratic issues I've raised to ensure reform upholds the public's trust and voice. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you, Daisy. Now, we've got Mr. Stevenson for you.
Thank you. I want to say, Daisy, excellent submission, and I expect nothing less from a Otago University law student. I feel I have to say that since I am one. And James Meek is no longer here to say it. I think there's a really interesting point about the size of the executive. Obviously, I'm in favour of a smaller executive, but I do take your point that that could be, a government of the day could kind of muddy things by actually having a smaller cabinet. So I think it's great you've gone to the trouble of looking at that issue. And so I suppose just to summarise, you think the 4 year term is good, but just making it a straight referendum on a 4 year term and removing some of this complication around the ability for a government to decide at the start of the term whether it's extended.
Yes, I believe that a 4 year term, I'm in support of that, but deciding between 3 or 4 years, I do not believe is the way to go about the situation.
All right, thank you. All right, Daisy, I see the start of a nice thesis for your masters. We've done a lot of homework on it, so thank you very much. Great submission from you.
Thank you so much.
So, what did you gather from that submission?
I want to watch it again at normal speed, so I'm writing that down. Daisy Orbell. Yeah, check that one out. That is most astute. Well right in the stream.
Next up, we've
Right,
got
now
Daniel
we're
Jackson.
Daniel Jackson. I saw he was coming on before. Hey, Daniel. Nice to see you this morning. So we've got 5 minutes with you. I'm sure you know the drill by now.
Yes, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I think a 4 year term could be justified, but only if it's accompanied by genuinely greater constraints on the power of the executive and a parliamentary majority, which New Zealand has relatively few of those constraints by international standards. In my view, the bill does not deliver this at the moment. Opposition control of select committees is unlikely to impose significant constraints on the power of a government with a parliamentary majority, since they can just use that majority to reverse any committee recommendations on legislation that the government doesn't like at a later stage in the parliamentary process. And I'm concerned that, as others have suggested, opposition control of select committees might actually encourage governments to use urgency to bypass select committees more often, particularly if it ends up with a lot of amendments from the opposition, from opposition-controlled select committees to legislation that governments don't like. That might actually paradoxically reduce parliamentary scrutiny of legislation by encouraging the bypassing of select committees more, which I think would be a major loss to our parliamentary process, because select committees do such important work and are such an important opportunity for the public to give input and to improve the quality of legislation, pick up issues with them, and ensure a thorough lawmaking process. I also think that having the term of Parliament vary depending on the choice of the government after each election related to the proportionality of select committees is unsatisfactory. I think that the public should know when it votes how long it's electing a Parliament and government for. And I think the choice in the referendum would be difficult to explain to people with this complexity in the model. People, quite understandably, might think that they're voting on whether we have a 3-year term or a 4-year term, but they'd actually be voting on a choice between a 3-year term and the term of Parliament varying between 3 or 4 years, depending on the choice of the government regarding opposition control of select committees, which would not be something that would be particularly easy to explain to the public. I think it would be best to do further work on this and have a wider review of how government accountability could be improved before a referendum on increasing a parliamentary term is held. This should ideally include greater public engagement. There could be things like a citizens' assembly or just greater consultation with the public. And that would be likely to increase public trust in the change, given that there hasn't been a lot of consultation, or a particularly thorough process here. And increasing the term Parliament could be part of a package of measures that would also increase government accountability and constraints on its power. I think that this would increase public buy-in and improve the prospects of success for the change in a referendum. So I think it would be good to have a wide look of what is actually the best way to increase government accountability in order to compensate for a 3-year term, because I don't think the current mechanism in there around opposition control of select committees is really the right one and would actually deliver genuinely greater constraints and accountability.
Hey, thank you, Daniel. Any questions? Right, Miss Celia Wade-Brown.
Kia ora, Daniel. Thank you for making your submission and giving your time today. I was interested in looking at, if we chose not to proceed with this bill, how best would you suggest we kick off that process of constitutional reform? Given we've got the Mati Mai report already, we've got a lot of learned people who've made suggestions, and one always has somewhat of a partisan government. So how do we actually kick off the process?
Well, I think there are mechanisms like a citizens' assembly or things like that that could be used in order to have greater public engagement with these issues. And I think if you have a process that enables more public engagement rather than just having a bill that's sort of introduced and then people able to come along to select committee submissions, which not that many people do, of course, then you're likely to get greater public buy-in for changes and greater public confidence in the process.
All right. Hey, thank you. Very appreciative of your time and your submission.
Thank you.
Right. We've got Raymond.
So, what do you think? Did you catch much from that one?
Yeah, I'm still not sure what I think on the whole thing.
It just feels like they're kind of saying what you kind of agree, or you're learning from their opinions, rather than you're not slapped with your own opinion and you're willing to learn more from other people's opinions and draw on to a better conclusion.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. It's there's arguments on both sides, and I just want to see due process respected.
Yeah. So let's bring in this new person called Broke and Woke.
Order.
Hello. I wasn't expecting that. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Like my name says, I am very tired. I had to watch the weekend clusterfuck. That was hard.
Yeah. Apparently, things went all over the place on Friday night, and then it just went completely off the rails on Saturday.
Yes, it did, in more ways than one.
However, we have found one MP who was not in the House, but was, should we just say, what do you call it? Asleep at the wheel, as I think the best way to sit there and describe it. And so, as you can see, Brooke Van Velden was at the Auckland Home Show and not in the House on urgency.
Of course she wasn't.
And I had someone today, so this is someone who's been a bit educated. So if you go on there, why aren't you in Wellington? The House is an urgency. She don't care. That's why. And then this Jan McDonald says, she was. It's Saturday, idiot. So you get the response of, yes. And the House is seeing urgency. Only day off is Sunday. Here's the daily progress check. so what? How many people are in the House on Sunday? They're allotted speaking slots and don't have to be in the House. I go, the rules under urgency mean that the House cannot sit on Sunday, so there is nothing noting within the link of the House's adjourned there. When the House sits in urgency, doing that, Brooke as a minister of the government should have done the honourable thing and not go to the Auckland Home Show because the government went into unplanned overtime known as urgency. Now, I haven't seen this coming yet. Don't be pedantic. How many MPs ever are in the House unless they're speaking? Well, actually, under the rules under urgency, MPs are required to actually be in the House. You've got to have 75% of your party on Parliament's grounds in order to retain your full votes.
Well, that would explain the gaggling backbenchers that I had to witness through with National on Saturday. My God, it was like watching a bunch of frat boys. Where did they graduate from? Jerry Brownlee's school?
Was it woodwork teacher, Mr. Brownlee?
Yeah. It was like, it reminds me of when I had to go on the marae and babysit a bunch of teenage boys, right? It was like watching that. They just keep going on and on and on when, especially when people like Maria Mino Kapakingi was trying to talk, they just gaggled like, I don't know, a flock of geese just screaming at each other. And it was beyond frustrating to watch. Yeah. I almost lost my goddamn sanity last night watching that.
Yeah. So, Ray, am I able to let you keep Laura company while I take a bit of a break?
Yeah, sure.
So you can do the next hour, and you'll notice someone in the next round of submissions for the parliamentary bill. Not parliamentary, right? The 4-year term bill.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Before you run away, what do you want me to do?
Chair the show. It's under new scenes and on the side.
New scenes on the side. Okay, so I got panel screen 3, new scene.
Yep.
You want me to click on new scene?
Oh, we'll do, yeah. But should we have a countdown first?
Yeah, let's do the countdown.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. 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 Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
welcome back to this hour, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Laura, and I'm joined by Ray. How are you doing, Ray?
Fairly well, Laura. Nice. Thanks for asking. Good to hear you well.
Good. Yeah, no, I'm very, very tired. And I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to be covering in this hour, because when I received the run sheet, I wasn't exactly specified on what I was doing. But hey, we're just gonna wing it. We're just gonna wing it. That's how we roll around here.
Bird from Birdland.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna wing it. We're gonna do the vibes hour. So let's have a look at what we've got here.
Local government professional terror.
Gotta hate when that happens. Okay, all right. So what we got here is according to Sam in the chat, we got a term of Parliament enabling 4-year term legislation amendment bill, referendums, and the referendums framework bill. Whew, that's a big sentence. All right. I have literally done next to no research on what has happened during this because I've been so busy with bloody budget week. So yeah, let's just let's watch this and see if it checks all the vibes.
Yeah.
We're gonna vibe check this, guys. It was a vibe review.
Hey, morning, Raymond. Now we've got 10 minutes with you, I think. So the floor is yours. Please leave us some time for questions. And your camera's not actually on your face so much, but anyway, that's all right. Yeah, that's
some people might think not being able to see my face was an advantage.
Not at all.
How's that?
Very good.
Yeah, cool. Right. Kia ora e te tia mana me ngā mema o te committee. Ko Raymond Horan toka ingoa, hei Chief Advisor o I Tatura, hei mihi mai I te kotahi, mana o ngā mema o Tatura, me te whanau ngā kaunahira o Aotearoa. My name's Raymond Horan. I'm Chief Advisor with Tatura. I bring you greetings from the 1,000 members of Tatura and the wider local government family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this extremely important bill. It has been a reminder of the importance of democracy, just listening to the 4 speakers who've been previously, all of whom were, as I understood it, representing themselves. It's always good to see passionate New Zealanders in action and exercising legitimate rights within a democracy. So, in brief, Tatura supports a 4-year parliamentary term with some important provisos that I'll get to momentarily. We think a longer parliamentary term incentivises better governance. It incentivises governments to think and act for the longer term. We can all think of some of the big picture policy issues, the things that make or break governments, that often do take every bit of 4 years to implement, to work through the policy process, work through the legislative process, implement effectively and see results. So just in the local government portfolio, I think of water reform, started in 2018 by the previous government. We are still going, albeit that we've had a change of direction. RM reform similarly. Even I think the original Local Government Act started in April 2000, finished in a real sprint in December 2002. Even small or even medium-sized legislative reform can take every bit of 12 to 18 months. I guess what I'm saying is, in effect, if a government doesn't start the big picture within literally 3 or 4 months of starting a term, they struggle to, or there's a possibility that the bigger picture stuff, they run out of runway. I'd just also add that a longer parliamentary term makes for more inclusive and considered policy making. It makes for potentially longer select committee processes to engage and to meaningfully consider submissions. Those reforms I've mentioned, typically the select committee process or the process for engaging with the public has been no more than 6 weeks. I'm not sure even some of those groups that are well stocked with experts struggle to submit in that time. It opens up options such as the British Green Paper, White Paper legislation model. So all in all, it does make for better policy and legislation. So I mentioned some provisos. There's always a catch. Firstly, I agree with those submitters that have gone, or we agree with those submitters that have gone previously. The variable, sometimes 4 years, sometimes 3 years, is most unhelpful. I think the officials did a very good job of pointing out the practical limitations of that in the regulatory impact statement. I will return to some of those limitations in a moment. Our second proviso is that whatever Parliament chooses to do with this bill, central government and local government terms of office must align. So central and local government, the terms of office should either both be 4 years or both be 3 years, not different terms for each. And why? Well, practically speaking, differing terms means 1 year in 12, central and local government elections fall in the same year. There are many, many practical issues in that. The role and resourcing of the Electoral Commission, not least, the potential for voter confusion as local and central elections are run under different systems and with different voting methods and so on. There's a very real possibility that what's going on at central government level, central government issues, priorities, filter into local elections. And while party politics isn't widely prevalent in local government, there is some possibility that where it does exist, local elections become actually an extension of central government elections in that they are, to some degree, about the well, they are about the performance of central government. They become a kind of a referendum on central government's performance in the last term. And just one very practical point, I don't know of any Prime Minister who'd be particularly welcoming of the fact that 3 months of that particular election year, their ability to call an election will be limited by the fact you've got local government, or there could be a practical limitation there. I think our second proviso is that many central and local government processes are developed around a 3-year accountability cycle. So there is talked at some length about the statement of intent in central government accountability processes. In a similar vein, local authority long-term planning processes are developed around a 3-year cycle. If we are to move to a 4-year cycle, all of those things will need to be looked at and considered. Some other examples which go to central government's investment in infrastructure, the National Transport Strategy is a good example. In local government, we've got regional land transport strategies, regional pest management strategies, district roading programs, and many, many more. If we're going to move to a 4-year term, those things need to move to a 4-year term too, and I will be happy to assist the committee and identify, or Parliament in general, to identify those things. At that point, I know I've only got 10 minutes, so I will hold fire and pass back to you.
All right, can I just ask the first question? All the submitters around local government have suggested it should be a 4-year term if you're going to go down that route. Can I ask, has local government and your organisation in particular been lobbying for a 4-year term for local government because you perceive, from your perspective, not from central government's perspective, that is a better outcome?
What do you mean?
Absolutely.
You have been lobbying.
It's good governance both for central and for local government.
So you've previously been lobbying for a 4-year term for local government?
No, this is the first opportunity that we've taken to do so.
Okay, right, Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Chair. 2 questions. One is other submitters have spoken about the first year needing to bed things in and all of that jazz. Doesn't that actually come down to how prepared the incoming government is to become the government at the point in which they become the government? Otherwise, for example, last year we would have seen nothing happen from a legislative perspective.
It does, but I guess what I would say, and this is particularly relevant, well, actually, it's relevant in different ways for central and local government. In central government, we have MMP, we have multi-party governments, and on occasion, sometimes the way things shake down post an election, you get a coalition that perhaps was less obvious. So the example I might think of there would be 2002 Labour Alliance and United Future, which had been effective going into the start of the election period. In local government, so there's a period where they need to negotiate, and I think 2017 there was a little bit of a delay.
I think we've got your point. I've got one more question. Ms. Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Raymond, just on your point about plans being subject to a 3-year cycle, are you talking about things that are governed by secondary legislation or policies that are able to be more swiftly adapted?
Actually, for the most part, Ms. Walters, I'm thinking about documents where the timing is specified in legislation itself. In the primary legislation plan example, that's the Local Government Act. The Transport Strategies is the Land Transport Management Act. I appreciate that is not an easy task to fix all of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Horan. That's a great submission, and we've run out of time, unfortunately. So
Okay, I don't know where Ray went. Did that stream lag for anyone else? Did that footage lag for anyone else? Please let me know in the chat if it has lagged. But okay, so breakdown of what Raymond said. He is in support. Okay, that's fine. And his reasons for that is that it incentivizes better governance, and that having a longer period of time results in better reforms or smarter reforms. And inclusive policy making, so longer select committees, which has been a real problem under this government. The length of select committees, and especially with those regulatory impact statements, where people don't really, well, the people that are writing them don't really have enough time to get to wider consult the populations that the policy being proposed is going to impact. So yeah, I mean, I have looked over the regulatory impact statement for this bill in the past, and from what I recall from recollection is that there isn't much evidence to show that a 4-year term is going to do that. So it's more like a, try it out and find out type situation. I agree with Raymond that, yeah, it's kind of stupid to have like a 3-year election term and then for locals and then a 4-year election term for central. Because you are going to get that clash, some years you're just going to have, you're going to have local and central elections exactly at the same time, And that's not good for democracy because you're just overloading the public. It's like, vote here, vote over there. You know, they've got to keep track of all these debates and all these discussions that are going on. And that's not good. You don't want to do that. Raymond is correct. I mean, the regulatory impact statement, just going off memory, also brings that point up. And yes, his concerns about local elections can become an extension of central government. I agree. I do agree, which is why I'm more in favour of having independent candidates rather than party-based candidates. And I know that is definitely the case in my neck of the woods where I'm from, where there's definitely more of a priority to support independent candidates rather than, hey, this candidate's from this party, because otherwise you might as well just have bigger central government. That's just my position on that. I much prefer to support independents in the locals rather than party. I think parties are more better suited for central government stuff. But let me know what you guys think in the chat. I'm just going to bring Ray back in. Welcome back, Ray. Any thoughts?
You said it well.
I said it well.
Lagging, so I refreshed, but it was just the Parliament part as usual.
Yep. Does it pass the vibe check?
Yeah.
It passed the vibe check. Okay. Yeah, I think it passed the vibe check too. That was pretty good submission.
Do you know where he's from?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know which organisation he's representing, but I thought that was a good submission. I can always look back on the footage for that. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll go to the next one.
By Zoom. Sorry.
Andrew Riddell.
Oh, sorry, Andrew Riddell. I jumped one. Sorry, Mr. Riddell. Is he online? Mr. Riddell, I nearly deleted you before we got to you. We got 5 minutes. Looking forward to your submission.
Kia ora. I think my submission is pretty straightforward. It only covers 21 paragraphs. But been listening to the other submitters, I think there's a hell of a lot of common ground between the submitters and what I'm saying. I think to start with, I'd just say that this proposal is a massive uncertainty and opportunity for gaming our democracy in terms of not knowing whether there's going to be a 3 or 4 year term parliament until after a government is formed. The other important point I make, which is made quite a bit, is that the appropriate term of government is part of a package of checks and balances. It's not something that can be considered in isolation. And I make in paragraph 21, I identify a number of the sort of measures that I would expect should be in place if we are to have a referendum on the changing from a 3-year term. The final comment I'll just make is just a brief comment on the perceived inadequacy of a 3-year term, which we have had for over 140 years. Is the 3-year term has not been a barrier to competent government, but it has been a problem for ill-prepared, incompetent and devious governments.
Right, on that note, we'll go to questions. Anyone got questions? Right, Mr. Bates.
Thanks very much. Have you got any examples of the latter point that you're making regarding where it has been a problem?
Yeah, this current coalition government. It's devious, it's undemocratic. Well, the pay equity is just the prime example. You know, I won't go into all the ones where I've put in submissions and my wife's put in submissions and the submissions haven't even been recorded yet.
Well, I'm glad we've got you here today. Have we got any other questions for Mr. Wiltshire? Mr. Riddell? Ms. Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you. Kia ora, Andrew. I was really interested in how we might progress some of the questions that have arisen during submissions to this bill that are much bigger than a slightly strange bill that might be about a 3 or 4 year term or might be actually about something else. How can we actually go forward? Thank you, Rena. If not through this, if we come to the end of this select committee process, and I'm not sure which way it will go, but it might be quite likely to say, no, we're not going to go any further with this bill.
Yeah, so where do you go? Well, I think there are a number of, or 2 primary reports on the electoral system, which are sitting around the Independent Electoral Commission, which gave their report on November the 30th, 2023, that has been sat on by the Minister of Justice. And then there's another one via the Select Committee that did the electoral report. So there's two starting points for a general conversation or a inquiry, some sort of way of getting those recommendations accepted or not accepted and as necessary passed ahead of any referendum would be my any referendum on a 3 or a 4 year term would be my preference because I'm very concerned about limits on donations and lobbying, which don't exist now or are very ineffectual.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Riddell. Useful submission, and glad you've had the opportunity to talk with the committee today.
Thank you.
All right, so now we move to Rachel Wiltshire.
Thanks, Andrew. That was great. I loved that. I took the time to open up the regulatory impact statement as well, and I've checked that in the chat if people want to look at it for themselves. That this RIS has RIS. So yeah, definitely do click on that and have a look at it while the people are talking, because you can find out what the concerns are around this type of legislation are, and it's just a great way to inform yourself about bills. So I highly recommend that. Ray, what did you think of Andrew's submission?
You've got to look at the government as a package. This proposal of 4-year term has uncertainty, and historically many have been unsatisfied with a 3-term government. I thought it was very, very to the point, and he acknowledges the previous speakers. In the case of the current configuration, it has led to deviance, which is a multifaceted term.
I think it's really interesting going through the regulatory impact statement, and I've just scrolled down, guys, to page 3, if you want to follow along. But the Ministry of Justice doesn't have a formal position on whether the term of Parliament should be 3 or 4 years. I think that is pretty interesting, that they don't have a solid position. It's just like, okay, we'll just leave it up to the public. Limitations and constraints on analysis. Yeah, so they're pretty. So okay, my memory is working. So they said that there is limited evidence and research generally on how the maximum length of a term Parliament impacts on decision-making, legislation, public engagement, parliamentary scrutiny. I agree with that. I have looked in the past for evidence that would support a 4-year term. I haven't really found anything that supports that, because what could potentially happen is you get your 4-year term, right? And you get another coalition situation where, bang, you've got all these policies coming in under urgency. They're just using the extra year to cram more shit in, and give people less time to consult on it. So, without having the strong checks and balances, right, there is still room for abuse, whether you've got a 3-year or a 4-year term. So very, very important. You got to have that.
Yeah, because if you go back to what Raymond Horam was saying, same thing. Like, is it do you? So it's like a coordination or trust. Like, do we trust that we can coordinate?
Mm-hmm.
Does it going to take 12 months to be organized, or can you get things done in 6 months?
Yeah.
It doesn't always need to be 4 years, but
yeah, I mean, getting an extra year
to be more accountable.
Yeah, I mean, well, Stacey Gate. Did she almost trip over the cat? I saw that.
I have my breakfast lunch.
Oh, very nice. Is that a potato salad that I see there?
No, we've got gourmet noodle.
Oh, lovely. You got eggies and you got mushrooms and you got some tomatoes.
Egos, mushroom.
Yummers. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. That's ADHD for you folks. But yes, Andrew, thank you so much for your submission. That was great. It passed the vibe check. Okay, so we'll look at the next submission.
Hey, morning, Rachel.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for having me. So as I see it, this bill rests on 2 key premises. Firstly, that a longer parliamentary term would allow for better lawmaking. And secondly, that there's a need to introduce additional checks on government power if the parliamentary term is to be extended. And I actually agree with both of those premises, but I don't support this bill because it fails on the second premise. The way it checks government power is both way too complicated and also ineffective. So obviously voting is one of the most fundamental rights we have in a democracy, and it's really important that everyone gets an equal opportunity to exercise their right to vote. It's therefore imperative that our electoral law is as simple as possible so that everyone can understand when they get to vote. Having a parliamentary term that can be either 3 or 4 years is obviously much more complicated than having a fixed maximum term. And so I worry that enacting this bill could lead to people being disenfranchised by making it harder for people, especially those who do not closely follow politics, to know when the election will be. So I think the real question that we need to be able to answer is, could we explain this bill to a 5-year-old? I think it needs to be that simple. And if you don't think you could explain this to a 5-year-old, I think you probably couldn't. It's too complicated to be the foundation on which we build our democracy. Also, not only is this bill too complicated, it also doesn't meaningfully check executive power, because obviously it places the check on executive power in select committees, but there are many, many ways in which a government that wanted to can get around that check on power. It's not really a check on executive power at all. So, for example, if a select committee were to recommend against progressing a bill or to recommend significant changes to a bill, the governing parties could still use their majority in Parliament to progress that bill. And obviously there's also nothing in this bill which prevents the government from avoiding select committee scrutiny altogether by passing legislation under urgency, which seems like a major flaw in this bill. So as I said at the beginning, I do actually believe that there are sound reasons for moving to a 4-year term, but such a move needs to come with additional real checks on executive power. Something as fundamental to our democracy as our parliamentary term deserves careful consideration. After all, the purpose of this bill is to allow more time to develop and progress well-tested policy and legislation, so surely it behoves us to dedicate time to getting the 4-year term itself right. So thus, rather than taking this bill's complicated and ineffective method of checking executive power to recommend to referendum, I would concur with some of the earlier submitters that something like a citizens' assembly would be a better method for coming up with proposals on how we can structure our democracy in a way that both allows time for good lawmaking and sufficiently checks executive power. Obviously, after that, there would be proposals that would need to be taken to a referendum, but I think we should give the question of checks on executive power due consideration first, and it should be the people that get to decide what those checks are.
Very good, thank you. Right, now, who's got questions? Okay, hey, thank you, Rachel. Don't take that as not being interested. We've had a lot of submitters, so thank you very much, very useful. Okay, thank you to that. Right now.
That was great. That was a great submission. Yeah, my position is very similar to Rachel's. There's not enough checks and balances in place to justify a 4-year term, and you know, simplicity is very important for bills, so people can have a proper, more informed response. Because some of these bills, like I read them, right? I go over all these bills before we do the show, and some of them are just like an utter mess, right? I have to run it through software like ChatGTP just to simplify the language so I can explain what the bill is to people. There are real problems there that could impact democratic involvement. I agree with her that, yeah, there is an argument that could be made for a 4-year term, as it grants more time. But if you've got a party that's already in, or a coalition that's already in, that doesn't know how to manage their time and is just cramming everything in under urgency, looking at you, National, what difference is a 4-year term going to make for you? You can just cram more shit in. You gotta learn to manage your time first, before you can be trusted with a 4-year term, right? Otherwise, what's going to end up happening is you're just going to end up overwhelming voters.
Yeah, I feel that quite personally, having faced my own fatigue management lately. It's kind of like if you're utilizing a public space and there's a sign on the wall saying squeegee the shower after use, just do it, and you generate better energy by just doing it. So audits and accounting, etc. Like if somebody's not going to make it to a meeting, they ask someone to make apologies. So in a way, we were trusting each other, but it let the wrong things slide.
Yeah. So yeah, good argument from Rachel. Good job. You passed the vibe check. All right. We'll go into the next
We're on to
submission.
Sam Summers, is it right? Hey Sam, just wait, sit down. I've been suggesting this to people. When you make a submission, put your name on it because we get so many submissions.
Oh, it's an organisation submission, but yes, I do have that. The bottom of the submission has name on my position.
Cool.
Yes.
Thank you for your claim.
Yes, so my name's Sam Summers here. I am one of the co-chairs of It's in the Ballot Productions. Our focus here is about bringing voters information on who to vote for and what happens at elections, and giving every candidate an equal opportunity to know what they stand for. We've gone through this bill itself, and we think the bill with the topsy-turviness of 3 years or 4 years is not appropriate, and it should just be made as a 4-year bill put out to a referendum. We've brought up some examples such as one-seat majorities, which was 2011 and 2014 governments, also the 2020 government that was nearly off from a supermajority, and also the fact that voters do not know what term they'll be getting at the election. My 97-year-old grandmother has said she's not opposed to 4 years. I mean, she's been voting since 1949, but she herself would want to actually know what is actually going to be on whether the 3 years or 4 years, because that's how you make the decisions there. Our recommendations would be to proceed to just make it a 4-year bill to referendum. Also with local government elections, have that shifted and actually split the regional council and the unitary authorities from the city and district councils. I don't believe our regional councils get enough scrutiny when it comes to local body elections, because no one knows who they are, especially if you're in Wellington when your rates bill just comes from Wellington City Council, not with your GW rates attached to it.
And also it gives media outlets more coverage. When we did the Tauranga City Council local body elections, Sun Live had a difficult job of covering the mass number of candidates, and they chose to cover our wits in the ballot show to actually get their stories because they couldn't otherwise get the foot. There was no way of actually getting up to each candidate, and not every meet candidates were inviting all the candidates. And 15 candidates on the stage is an absolute nightmare to run a show. I can tell you that. Exactly. If there was legislation, other things that can be done is if there's any legislation under urgency, use the a sunset clause to have it go for a proper select committee process after the bill has been put in process, because sometimes you need to pass legislation urgently. The search and surveillance bill under the John Key government was a good example. We also believe that if we're going to have a longer term, we need more MPs in Parliament. I do know that I used Todd as an example in there about having quite a lot of select committees in there, and more MPs does spread that workload across it. We've got quite a big population, but we haven't had any MP increase since I was age 6.
Thank you for considering my workload.
Yes, and you do a brilliant job.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, and also the other one is yeah, and also the other one is possibly we might also look at, other reforms could be is putting in parliamentary sizes into entrenched legislation that actually puts it up with population growth, not making it a political hot potato of saying, oh, you're increasing your jobs because the mantra from the public is, oh, too many MPs is a bad thing. But you're saying is, let's overwork our MPs, which also creates its own problems, especially as some electorates are very huge. Also, the other things about the select committee stuff, I do believe the principle that would be good, but basically our general just is drop the hybrid part and just make it a 4-year term bill.
Good.
Yeah, questions?
Thank you. We're going to Ms. Walters.
Thank you for your submission. Just on your point on urgency, you've made some selections in terms of what you think might help in terms of restricting the use of that. Other submitters have suggested a 75% threshold in terms of opening the door. I'm just curious about why you made the choices that you did in terms of your recommendation.
It's sometimes you need to pass legislation under urgency. COVID was an example, but that gives also a chance to properly go for a select committee process. Like 75% threshold is one thing, but I still believe the select committee process is a valid part of New Zealand's democratic making. This is where we don't have ridiculous things such as minimum speed limits and maximum speed limits on roads conflict in each other, even that we only really have one in this country, being 60 k's on a motorway. Don't ask me how that works on transmission gully. But basically, it's the process is making sure that we have the select committee process, because that's one of our biggest foundational parts of New Zealand is the select committee. As I say, it gives the opportunity for myself and Penny's here.
Thank you, Sam. We've got Ms. Nakle.
Yeah, hi Sam, thank you. Women Nakle, I was born in Australia, as you noted recently. So you mentioned Australia here, how they have an upper house, and you were saying if we go to a longer term, that you suggest maybe an upper house, like what we used to have a legislative chamber.
And like Australia's model, not like the UK's, because it's democratic.
And so would you say that that the half Senate would be voted in every 4 years?
That's the one where it's a bit uncertain of where it goes. I mean, because it could be up to 8 years, which I know New South Wales, their upper house does have senators elected for 8 years, or whatever they call themselves over there. So that is something, or the other one is potentially every 2 years in a 6-year rotational block, similar to what the US Congress does. So there are two options, but I mean, I'm not exactly sure. And our organisation was an upper house, but it wasn't the exact ins and out process. But I believe that should be looked at as a bigger part of the public.
All right, got Mr. Bates.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for what you do as part of the election cycle. It was great to have you up in Wanganui during the campaign. My question relates to that, which is the work that you do across obviously political parties with the video and the in ballot events. Do you think that a longer term of Parliament would result in less engagement by New Zealanders in the election cycle?
Possibly, but possibly not. It depends how you structure it. Part of the reason the in ballot format came out was based on voter fatigue, and that thing comes out of local body elections. Central government elections are a lot different because we're only focusing on one race. Local bodies, you're focusing on up to possibly 5 races, depending which council you've got. In Wellington, if you're in Tawa, it's 4. Elsewhere, it's 3. If you're in Wanganui, I think it could be up to 5 because they've got community boards on the local council there. So it depends. So longer time, but that's also why there was a split on local bodies, was to split city and districts from regional, because if you remember, I don't even know if you remember who's on Horizons, whether they stand or not, do they come to meet candidates? I don't know what happens in the area, and I do know Wanganui District Council, who's asked us to cover their local body elections, said don't worry about the regional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, Ms. Seeley,
nice to see you, and you do a good job in the Mara Rapids. I was interested in the thought has come through, particularly from some of the local body submissions, that they're required to have, whether it's 10-year plans or in some cases 30-year asset management plans. Some of the desire for longer term planning for central government would seem to come to actually planning for longer, not necessarily what the election period would be. Do you have any comment on that? But we just have a budget which we will be...
It's 4 years, yeah, but you don't have a 10-year long-term plan. No, I don't know, maybe it's something the government could look at as a 10-year long-term plan, but there is not much of an opinion that would be helpful in steering things in a certain direction.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, well, thank you, Sam. And as I say, let's go on. So we'll start with the next person. But thank you very much for your submission.
Next one.
Bye.
Who's this young man, and why is he so based? I'm feeling, he walked in with aura. You could just play some funk music in the background when he just starts talking. I like this guy. I'm going to check out his show.
Can't buy. That was a surprise.
But anyways, yes, if you like what Sam and me do, you can buy these T-shirts, and they're great. You can hide yourself with them if you're socially awkward like I am. You can get those on Print Mighty. I don't have the link on me right now, but I'm sure Sam will chuck that up a bit later when he gets back from wherever he's whatever he's doing. So yes, I agree with Sam. Obviously, we need more checks and balances. Upper house would be very cool. We could do one of those, and sweet. No disagreements there. I mean, he did talk to me about the submission before he put it forward, and I'm very happy with that. That was a good submission. Good job. Sweet. Going to the next one. Unless you've got some comments, Ray. No? Okay. No thoughts, just dinner.
I'm doing note-taking today. It's good.
Nice. Yes, nice. Note-taking is very important. Yes. Okay, all right. We'll go on to the next submission now.
Well, let's see how we go. You want to?
No, it's all right.
Okay. Right. Next one is Craig Atkinson. Is he here? Okay, Mr. Atkinson.
Hello.
Yeah. Nice to see you. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in a field. I thought you'd all feel at home.
All right, cool.
Just like to send my support to Maori party leaders, and I think they're just proving they are the only opposition within Parliament. And whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 or 10 years, it's still just, you've all got a contract to the Crown to protect the Crown's assets. So complete failure at every level, I would say, the process within New Zealand of how we go forward. And that through your elections of picking your people through your political parties. I understand the National Party is always going to hold the line for the Crown and what its own sort of few chosen people come to and that. But my criticism comes at the Labour Party and certainly the Green Party and that it don't really matter. We're just sitting there and grazing and that. So I haven't got much confident support, and I would disagree with the previous guy that you work very hard. I would say that actually the hardest you work is to get elected, and it's not actually to address the issues. It's coming up nearly to 20 years that I made my first appointment, and I've continued just on about equal opportunities, and we can't give equal opportunities through every single party, whether it's the National Party, the Labour Party, the Green Party, or any other party in New Zealand. So until we address the basics and that, it's just Crown representation and that, and democracy is something of a pipe dream. So,
all right. Hey, thank you very much. Have we got any questions? Well, I don't think we've got any questions for you, Mr. Atkinson, but I am disappointed because I can't see any sheep.
Oh, there's that all around you, mate.
All right. Thank you. Good repartee.
I don't know what I watched there. I mean, I'm very confused. I mean, all that was missing was the British accent. It's like, right, National Party protects the Crown's interests. No, that was not British. That was Australian. Anyways, that was terrible, whatever the fuck I just did. But yes, it's like, protects the Crown's assets. And it's like, okay, very, very cool, mate. You're not concerned about, I don't know, how select committees work and stuff? You're just okay with giving governments more time? I mean...
I thought he said I agree with the previous guy, so he was basically.
I didn't catch what he said. I mean, I don't know because the problem is I can't control the speed. It's all set, guys. So I can't. Otherwise, I would have gone back and would have double checked whether or not he agrees or disagrees with Sam.
I mean, correct us if I'm wrong.
Yeah, what did you guys
comments? But I think he was saying like that. This the party's positions have become reliable in that they're working hard on getting into power and not doing the work that the people want and managing the country. That's what I got from that.
Yeah, I don't really have much commentary on this one. I just thought it was a bit odd and I couldn't really hear him properly. But he was. I mean, it sounded like to me that he wanted to have a sheep assembly. Which is fine. It's kind of like a citizen assembly, but with sheep. You're standing in a field. But yeah, so Firebeard is saying that he heard that he heard disagree. And Kai Matara was saying that it was too hard to hear him, which I agree. I mean, I didn't really hear him. But, you know, he said National is very cool, Labour sucks, and Green suck even more. So I'm going to guess that he's probably more in favour of this bill than against it. But yeah, I am more confused than I am informed with that submission. I don't know what I just watched. I'll be perfectly honest. I just saw a guy in a field say Labour sucks, Green sucks. Sam, I couldn't make out whether or not he agreed or disagreed with him. But yeah, no, that was it didn't pass my vibe check. Sorry. You gotta be clear to pass the vibe check. Otherwise, I can't rate you. So disqualified. Okay, next submission. Ray, I don't know what's happened to your room, but I see a banana. That's great. The banana wants to participate in the show. Banana peel.
No, I just don't have my compost bin. I'll put it in the
shout out to banana peels and cans of Monster Energy drink. That's very cool. I'm a very inclusive person. We can include the banana peel and the Monster Energy drink's opinion in this stream.
I usually would rally against Monster. When I used to garden, I had one guy who would drink, one of these cans with sugar in the first sort of hour of his day and then have to go mini like 14 times. And I'm like, bro, I'm going to give you a rundown of general health now.
Oh, I saw your orange kitty's ears pop up when you start talking about Monster Energy.
Oh, he's all right, continue. I will note.
Thanks, Craig.
All right, let's go.
Right, now we're going to have a couple of minutes break because we've got a couple of minutes. I'm going to give everyone a couple of minutes break, right?
Thank you.
So we'll be back here. Can we be back here in, say, 11:18, 11:17?
11:17.
Right. As soon as we're back, we'll get into it, right?
Right.
Can you just put that on hold? Right.
You walk right into
Yes, morning.
I don't know. No, not you. Yes.
Morning, Your Worship, or I presume it is.
No, good morning, Mr. Chair. No, it's Deputy Mayor Angela O'Leary.
Sorry, I just saw Mayor Paula. That's
Yeah.
right. Very nice to have you.
Mayor Paula sends her apologies. She's over with in China at the moment, leading an international delegation. Chair, I just heard the previous speaker. I ran around the top floor of the building to look for a sheep, but I couldn't find one. So I brought you a kiddo.
Thank you.
So there's a wood pigeon for you. But look, good morning. Thank you, Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm Deputy Mayor of Hamilton, Angela O'Leary, and I'm presenting in support of the Hamilton City Council staff submission on the bill. And I'm joined by Mr. James Clark, who is our Corporate Planning and Advocacy Manager. If there are any questions, I'm sure he's the best person to answer them. But I won't take too much of your time, Mr. Chair. Our core message is quite simple. We support the move to a 4-year parliamentary term, but we request that local government be considered as well. Hamilton City Council has a strong history with other councils in New Zealand for consistently advocating for 4-year terms. But we do feel that excluding local government from the reform is a missed opportunity. We encourage you to take this opportunity and ask the Select Committee to look at that so that we can bring both levels of government into some alignment. 3-year terms, and I'm sure you've heard this from submitters this morning, does create pressure to focus on quick wins, while we feel in our submission basis is 4-year terms would allow central government and both local government, if we were to be considered, to really focus on some of those long-term outcomes. And I think that those are the kinds of outcomes that both of our collective communities have been asking for of us for quite some time. Obviously, you will know, Mr. Chair and committee members, that local government delivers the essential services like housing and water, but we partner very strongly with our central government, and it just sort of makes sense for our cycles to align if that's at all a possibility. It would also make it easier for us local government members to work better at delivering the central government outcomes. The bill, unfortunately, is silent on local government. So again, we really request that the Select Committee look at possibly including us. Just on the sector, if I can be so bold as to speak on behalf of it. In 2020, Hamilton City Council sponsored a remit to Local Government New Zealand to call for a 4-year term, and that passed with 87% support from the sector. So there's really strong support out there from local government as a sector. I think just sort of lastly, Mr. Chair, the challenges, of course, with a 3-year term for local government, and I know central government, of course, kind of often means that we spend 1/3 of the term sort of onboarding our members and getting them up to speed. We do 1/3 of the term of the business, and then we sort of unfortunately spend 1/3 of that term gearing up for the next election. And those of you around the table that are veterans have certainly seen that over and over again. So we think there's some efficiency and some cost savings to be made by
by having a 4-year term. And again, I reiterate that the committee please considers embedding local government in that. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I'm giving you the gift of time, but certainly welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. I've got Mr. Bates first up.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of questions if I'm allowed. The first one is on the last point you made about cost efficiencies. Has the council done any work on the value of that cost efficiency and the number of staff that you feel that would also mean that you essentially free up?
No, we had great question, but no, we haven't.
Okay. The second is we're currently in local body election year. We're May, and I know around the country there are a number of mayors who haven't declared one way or the other, as I understand it, because they're still focused on doing the work that they are or were elected to do. Doesn't that put the argument about 1/3 of the term focusing on campaigning a little bit under question?
In terms of if they...
Well, in terms of if 1/3 of the local government term was focused on electioneering, we would have expected local body electioneering to start last October.
Oh, I understand the question. Thank you for it. Our reference to that is that, and certainly as a veteran, I've been in local body politics for 18 years now. I think generally those around the table, whether they're elected councillor or a mayor, can start becoming quite risk averse as we head into an election year. So it's not so much getting out there and campaigning and not focusing on the business of local government. It's more a political issue and political positioning that can sometimes come in and disrupt more effective decision making that wouldn't happen sort of in that mid-term process. If that makes sense.
Last question then. In relation to the 3-year versus 4-year and the rotation of councillors, you talk about onboarding.
Yes.
Wouldn't less regular elections mean that you could end up with longer terms for councillors and less ability to sort of spread the load of new councillors coming into a council, being onboarded and having that mix of experience and fresh thinking?
No, I don't believe it would. Again, having sat around the table for quite some time, the onboarding takes a really long time. So there are no significant decisions sort of made in that first 6 to 8, sometimes 9-month period as we're bringing new members up to speed, even though there's usually those veterans around the table with the experience. Decisions slow down. Sometimes costly decisions can be delayed. And it's just, I just don't believe in our submission basis is around, it's not best practice and it's not good governance.
Okay, I've got Miss Celia Wade-Brown for you.
Kia ora, Angela.
Kia ora.
I'd like to follow up on the how much you can maximise the actual work that you get done over the 3 or 4 year period. I recollect being told that we couldn't really change much policy in the first period because we were still bound by the old long-term plan. And then in your last, it's usually 6 months before the election, you would have staff saying it's not appropriate to make big decisions now because you're 6 months out from the election. Would you say those are fair reflections?
Yes, absolutely a fair reflection of the point that I was making around the organisation and elected members can become incredibly risk averse. You're absolutely correct.
I think it might be the staff, not the members, but never mind. And then just finally, we had a submission from one of the other councils that suggested that the alignment of local body with national elections or with general elections should be the following year, whereas previously I've heard that it should be 2 years between elections. Any comments on that?
Yes, I mean, this is not part of our submission, but I personally believe and have spoken with other elected members that I feel that central government, an election should be the year after, so that, sorry, the other way around, so local government should be the year after central government, so that we are then onboarded and enabled to respond to central government.
Right, thank you, Angela and James. Great submission, and thank you for the time. It looks a nice day in Hamilton.
It's lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. It was a pleasure. Okay. Thank you.
Now,
Okay, I really liked the end of that discussion between Paula and Celia. I thought that was some really good points. So it's like, yeah, you're bound by the policy that was brought in by the previous council, right? So you've got a year to fart around with that. Then you've got a year to enact your own stuff, and then you've got a year to worry about campaigning. I agree. This is probably the strongest argument I've seen so far in favour of a 4-year term, especially for locals. So yeah, there's no. Oh, that's Angela O'Leary. Okay, thank you, Sam, for correcting me. Yeah, that's Angela O'Leary. Oh. My bad. Okay. So yes, I do agree with the points that Celia made and Angela made. That is the strongest argument been put forward in favour of a 4-year term. And I like the suggestion of having the locals after the central, because they are bound together. Like locals rely a lot on central for things like funding and policies and stuff like that, in terms of how much they're going to get allocated, and they work around that. So yeah, I liked that suggestion. So yeah, this submission 100% passes the vibe check.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, next.
Yep, there's a whole page of that. That's pretty much, you summed it up.
Sweet. Okay, yep. So that's the paper that says passes the vibe check. Cool. Sweet. 10 out of 10 for vibes.
On Zoom? Okay,
right.
cool.
Is local government in scope?
No, that's a question we've asked.
We've asked it.
We've asked that.
It's not, right? It's clearly not.
We're not, no, yeah. But nonetheless, it's...
Well, I'm not saying don't let them submit, but the questions are a little...
Anisha, good morning. How are you?
Hello.
Right, we've got
Good,
5
thank
minutes
you.
with you. Leave a
Great.
little bit of time for questions if you can. Thank you.
Sure, yeah. Hi, so I'm Nisha. I'm a fifth-year law student at the University of Otago, and I've got an interest in public law.
Yay. Another one.
Yay. Yes, another one. Yeah, we had to do this as a research assignment.
Wow. Just say you're very interested.
Yes, yeah, and I decided to submit to the committee here today because I think the bill has a lot of potential. It's just let down by a few issues. So broadly, I'm in favour of the 4-year term. I think it's likely to incentivise a more deliberative legislative process and longer-term governance. I think that there are several things that need to be done to achieve this, not just the 4-year term, but it's certainly a good idea. I'm not in favour of a variable 3 or 4-year term. I think the main issue is that it puts another thing to coalition negotiations, which people already tend to be a little bit suspicious of. So it's likely to decrease trust in government. And then also there's a chance of elections being held at the same time as local government, which would make things a bit confusing. I'm actually a fan of the select committee proportionality requirement. I believe that with a longer term, there needs to be more checks on government power. And this is kind of a good idea to make that happen. I do not think it should be entrenched just because there's a chance that it could go wrong. So there's more of a need for flexibility in this area rather than certainty. I also think there is a lot of changes that would need to be made to adequately implement the proportionality requirements, such as changes to standing orders around matters like urgency. And then finally, I think that the committee should consider additional accountability mechanisms that relate to the voters and the people. Simple things like having a slightly more representative parliament at each election rather than by lowering the party vote threshold. Yeah, are there any questions? And thank you for your time.
All right, good. Members? All right. Hey, thank you, Nisha, and I hope the assignment goes well. I hope you get an A+.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nisha. Right. Otago law student, I feel you. I'm not from Otago. I studied at Massey. But yeah, I know what it's like to look at government stuff as an assignment. I had to do that for stuff like finance. So yeah, I feel your pain. If you were in pain, but you know, as someone who has studied a bit of finance, you know, that's a bit more painful than looking at law stuff. I would imagine. You know, so far the budget has made me want to jump out a window. So I hope Nisha is not experiencing that. If she's watching that. Okay, so she's in support. That's what we got. And she supports, interestingly enough, the select committee proportionality requirement as long as it's not entrenched. And I have mixed feelings about that. I would prefer to go in the direction of an upper house. But I can see where she's coming from. It's good to try these things out and not have it entrenched so we can, like, okay, we're just going to have a trial period. You know, I don't know, chuck it on a 90-day trial or whatever National likes to do with trials. So they like 90-day trials for jobs, so maybe we can apply it with a select committee, the select committee proportionality requirement. So yeah. She also wants to see an increase in accountability requirements. 100% agree. We need more transparency, and we need to be able to hold politicians more accountable. What's this? Sam's sending me a note. A 6-year term with review requirements. Okay, yeah. I don't know about 6-year terms, but review requirements, sure. I like review requirements. That's good because it increases transparency. Ray, how do you feel?
Yes, I read you. I am following.
Sweet. Yeah. So, how do you feel about his submission?
Same way as you. I'm still putting the bits together.
Sweet. Okay. Yep. We're in the same. Locker.
Yeah. Not entrenched is a good idea. Support it.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the last thing we need with anything X proposes is anything entrenched.
I remember we talked about it again in 2008. I think. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, alrighty. Nisha, good luck with your assignment. I hope your teachers give you a good mark. Okay, all right.
Sorry?
To the next submission.
Right, now we're on to Infrastructure New Zealand. Michelle and Hannah, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Good. How are you? Nice that you've come. You've been patient.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Okay. Kia ora, thank you for the time to submit today. My name's Hannah Pickard. I'm the Policy and Communications Advisor at Infrastructure New Zealand, and I'm joined with Michelle McCormick, our Policy Director. So I just wanted to start by saying that Infrastructure New Zealand supports a national conversation on adopting a fixed 4-year parliamentary term and we recognise the benefits that this would bring to infrastructure development by allowing more time for policy making and implementation. Compared to other democracies, New Zealand's 3-year cycle is short and limits our ability to plan, legislate and deliver significant projects effectively. A longer term would provide greater certainty for the infrastructure sector, boost investor confidence and support long-term planning and investment in capability and resources. Infrastructure New Zealand advocates for a straightforward transition to a 4-year parliamentary term to be taken under referendum, as it would align New Zealand with international norms, provide more political and policy stability, enhance investor confidence and boost our productivity. This would strengthen the infrastructure system, support New Zealand's economic growth and improve our position as a reliable, forward-thinking place to invest and build. Where a 4-year term could deliver significant benefits for New Zealand's infrastructure sector by providing greater political stability, improved policy continuity and increased investor confidence. Having a longer term would reduce the disruption caused by frequent elections and allow governments more time to plan, legislate and deliver major infrastructure projects. This certainty would enable businesses to make more confident, long-term investments in people, equipment and capability. Our current 3-year cycle limits progress as governments spend a disproportionate amount of time campaigning and settling in, delaying essential nation-building initiatives and increasing costs. A 4-year term would support better infrastructure delivery through improved planning and execution timelines. Areas of potential change include, the current drafting introduces an optional model where incoming governments can choose between a 3 or 4-year term based on select committee arrangements, which creates potential uncertainty. We recommend a straightforward shift to a 4-year term pending a successful referendum. INZ supports keeping the bill's proposal to exclude executive MPs from select committee proportionality. This would give the opposition parties a majority in key committees, helping to balance in the longer term by strengthening parliamentary scrutiny of the executive. INZ welcomes the government's recognition of the advantages of a 4-year parliamentary term, particularly in enabling the development and advancement of well-considered evidence-based policy and legislation. We also would like to recommend that local and central governments both transitioning to a 4-year term with staggered election cycles, and separating those election cycles is necessary to reduce administrative pressure and ensure that local issues receive proportionate attention without being eclipsed by national campaigns. Thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you very much. First question from Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Chair. Appreciate the submission and understand the importance of long-term infrastructure. Just interested how you think the one additional year will affect long-term infrastructure planning, because I can't quite get my head around how 1 year makes a difference to the building of a 10 or a 15-year project.
I think it's just that question of actually having longer time for the business of Parliament to actually get initiated, to actually understand the business, then to take legislation forward. We have a very reduced legislative timeframe with a 3-year cycle, and it gives that additional time to undertake valid policy work, robust policy work, to then get the legislation in place. And I think just that longer timeframe really, as we've heard from local government colleagues, it really is effective 1 year of actually doing some hard work.
But doesn't that happen, in reality, we have multi-term governments, right? Whether it's whatever side of the house, we have multi-term governments, and those that work happens over multiple terms in terms of that planning and that thinking. It's not as though it happens over 3 years.
Yeah, it is a very condensed time frame, though, as we've seen with some quite major legislation like the Resource Management Act too. It actually very complex legislation actually takes time to undertake that policy work, to work across parties to get agreement, and being able to actually have some longer time to ingrain those, I think would really improve. And certainly in the infrastructure side, other jurisdictions tend to get through more.
So that's a policy question, not a building of a piece of infrastructure question.
Yeah,
which is what I'm trying to clarify.
Setting up the environment.
So there's no specific examples of how it would change the long-term infrastructure.
No.
Any other questions? All right. Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, you've been here all morning. We've heard lots of submissions, so it's a very helpful submission.
Thank you.
I don't understand what Carl Bates was. I don't get the point he was trying to make there, because we don't have a Ministry of Works. So yes, I understand from Infrastructure New Zealand's point of view that a 4-year term would be better for them, because they can plan more. They can put in contingencies. They can do better economic forecasting. They can, it's just, it is better. It is better for infrastructure development to have a longer term. Like, don't get me wrong, I can see the arguments in favour of a 3-year term, but what Carl Bates has put out there is not it. That's not the argument that I would have made in favour of a 3-year term. The argument I would have put in favour of a 3-year term is because it holds politicians more accountable. So in this discussion, Sam's just sent in another note. They do not get contracts suddenly cancelled upon change of government. That is correct. That is true. Yes, that is a good point. But we have had situations like with Nicola Willis and the damn boats, right? So having a longer term might offer the infrastructure sector a bit more security around that kind of stuff. They can get more work done. They can present more proposals and plans and go, look, we're this far along. We don't have that much more work to do. It will give a bit more stability to that sector. So I can see the argument that Infrastructure New Zealand has put forward. They also want local governments to be increased to 4 years. The argument that was put forward again by Celia and the Deputy Mayor of Hamilton, that's probably the strongest argument I've heard so far in favour of that. I don't understand Carl Bates' objections that he put forward against the proposal made by Infrastructure New Zealand. I think that a stronger argument could be made elsewhere in favour of a 3-year term. I don't follow his reasoning behind what he just put forward. Any thoughts, Ray?
Yeah, I remember at the government change, there needs to be some sort of grace period. I think they're trying to say, well, they already do that. If you're going to run for office, you will be prepared and have your teams in order. However, there's always this fighting.
I mean, Infrastructure New Zealand just brought that up. We get inexperienced politicians coming in, and it's like, maybe having an extra year will allow for those inexperienced politicians to come up with better decisions.
Yeah, like you could have the year 1, year 2, year 3, as someone else explained. With the local bodies coming in year 2 and then doing the work, and then year 4 should be like no governance, no party politics. Everyone steps down or steps back, and just does the community work to change the law rather than fighting over who's. Rather than having votes and referendums in that 4th year, perhaps.
Yep. Infrastructure New Zealand. Are they I take it they're a private group. Yeah, I mean that's a separate discussion, the private-public partnership thing. But yes, I do agree. Private-public partnership or PPPs are on average more expensive and have less transparency attached to them. So I do agree with Jamie. This is why I'm actually in favour of things like a Ministry of Works. I'd like to see more public infrastructure done. But infrastructure is not really my wheelhouse. It's not what I'm particularly knowledgeable in. So I'm kind of just going, do the vibes fit, right? So this is just a vibe take that I'm giving. I would have liked to have done more research, but because of what happened during the week with the budget week, there was just so much stuff you had to go over. So I couldn't quite go over everything. But yes, I do understand the logic of what Infrastructure New Zealand has put forward. I think their argument is stronger than Carl Bates' counter argument. All right, so we'll go into the next submission. Oh, hi Sam, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm finished eating.
Would you like to take over the controls, or do you want me to continue?
Sure. Oh no, you can keep doing it.
Okay. All right.
I'm just going to reset my camera and stuff, so I'll be back in a
couple minutes. Okay.
Next submission. Oh yeah, come on up, please. So Jeffrey, if I get some spare time, I will come to you. Okay. Because we may have some salt there. Good morning, and thank you for waiting patiently down the back there.
No, kia ora koutou. My name's Dean Knight. I'm a professor of law at Te Harawaka, Victoria University of Wellington. Thanks for the opportunity.
If you see it, Otago, you might have got some people. But anyway, we understand.
It's only one decent law school, but
we don't set them as assignments. People just do them naturally. In principle, I instinctively support a 4-year parliamentary term on the basis that our term at the moment is quite compressed, and I think encourages bad habits, rushed and lightweight policy development, overuse of urgency, short-termism, and the like. And fundamentally, good lawmaking and policy making takes time, and I think giving the government program more time to breathe is likely to improve the outputs of that. I think also a longer term is also likely to have some benefits for parties outside the parliamentary process in terms of more time for their own policy development before elections, and obviously there's the reduced costs associated with less frequent elections. I guess my second point is more by way of rebuttal to caution you from over-egging the concern that our system lacks formal checks and balances, and less regular elections would dilute the controls on legislative and executive power. And acknowledge that in the absence of a master text or supreme constitution or second chamber, that concern has some force. But let's not overstate it or catastrophize the problem, especially as the sting of the concern is equally applicable to a 3-year term as it is a 4-year term. In terms of checks and balances, I think of the parliamentary system as an ecosystem, and those checks and balances are often subtle and nuanced, especially because they arise a lot from political culture and practice and the like. And the counterfactual of moving to a more legal, judicially enforced set of guardrails also has some drawbacks and risks turning our civic culture on its head. And I can feel Sir Geoffrey's eyes burning in the back of my head when I say that. But it would be a big shift to build some of those guardrails. And for me, sharpening our checks and balances, improving our parliamentary practice is an important project. Whether that's with a 3-year term or 4-year term. And I make some suggestions in my submission of how parliamentary committees might continue to that process of continuous improvement in an incremental way, which has been very much the way of our constitutional traditions. Finally, the bill's proposal to tie the term to the composition of select committees is a dog's breakfast. Reflecting on the composition of select committees and the scrutiny is a crucial item on the reform agenda in and of itself, but shoehorning it into the term would bring dreadful complexity and conditionality into the electoral process. And I think it should be dealt with separately, even in advance of any referendum.
Thank you, Professor. I've got 2 questions. First one from Dr. Duncan Webb.
A little actually about the referendum. One of the challenges with referenda is that, particularly if done outside of electoral cycle, it's low turnout. And you might get a majority of people who voted, but only 25% of the voting public. Do you think, in light of that, referenda should require a minimum of voters, or to address this issue? How can we address that issue is a better question.
I mean, I haven't looked deeply at referenda as the model, but I know that the turnout is much higher in terms of election years, and that's one way to ensure that those referenda have the legitimacy because enough people support it. There's ways you can hardwire thresholds into there. I'm not across the pros and cons of that, but fundamentally, the constitutional change needs legitimacy, and the legitimacy may come in a number of ways, and a good turnout and a good result is obviously one of them. There are other ways you might do that over a series of a long conversation and citizen assemblies and other things like that. But ensuring what change you have is legitimate is a good way. And ensuring also that it's as far as possible done with cross-party agreement is one of the other key factors too. So, just very quickly.
Very quickly, I wondered if you wanted to comment on the constitutional appropriateness of a decision on 3 or 4 years being the subject of coalition negotiations, given that you might have very much smaller party sizes.
Yeah, I think it's a dreadful idea. I mean, you mean in terms of that, if this proceeded in this way? Yes, I think it's a dreadful idea. The great virtue of the electoral system is certainty. Certainty is really the lifeblood of it because we know what happens. People vote. There are people in for a term. That term ends, they finish. The idea that maybe there'd be horse trading around that in coalition negotiations or some sort of conditionality or whatever built into that, it's just too complex. And I think we risk undermining the legitimacy of our electoral system if the term is just so up for grabs.
All right. Hey, thank you very much, Professor. Very helpful.
Thank you.
So, Jeffrey, we've got 5 minutes. Would you like to join us? I know it's a little bit impromptu. I've had enough committee members.
Okay, so what have we got here? We've got a professor of law from Victoria University. I didn't quite catch his name, but he's in support of a 4-year term. I think he does bring up a good point about short terms can result in abuse and urgency. I agree.
Yeah.
We're seeing that in real time. And that, yes, he is correct to point out that there are reduced costs with a 4-year term. I agree, because campaigns are very expensive.
You've got less costs of having to do enrolment drives, but you do have the minor costs, and the downside is that is shorter terms do lead to more, in theory, can lead to more by-elections. Because we have a very low by-election rate in New Zealand because of our 3-year term, because it's seen as a burden. Whereas if the term's widened, the by-election, it doesn't quite attract the same heat. Like, I mean, look at what's happening in Canada in order to get Pierre Poilievre back into the House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, whereas if that was tried in New Zealand, that person would literally be run out with pitchforks. And in Australia, Peter Dutton is not trying the same thing to become back leader again.
Yeah, I have noticed that. You know, there's a common theme amongst all these oral submissions I've seen so far. They like 4 years. They hate everything else Seymour has proposed.
Yeah, including that guy who looks very similar to me, wore a Nicky No Boat shirt on the day, called Sam Summers.
Yeah, who was that guy? He's great. I want to subscribe to his channel. He's great. I'd love to bring him on the show. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, let's get to Sir Geoffrey Palmer.
Yes.
Because, you know, he's constitutional whiz.
Right.
The committee that we'd like to invite Jeffrey for 5 minutes. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Right, thank you. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I'm greatly indebted to you. Jonathan Boston and I put in a joint submission. He was at a Waitangi Tribunal hearing, so we didn't get the clerk's message about responding. And so I thought that I could summarise the submission that we have made in 7 simple sentences. First, the proposal in front of the committee in its present form is fatally flawed. It may or may not lead to a 4-year term. The uncertainty this creates is constitutionally unacceptable and dangerous. Secondly, there is an absence of analysis of the options available other than the one preferred, and that is what the policy process that was wound into this bill continued all the way on that. 3, in some parliaments there may be a 4-year term under this proposal, while in others a 3-year term. Such a system lacks logic. Next, there appears to be no necessary improvement in accountability, which is the stated to be the major aim of the policy. Entrenchment, which is a very big constitutional step, of this proposal would create uncertainty that would not be easily rectified, since a 75% majority may not be available to resolve the issues that could arise in the negotiations. Next, the constitutional reform, more than ordinary legislation, requires good process, and that is absent from this proposal. And lastly, the proposal is probably unworkable and likely to cause harm, and the two submitters both favour a 4-year term, but not this sort of 4-year term. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, cool. Questions? Right.
I've got one.
Right.
So Jeffrey, I'd be interested on your view on the proposal around select committees that's contained in the bill and how that, whether it's workable.
My view about select committees is that the whole select committee procedure, and having watched it this morning, I'm reinforced in this view. There needs to be a better way of handling select committee submissions than we've got. The time is very limited. Scrutiny requires time. I once spent, as a new MP, cross-examining a witness in front of a select committee for an hour and a half on the National Development Bill. That would be impossible today because of the enormous amount of business that has to be transacted here. We can see that MPs are overworked. It is true we need to have more MPs. That is the only way to get the workload manageable. There is too much legislation to be considered. And that is the thing, that is the great difficulty. The Auditor General has already drawn attention to the difficulty of having legislation that isn't drafted with enough notice. And you let sloppy lawmaking that way, and that's what we've got. And this is a terrific example of a very sloppy bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bates.
Thanks, Chair. So, Jeffrey, when you're speaking about the select committee process, and I've
No,
had the privilege of
Jeffrey.
sitting in front of you on several during this term, do you think we see too many submitters and don't have enough quality in that discussion, or do you think it's a matter of having more time to be able to give every one of those submitters that sort of hour that you're talking about?
I think that it is important to try and select the submittees more and go into more detail if you can, because that is what will help the scrutiny process. You don't want to have it as a sort of thing that is casual. And the Parliament over the years has degraded in the select committee process because it has far too much work. And the electorates, we've got a whole lot more people in this country than we had. The Irish example that was cited earlier is absolutely correct. I've got an article coming out that compares us. They have 650 members in the House of Commons. You get accountability in that system. You don't get it here.
All right, last question. Okay, yeah.
You, in my view, rightly say constitutional reform would require a much better process than what we're going through at the moment. Some members in this House have supported this bill for 2 select committees so that we can begin those conversations. Where do you think what mechanism would be appropriate? Citizens' assemblies, inquiries, whatever, to take us to the next point?
I think the Parliament has imperfect ways of engaging with the public. I think citizens' assemblies that went into the design of the legislation before it was introduced would be an ideal way for the executive to proceed. You would then know, I remember from my experience at the Law Commission, we knew more about the liquor law than any MP by the time we finished, because he had a wonderful way of finding the public opinion with an Australian piece of software that we used. Now, those sorts of things are efficient, but the amount of consultation that goes on in bills in this Parliament now has been reduced. There's been much less of it than there used to be, and that is why the system is degraded.
Too many bills.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, well, thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
Thank you very much.
For your impromptu submission, which was, of course, very highly professional and very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I have to be honest. That was awesome, but that explains why he was sitting there for so long.
I think we just found New Zealand. I think we just found New Zealand's Bernie Sanders.
No. He used to be a prime minister.
Holy crap! Have I been living under a rock all these years? Bring him back! I want him to replace the current prime minister. This guy's
So Geoffrey
great.
Palmer, he was the person who succeeded David Longy, and he was David Longy's deputy.
Holy shit! Okay.
No, he was one of the people who led through the constitutional reforms after Muldoon, along with the help of was deputy, then later opposition leader Jim McClay.
Right. Okay. He's giving me. Oh, man, what a glow up. Okay.
But gotta remember, when he was prime minister, I mean, that was 1987 to 1980. No, it might have been 1989 to 1990 or something. It was a shortest time, but his deputy was Helen Clark.
Okay, all right. Yeah, wow. He just got more based as he got older. I want him locked in a room with Seymour because I want to see those two debate each other.
Oh God, no! Seymour wouldn't want to listen to Sir Geoffrey Palmer.
No. I could just see Geoffrey Palmer just using his Bernie Sanders hands. You know, that's the vibes he's giving me. It's like, okay, I don't know. I might end up eating this hat if he's turning out to be, I don't know, like really anti-worker or something. But from what I got there, it's like, okay, I like the way he delivers things. I like his use of hand gestures. You know, he's getting the right vibes from me.
Yeah.
I like the fact that he broke it up into 7 simple things. You know, he's like fatally flawed.
Yeah.
May not lead to a 4-year term. Absence of analysis. Flip-flop 3 to 4-year terms. No improvement of accountability. Entrenchment bad. Good process absent and likely to cause harm. It's like, oh, I like this guy. I like this sloppy lawmaking.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's roll over our credits and just have a bit of a stretch, and we'll be back for the Social Security's Mandatory Review Amendment Bill.
Oh, God, here we go.
Parliament's buzzing, it's time to get loud. Under the dome where decisions are proud. Voices clash, echo through the halls. Policies rise as the gavel falls. Bills on the table, debates in the air. Legislation crafted with care. Voices of the people, voices of the streets. Echo in chambers where the leaders meet. Tick-tock, the order paper's hot. Debate and discuss changes what we've got. Every word counts, every vote too. New Zealand Parliament, this one's for you. For you. Dynamic urban rhythm in the flow. Every law passed a seed we sow.
And welcome back to the Order Paper Podcast Marathon Show. Because Parliament goes into urgency, there's just so much to cover.
Oh boy. Yeah, this one we're gonna cover next, guys. It's bad. It's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, holy crap! When I was watching this live, I don't know if you've ever met this guy called Kiwi-Birb, but me and him fucking hashed it out in Kiwi Pulse's chat.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Now, just to also let you know, thank you, Kiwi Pulse, for sitting there recording this. Because Parliament, because they were in urgency yesterday, the team that normally does all the clip stuff hasn't actually done that yet. So we'll be heading over to Kiwi Pulse's, was it live stream, or however they chopped it up, or however they did it, to make it all fall into place. Now, I have found the right point in there where it will go. With it, I'm not sure how accurate the subtitles are. So that will be something that will be worth noting, considering that's something we do normally do, is we normally make sure that the subtitles are on, but YouTube doesn't accurately do them into the same what's it called way as say Parliament TV, who actually has someone live transcribing it. So this is the Committee of the House section, which is where all the questions get asked by the opposition. So let's kick it off with was it Mr. Chairman Tiano Tuiono?
The House is in committee on the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. Before I take a call, I just want to plant a seed with members. Members, we had a number of points of order about grouping and the selection of amendments during consideration of the last bill, and we have a similar number of amendments for the current bill. So I just want to clarify the approach we're going to take for the committee. Usually all amendments that are in order are put to the committee to be voted on. The standing orders give the chairperson the ability to put a single question to the committee on multiple related amendments known as grouping, or to select a limited number of amendments from group of amendments that are in the same substance to test the willingness of the committee to make amendments of that nature known as selecting. There is a high bar for use of either approach. Doing so deprives the committee of the opportunity to make a specific decision in respect of separate and order amendments. To meet this high bar, the chairperson considers both the total number of related amendments and the extent to which they are related or the same in substance. The procedures were developed in the context of significantly large volumes of amendments. There is no magic number after which grouping or selecting is used, but we are some way away from the high bar being met. The intent of the grouping and selecting procedures was in part to incentivise the development of coherent alternative proposals by members and to support the effective consideration of bills in committee. The bar for grouping and selecting amendments on bills introduced and being passed through all stages under urgency is higher, given that urgency is generally less conducive to these aims. I am not ruling that no amendments will be grouped or selected today, but I wish to remind the committee that, like relevance, the chairperson is the sole judge of grouping or selecting amendments. We come first to debate on part one. The Honourable Louise Upson.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I thought it would be useful to the House just to give a bit of an outline in terms of this particular bill. And just to remind the House and those who are watching this debate that many New Zealanders would think that it is already the norm, that there is a review on an annual basis of entitlements. It's not. And one of the challenges that those who receive support often experience, and it's an issue that's been raised across the House, is the fact that entitlements might not be paid correctly. They might be underpaid. Or they might be overpaid. If they're underpaid, that's clearly a problem that this bill will address. Equally, if they're overpaid, that creates a problem as well, because it then generates a debt for the beneficiary, which leads to considerable stress. If that overpayment is the mistake of MSD, it's written off. But if it is a circumstance that hasn't been declared and should have been declared by the person on benefit, then it creates a debt. So this mandatory review process just basically makes sure that there's an annual process where it is support that doesn't expire, that the person receiving the benefit is able to check in. It's not an onerous process, can be done online, can be done over the phone, can be done in person. The person receiving the benefit can fill in a form and exchange it by post, you name it. So very straightforward. But Mr Chair, we want to ensure that people are being paid accurately. They have the opportunity to check in once a year, and it's pretty straightforward. This also enables the Borders contribution legislation that we passed earlier. So again, we have accurate circumstances and accurate entitlement to support.
Just a reminder, part one, this is a debate on clauses 4 and 5 amendments to Principal Act. The question is that part one stand part. Benjamin Doyle.
Chair. I'm pleased to be speaking to this bill in part one. Particularly, I'm looking at clause 4. It's really lovely that we did actually get a RIS, because this bill is being taken through all stages under urgency, which means we don't get the regular opportunity to review this in select committee, where we would be able to air out and question elements of this policy and listen to members of our communities who have concerns and feedback, which is often actually very productive. So I'm going to attempt, as best as possible in the incredibly rushed process that this urgency is demanding, to reflect on and bring those voices here for the Minister to consider. I want to speak specifically to the introduction of annual reviews of a 52-week period, which is mandatory. We see in the regulatory impact statement on page 6 specifically that point 15 raises concerns around how Māori will be disproportionately affected. This is, of course, because Māori are disproportionately represented in the welfare system. And we know that there are also intersectional and concurrent benefit needs in this community, which sees Māori people needing to gain assistance through multiple avenues. So if we are introducing a 52-week review period, I'm concerned that Māori will be having multiple benefits reviewed simultaneously, which will increase distress, it will increase unnecessary administrative demands, and it will put extra pressure on communities who are seeking multiple forms of assistance. This seems like an avoidable issue. So I wonder and would like to understand how that will be mitigated. What can the Minister assure will be done to mitigate this kind of compounding pressure that will contribute to mental distress? We see in the RIS that there is mention of the fact that these compounding and intersectional needs will also affect Pasifika peoples. So I want to understand if there has been any advice also to the Minister from relevant ministries or ministers, say for example, Whānau Ora, or the Ministry for Pasifika Peoples. Where are we seeing those considerations taken into account in this bill? We know that Māori and Pasifika people will be impacted. In fact, we see, that the Treaty of Waitangi implications are of concern here. So I want to just understand from the Minister, repeat my two main points, is how will the Minister mitigate the potential impact on Māori who are seeking multiple benefit supports, as is their right, which may impact negatively on their mental well-being? And the second question, to repeat, was what advice has the Minister received from relevant ministries in regards to those communities and the intersectional pressures upon them? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Try having 4 devices going off at once with it. So my current cell phone, my old cell phone, and my 2 FPOS machines. And my 2 FPOS machines were talking.
Right. Yeah. So that's the alarm that you get if you're a beneficiary when you go into code red.
Yeah, that's what should be the alarm, but Working Income will not set up the system to sit there and do that.
No.
They would sit there and purposely leave it out so you have it mentally happening, but it doesn't physically happen, so you don't know until it's too late.
Yeah. Okay. Right. This bill. I've got so many pages of notes about this bill. Okay. So let's talk about the regulatory impact statement, because I searched high and low for the regulatory impact statement for this specific bill, and I looked at the bill, and the bill's quotes, and I quote the bill. It says, the Ministry of Social Development produced a regulatory impact statement on the 23rd January 2025 to help inform the main policy decisions taken by the government relating to the contents of this bill. Well, guess what I found? I found nothing. I clicked on the link and found nothing. So I did a Google search, and I found a regulatory impact statement for changes to welfare settings to support people into employment and off benefit. That was dated the 31st of July 2024. So, Louise, you already get an F for not citing your stuff properly, but here you go, guys. You can read this. You can.
And actually, here's the great question: is why have they not incentivized the deduction system of abatements to sit there and do it? And why? Like, here's the thing: is we are incentivizing work by keeping the broken system in place. But beneficiaries can earn $160 a week. What do you mean they're temporary additional support payments coming off $1 for dollar on the first one? I don't know that. That doesn't sound right. What? Oh, it's because of the high rent you pay. Well, you must be doing... Oh, heck, the rent you're paying is market value.
Yeah.
Or below market value.
Do you want to know what Louise Upston said in relation to Māori in the let's have a look here, the proposal for the paper. My goddamn. Okay, just click on the link, guys. It's an introduction. Okay, just click on that, and I'll quote it. So basically, it's a proposal. She quotes, or I quote her. She states, "My officials have advised me that the bill is unlikely to comply with the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. However, my view is that Māori are more likely to benefit from the policies contained within the bill due to their disproportionate representation in the affected cohort, and that those changes will help support them into employment." So, I don't know. Is she proposing to do better than the principles of partnership, active protection, and participation?
Who knows?
I mean, is she going to do that? Because you know, I mean, I've read through the regulatory impact statement. There doesn't appear to be any evidence there. I mean, what it does say is that Māori are going to get screwed over a lot more. So yeah, she's failing on that front. But yeah, again, open up those documents that I've put in the chat and have a follow along with the debate.
Yep. So let's get on to Ingrid Leary.
This is a really complicated bill, and as has been said, we are in urgency and we have not had a committee stage. And members opposite may laugh, but actually when we are looking at how to get around the amendments, it involves going through multiple pieces of earlier legislation and also multiple subsections within this bill as well as into regulations. Now these are all things that we will be asking a lot of questions about, but I would like first to invite the House to consider a framework where we can just look sort of globally at what's happened here and then come down, as myself and my colleagues will go through step by step through the legislation. And what we've seen, for those who are watching at home and picking up on this, is really quite sinister in my view, because things have been done back to front. Yesterday we were told there was going to be a bill that would change some accommodation allowances because of what was called double dipping, even though it was both a person with a tenancy or a homeowner and then, a tenancy or another boarder in their house claiming, so it wasn't anyone individually double dipping. But we were told then that this bill today was going to be the enabling legislation for that, and all the notes and things, including even the RIS, purport to be really looking at just that enabling power of the bill that went through yesterday. But as we have gone through this bill in great detail today, what we've seen is something far more sinister, which is amendments to the Social Security Act, which crucially not only require mandated 52-week reviews on a series of benefits that have not been specified. In fact, only the exemptions are specified, and it's very, very difficult to ascertain what they are and whether regulatory powers apply both to making of benefits or changing of those benefits, which has questions. But also, crucially, in clause 310C, subsection 4, there is a new phrase that says if the beneficiary fails to comply with a requirement under this section, MSD must suspend, and then it goes on to say their benefit. And it's really difficult to find what day applies because that relates to subsection 1 and subsection 4, which talks about the end of the day before the relevant deadline. And we will be having questions about that because we would like to know actually if the Minister herself can apply the legislation in a meaningful way so that she has clarity. One of the tests in jurisprudence is that law must be fair and clear, and it's pretty difficult to find your way around this one. We've heard in the first readings how this is from the government members, and certainly the government statement, that this is a facilitator to try to make sure that there is clarity and certainty about what entitlements people are getting. But actually, when you look at the legislation in here, it's a very punitive bill. And we've seen additional words, and we will interrogate this again, where it not only talks about, say, in a subsection A, that this is about ensuring people get their entitlements, but in a subsection B, and making sure they don't get their entitlements if they're not entitled to them. Now, the fact that the government has bothered to articulate the bill in this way, I think shows a clear intent that this is, in our view, beneficiary bashing. There's probably a better legal word for it. We have not had submissions. We have had commentary over the last 24 hours because this is all being very rushed from the Salvation Army and also from the Law Society. And I'll just quote from the Salvation Army, which says, the bill will make things a lot worse for those we support. It will push a lot more people into poverty. It will create a lot of more barriers and difficulties for those we support to be able to access the help they need. And the Law Society says it raises significant concern about how the use of automated systems will apply where the sanction provisions involve some sort of evaluative judgment, for example, those relating to money management and community work. Now, so there's two clear parts to this, and Mr Chair, as I say, we do not want to filibuster today, but I do want to point out that the regulatory, the RIS that relates to this was not really referenced yesterday. Yesterday we looked at the supplementary regulatory impact statement because that pertained to the accommodation supplement. The RIS on this actually says in a footnote, and I can allude to it later, that the accommodation supplement does not apply, I think it's on page 4, because that will come at a later stage. So we have not even had a chance to ventilate, Mr Chair, if I may finish, we have not had a chance to ventilate the concerns that are in the primary RIS, which are really not about the accommodation supplement at all, but much more about these other benefits, which are difficult to find out what they are, which have very strong punitive elements to them, and which also have an automated element to them, which is really concerning. And so what we would like to do as we go through is ask questions, particularly when we see that there are redacted parts of the RIS as well. So, for example, I can refer the Minister to the fact that MSD actually says it already uses AI for discretionary payments, but it does also say in the RIS on page 3, it's possible for the use of AI to entrench existing inequalities in the welfare systems as these can be built into the data collection. Now, the previous speaker has spoken about Māori communities very briefly in Pacifica, but there's a lot more to be said about that and a lot more questions. It would be good to get the specific wording from the RIS about what it says because it's pretty damning, and we will go into that. So I won't take up too much time. I want to be really clear with you, Mr Chair, that as we go through, we will be offering new material, but we do want to make sure that every single bit of this bill that we hold ourselves to as parliamentarians and are accountable for, that we get to query it, and we do not want to see truncated debate. So you have our word, we won't filibust, but if we can have the opportunity on behalf of New Zealanders who have not had a select committee phase to interrogate this properly, I think we can get through this afternoon in a productive way.
Okay, the Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Chair, I'm not going to repeat things that I've said in my readings earlier today, but there's some clear misunderstanding about what this bill does and what it doesn't do. So what it doesn't do is touch eligibility for things like the job seeker benefit, sole parent support. It doesn't require additional medical certificates around eligibility. Was very clear, and actually really pleased to see that one of the Labor members that spoke in an earlier reading clearly understood that. Anybody who receives a benefit and supplementary assistance is required at all times to advise MSD of a change of circumstances. Not everybody does that. So this is really just a catch-all in terms of the 52 weeks to ensure that the circumstances that MSD have on record are accurate. And the example that I did give in an earlier speech was, for example, someone who's receiving the disability allowance as part of that review at 52 weeks, it may well come to light that they have additional needs that are not being factored into the disability allowance that they're getting. So I'm really pleased to hear that the opposition don't want to filibuster because in many cases there will be those who receive benefits who will get an increase of support as a result of this review. And I want to make the point very clearly, given the exclusion of job seeker, for example, that I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of different population groups. I know parties will have some fascination around that, but as members will know, unfortunately, in areas like the job seeker benefit, population groups are significantly disproportionately affected, and that is a matter of fact, it's not a matter of debate.
Well, I mean, here's the big question is, from what's coming up from there is, anyone who has had a debt established by MSD, the moment they've decided you owe money, it's established. Not, hey, can we check to make sure we're not making a mistake? They would rather make the mistake, then you have to fight for a $1,500 review of decision hearing to sit there and do that, to get it. They are not transparent on how the debt was created because they don't tell you in a breakdown in your letter it's happened. They just sit there and say, we've created this debt. So, this doesn't actually, to me, the principle behind reviews, great. The execution, though, is it actually going to deliver the right results? Or are we going to have people who have debts that are fictitiously created based on misinformation, poorly done assumptions, misinterpretations of law? I mean, this is a very big concern that's coming out of there with mandatory reviews. And what happens in a review if you're using AI? If there is something wrong, does that mean it gets transferred to a real person, or does it just go bake in the wrong result? And also, the other thing is, are we actually equipped to do it by AI at this point in time? Do we have the systems in place?
No, I had a look at the other regulatory impact statement, but the other regulatory impact statement. I don't have access to this current one that Ingrid Leary just brought up. I would love to have a copy, but I think one thing that we're brushing over, and we need to address this in the strongest way possible, is that we have been denied an ability to go through a select committee process and represent ourselves and how this bill's going to impact us as individuals who are on the benefit. We don't get that opportunity thanks to this going under urgency. And nothing boils my blood more than denying, especially the most vulnerable people in New Zealand, the ability to represent themselves and to speak up. Because it goes to show how little National cares about disabled people. This is just another nail in the coffin for them. I would have loved to have spoken on this. I would have loved
to sit there and put my 2 cents worth on it to make sure you don't have things such as when debts are created, they literally are near momentarily applied. There is no transparency over the debt. There is no breakdown standard within the letters. I mean, put it this way, if IRD creates a debt against you or issues a penalty, they send you a letter, they tell you why, they give you a breakdown.
Yeah.
MSD, hi there, we've created the debt, we're taking it out at $10.50 a week. That is all the letter pretty much says. It doesn't really give much details. It just says, if you disagree with the decision, you can apply for a review of decision.
But you caught what she said at the end. I won't go into population groups. I think that says everything you need to know. I won't look at the data around how this is going to impact Māori people or disabled people or the elderly or women or Pacifica people. All of these people that tend to be more dependent on receiving a benefit than a normal white middle-class working man. It's very, very clear to me in that last statement she made about where her priorities lie. And I can go, I have taken so many damn notes on this. And I can go into...
You now talking about notes.
Yeah, I mean, I could have written a book about this. But yeah, I can the regulatory impact statement that I shared in the chat that people can actually look. If you go to page 25, it states approximately 42% of clients on job seeker support due to a health condition, injury, or disability are limited in their capacity to undertake full-time employment. Requiring an additional reapplication will see clients engaging more often so they are well prepared to return to work when they transfer to job seeker support, work ready as their condition allows. Now, here's the problem with that statement, okay? We don't have data on how many people are on job seeker support that should be on supported living payment.
No, they don't collect it.
They won't collect it. No. And on page 26, we follow up on the same regulatory impact statement. Implementation of 26-week reapplication changes is expected to result in a drop-off of clients on job seeker support following their reapplication. For example, due to clients not reapplying as their circumstances have changed and they know they are no longer eligible, and will affect expenditure on benefits of related expenses. This is expected to reduce net BOR, that's the anagram, costs by 37 million over 5 years. So why are we doing this? The savings we're getting from this, right? It's not going to be worth the increased cost to healthcare, the increased costs associated with homelessness, the increased costs associated with a lack of production because these people are not being supported into work. There are more costs associated with doing this than we're saving. So it's like Louise has purposely ignored the costs and the benefits.
Yeah. Okay. Anything you want to mention, Ray?
No, I'm still catching up. Thanks for handling so I could have a break.
No problem. I'm now going to try and quickly go to Lou. Please take notes.
Just before I take the next call, just to help to clarify, it would be helpful for the House if members did refer to the clauses and the sections that they're referring to. That is incredibly helpful. It helps us to track and help us to move through the bill in a methodical way. Ricardo Mendes March.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to start off by referencing clause 4, and this is quite a long clause. There's quite a bit to unpack here, and no matter how many times the minister says that this is a simple bill, blah blah blah, like the fact of the matter is, if she thought it was so simple, she should have allowed for that to have scrutiny. So we're here. We could have asked these questions to the Select Committee, period. I want to ask about the new section 3.1.10c, information for mandatory reviews of specified benefits, particularly clause 3. So this is on line 35 onwards of page 3, which talks about, and I quote, if in the case of the mandatory review of a specified benefit for the purpose set out in section 3.1.10b2, the beneficiary contacts MSD before the specified deadline, MSD may extend the time allowed under subsection 1 by up to 20 working days if, and this is the part that I particularly want to scrutinize, is satisfied that the beneficiary has, and I quote, good and sufficient reason for not being able to provide the information or answer questions. Now, I wanted to ask whether, and I do have a few questions specifically to this provision, as to whether the ministry has already started developing any guidelines as to what these so-called good insufficient reasons would be. We do see that good insufficient reasons is used in other parts of the legislation for other types of obligations in relationship to benefit sanctions. So I wonder whether they're just going to be copy-pasting those into this for the purpose of staff being able to interpret what good insufficient reasons actually mean. I also was interested to ask as to if those guidelines are not developed yet for staff, what assurances will the minister give us in terms of who will be consulted with, and the ministry will consult with to develop these guidelines, particularly because we have the language in this provision that says also answer the questions in the specified way by the specified deadline. Now, in terms of being able to answer questions that could basically result in you losing your benefit if not doing it adequately. There are additional barriers that specific groups would say. I know she, in her previous answer, I thought quite dismissively, and in fact, quite arrogantly, to say, we have a fascination with certain population groups. We're not sorry for caring about some of the most disproportionately impacted groups in this bill, but I did want to ask about, in this, and I know we're interested about the impacts of this bill on disabled people, but I did want to ask specifically in this provision how she may take into account disabled people's different
It's an homemade recipe. This is what happens when you don't have YouTube Premium.
Needs when it came to determining whether somebody had answered the questions in a way that was to the satisfaction of MSD. So that's one group. The other group that I'm interested with in terms of seeking assurance from the minister around how this provision will work in practice is for people with English as a second language in terms of their engagement. So if the minister hasn't already, and the ministry hasn't engaged with, for example, the Ministry of Ethnic Communities, what engagement, if any, can she commit that she will have to make sure that people with English as a second language are not disadvantaged and more at risk of not being able to comply with this and meet the good, and quote, good insufficient reasons by MSD? On specific to this provision, I am also interested, and again, this is a kind of stuff that we could have unpacked at the Select Committee stage, is in relationship to any potential fiscal implications on the need for interpreters that are used by MSD clients in relationship to MSD obligations and requirements that may be needed as a result of adding this additional requirement. So, for example, we know that in theory, people can access an interpreter in order to engage with MSD, but that has fiscal implications, staffing implications, resources implications. Has MSD modeled the potential additional needs of interpreters in relationship to this provision? If not, why not? So just to recap, I'm interested in whether she's developed the guidelines, if not, who she's going to commit to consulting. Further to that, how will she ensure that disabled people and people with English second language are adequately considered to this, and the fiscal and resource implications of potential increased need for interpreters as a result of this very, very specific provision found in clause 4, set in the new section 3.1.10c. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, let me just talk through a few of those in part 1, in clause 4, and I'll also address clause 5 because it is related. MSD's frontline staff interact with people with disabilities on a daily basis and with with those who have English as a second language. As I outlined in my initial comments, the way in which this annual review is undertaken, there are a raft of ways to be able to do this. That's very much designed at being very client-centric, and so it is normal kind of business and interaction for MSD staff to be flexible in the way that they work. In terms of good and sufficient reasons, this is a well-traversed topic again that MSD are well used to, and I would point the member to 310E, which has the regulations will have very clear circumstances in which that is not a requirement. So some of those, for example, if the client's in residential disability care, if they're in hospital for more than 13 weeks, if they live in or are present in and cannot reasonably leave an area in respect of which there is an emergency in place, those are some of the examples that will be set out in regulations to make it clear. The other thing I would say in terms of operationalising this policy, through the use of automated decision making, for example, and I was very clear about the 3 times in which that would be used. For example, it is sending out, the automated sending out to clients or beneficiaries their automated, that their review is due. That actually removes staff time and it makes it more efficient. So it means that the frontline staff can actually have greater interactions where it counts. And as I said before, whether it's a disability allowance or other areas of support, it may well lead to an area where a client's being underpaid. And I would have thought the opposition would be celebrating the fact that we will have more accurate payments and people will get what they are entitled to.
Okay. Interesting thing. Language. Often, this is something that is common with government agencies, and more so probably if, say, they're ringing you, is not if, say, MSD have a habit of being late. Often they probably run an hour after behind on appointment times. If you have someone having to require to use language line to do the translation and the times don't match up, bye-bye appointment, which doesn't sit there and help because that sits at the door. Or are you going to end up having children doing the translations? Because many of these people, you know, who would need language assistance would be refugees. They, you know, their children probably have picked up English quicker because their children are in school that speaks English, whereas they are probably less known for sitting there doing, you know, learning English, especially if they're very new to the country. And that's one of the things is that a new refugee would likely get probably a job seekers with medical deferral benefit. Because there are other things you've got to sit there and work out with them. Because, you know, if you're a refugee, unless you're some of those Trump-approved ones, most of them have suffered a lot of trauma to get where they are, and it's going to take time. But it's how to make sure that you ensure that, you know, these people aren't left behind. Oh, things didn't line up, so and the automatic result is cut off. Which, you know, and I've heard this happen with my dad's friend Paul said about Newtown Union. Often the translator doesn't turn up at the right time, or the patient misses the appointment, but the translator turns up, and so the appointment has to be missed because they can't accurately pass on what the symptoms are and make an accurate medical assessment. I mean, that's already a problem now for many of our refugee community. This adding that problem at wins doesn't help.
Yeah, I mean, if this bill is so simple, why no select committee? We know. I mean, I've got data here on how many people are on a benefit. Okay, so at the end of March 2025, almost 400,000 people received a main benefit. This is an increase of 7.5% from last year. So 400,000 people are going to be impacted. Why don't we get to have a select committee process? And get to represent how this bill...
That is 1/10 of the country's population.
Yeah, so why no select committee? Why don't we get to represent ourselves and explain how this amendment could impact us? And this isn't the first bill that she's done, the first amendment that she's done this with. This is the second bill, This is the second one. I don't know if it was the day before or something to do with rents and board.
Accommodation supplement and borders.
Yeah. No select committee on that one either.
Yeah, and it's a very uncommon encouragement is, if you've got a spare bedroom, get a boarder. Now it would be, get a boarder and lose $100 a week.
Yep. I mean, I had a look at the proposal for this piece of legislation, And again, I can put that in the chat so people can follow along. Just give me 2 seconds, folks. I have to move very quickly with this stuff. Please copy and paste. Yes, very good. Sorry about this, guys. Please click on that. Please let me know if it works. But I went down to section 6 under the objectives of the bill, and one of the key objections, and this really freaks the shit out of me, is support reductions in the number of people receiving job seekers support and increase exits into employment with a government target of 50,000 fewer people on job seeker support benefit by 2030. 6.2 or section 6.2 states reduce costs to the government by reducing benefit numbers, and 6.3 states enable welfare system settings that reinforce expectations to work. Now, here's the problem with the proposal that Louise Upton made. She has not explicitly excluded people who are currently on job seeker medical and supported living payments. She's only put that in the first one, where it's like, okay, job seeker support, we're going to decrease the number of people on job seeker, and then she hasn't carried that specificity over to 6.2 and 6.3. So technically, that could be open to saying, okay, that's now going to include people on job seeker medical and supported living payment. We've seen this pattern with Louise, where she's like, okay, my advisors have told me that Māori are going to be impacted by this bill, and that it's not going to, comply with the treaty principles. Who cares? My plan is better than the treaty principles. So I'm not going to put it past her to apply what I just stated to people on job seeker medical and supported living.
It's playing to the vibes of the News Talk ZB listener.
Yep.
How's the digesting of information going, Ray?
I'm reading multiple documents.
Yeah, it's not a simple bill. That it's not. This is a piece of crap attached to a gianter piece of crap.
Yeah, I assumed it was just a guideline, much like that World Summit 30-page article there 8 years ago. Everyone were up in arms about it. I thought it was just, agreeing to standards. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen through to the core yet.
Yeah, I mean, this bill's basically only been available for public scrutiny since Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, where was I?
It was under urgency, so
Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill.
Yep,
when I was reading that before, that makes sense so far.
Mm-hmm.
With a minimum mandatory checkup every 52 weeks. I understand the reasons for it because due to that discretionary review, things will become unchecked and.
But also, it doesn't sit there and change the date of, say, if you have reviews in between, such as you moved house, so you have an interim review, but it doesn't shift the date. Say, you've done a review in April when your review's due in September because you moved house in April. How about we put it to April next year? You still get the review in September, and you ask the question, and we see you've moved in April. Yes, that's correct.
Yes. I've always found that honesty was the best policy, and sometimes you just don't have time to meet with them. And
yeah, but I mean, it would be great if you just upload the documents anytime on my end today.
That would be nice. Yes.
Usually you have to get through on the phone, and they.
Yeah, I know, but you shouldn't have to ring up to open the portal. Put it this way: when I log into my IR, I don't have to ring up to say, "Please open the link." It's just like, here's the document.
Yeah.
Don't have to interact with anyone.
That's a good comparison. IRD are quite excellent.
Yeah, it literally, it's like, yes, it's like, please, sir, let me upload my documents to comply.
Yeah, I mean, if you read through that regulatory impact statement that I linked, it already highlights the fact that MSD is already overstretched. And so the fact is, it's not going to be as simple as just updating stuff. Like you said, you got to ring them up, and you got to do all this and got to do all that. So the only thing that's being automated is the decision-making process, right? And for that, they already need existing documents. They already need all that stuff. How are you going to get that uploaded and checked and everything?
Yeah, we have to get hold of a real person.
Yes.
Or go into the local WINS office.
So
Sorry. So we're suggesting that the automated decision-making process might be handled by AI rather than as a emergency plan that is a standard across.
While the steps in order to give the information to AI requires a real person. It requires a real person, whereas other comparable systems do it. Like, put it this way. You did your passport application online, it's about 2 years ago now, but did you have to ring up Internal Affairs to ask to upload your passport photo?
I don't think there were any phone
No.
consultations.
And I can tell you as your ID
email.
referee, I never got a phone call for either you or Stacey.
It took like 3 or 4 tries for the correct photo.
But see, that has an AI to make sure that the system works properly or not.
And then signed off by a human element.
No, because which that's something in there is, would the photo be rejected or accepted? And that makes sense.
Decision within an automated process where there is no substantial human involvement in making the decision.
So the automated decision making isn't really the problem here. That's more like, okay, cool, sweet, we have some improved efficiency. The problem is all the steps that you got to take.
Which is completely not efficient as it is. I mean, it's like you're literally like, it's like you want to go. You like. I mean, I don't know how you put it in a like. You want to go on internet banking. You have to do it, but you have to ring up the bank to literally let you go into your internet banking to sit there and do the info to upload the documents to put it on. It's it's like you have to sit there and ring permission to sit down there and let the pump to pump petrol after you've paid for it.
Yeah. Workflow rather than AI. Yeah, we've got all these, one-man army, smart young people, right, that can program this stuff.
Yes, we've got the talent. Yes, should we move on to the next question?
Yep.
I will be interested in Clause 5. I know no questions have been asked about Clause 5 yet, and we definitely want to get there, but we're trying to do this in a methodical way where we go through Clause 4 first. So I'm not going to ask the questions I've got about Clause 5 yet, but I would like to take another call because it is a very serious issue. So what I'd like the Minister to focus on is Clause 4 at the moment and answering our questions with regard to that. Now, if I have a look at the subpart 3A, which is being put into Clause 4, and go to the first paragraph of that, we get an indication that the benefits that are being affected are benefits designated by regulation. And if I go further through Clause 4, I can see the kinds of benefits that is not. That's at subpart 6 on page 4. I appreciate that things change and people want to give themselves flexibility, but what I don't know from this is what benefits are within scope. It's not like we've got a principle here we can follow. So I want to know what's different about the benefits that are excluded from everything else, and what happens with the width of what is going on here. So there is no attempt to give us a list of benefits that are within scope at the present time. I can see some commonality in some of the benefits that are excluded. Some of them are for children, and so I presume that they don't have borders if they're children, but some are not in that situation. People, as I've raised before, we've got people who have been on accommodation supplements in this situation, so they're working people in our country who would normally do what they like with their property, and they have been included in this group from what we can see. But where is the list, and why did we not try and develop a principle that applied? Because the concern raised by my friend Ed Gridleri is that we're really concerned there may be some other purposes to this bill, and it might be a lot wider than just simply looking at the boarding situation. And so the actual number of benefits that are included in this requirement seems to be at the whim of regulation. I'd like to know more about that. I want to link that in with my concerns I've got over the redactions in the regulatory impact statement. The one that really most alarms me is a redaction that leads me to this kind of scrutiny and worry. That is the one at page 4, and it is paragraph 6, where the heading is, what is a policy problem or opportunity? And we've been given 2 paragraphs, and then we have a redaction. And for the life of me, I can't think what it would be that would need to be redacted, unless there was some other opportunity that wasn't being laid out, and I don't see that as being appropriately redacted. So I would like the assurance of the Minister that there isn't some wider or other purpose in that redaction, and that is disclosed, because the same thing happens at page 1 of the regulatory impact statement in the purpose definition. And I expressed my concern in my speech about that to actually redact the purpose is a little bit unusual and it's a bit of a concern. I think one of the things that any reasonable opposition needs to know is what is the purpose, the full purpose, not part of the purpose, the whole purpose. Otherwise, we really are going to worry, and so should the public, because if there is an extreme purpose or there is a different purpose, I think that's part of our job to know, and it certainly doesn't fit with any kind of privilege that I understand would allow redaction. So can I understand that, particularly because I'm concerned about the width of the amount of benefits that might be subject to this process in the future. Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Chair, I would direct the member to the bill and the explanatory note, which clearly states the objectives of the bill, and on page 2, the list that are included in the mandatory reviews.
How long could you last if you could no longer work? If you've been injured or diagnosed with this...
Okay. Great ad from Nigel Latta. Great to see that he still exists.
Oh my God, the timing of that bill, the timing of that ad was great. Okay, so Ray, to answer your question, I've tried very hard to get the specific regulatory impact statement for this amendment. I couldn't find it. I tried very hard. I looked at the bill. I put in punched in all the dates and everything that this would be associated with. I looked up and down the website, couldn't find it. This was the closest thing I could get to it. So if you're trying to follow along, let's say, page 1 of this regulatory impact statement, you're not going to find it in what I've just posted because it's not exactly the same regulatory impact statement. But there's crossover.
Sure. No worries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, okay. So, Louise, no, she didn't answer anything. She just said, look at the bill, bro.
Look at the bill, bro. I'm not answering the question. I'm looking for Topor.
Yeah, and she's doing this because she knows that everyone's going to vote. Yep. She's not being challenged. She doesn't have to answer shit.
Yeah.
No, she's already given the thumbs up to it. X gave the thumbs up to it. New Zealand First gave the thumbs up to this.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Or shall we move on to the next person?
I'm happy to move on.
Okay.
Mr Chair, I am going to be speaking to Part 1, Clause 4, which is where the introductions to the mandatory reviews are. I am the spokesperson for disabled people for the Greens, and I take that role really seriously. And I know that it is my job to uplift the voices of those people who were not able to participate in a select committee process because we are rushing this through under urgency.
That's right.
This morning, I have had emails from people in that disabled community, and they have asked me to ask specific questions because they're really worried about this bill and what it means for them, and they really want to have clarity. And because they didn't get a chance to have their say, to ask these questions in the select committee process, I know the Minister knows that one of the biggest sayings that they say is nothing about us without us. And in the regulatory impact statement, there is a section here on page 7, which is about the population groups that it impacts. And there's a whole section here for disabled people. And one of the questions that we got emailed today was asking what advice the Minister sought about the effects this legislation will have on disabled people. And in this page 7 of the regulatory impact statement and part 23, I'm really curious to know here where it says to mitigate this, we are proposing the ability for MSD to allow appropriate exceptions, extensions and exemptions to clients who are not able to respond to these mandatory reviews due to their circumstances. This ability will ensure that clients are not negatively impacted due to no fault of their own. So I would like to ask the Minister what work has been done, what advice has been sought to ensure that those appropriate exceptions and extensions and exemptions to disabled clients have been taken into account in this piece of legislation. And when I'm looking at, still in clause 4 here, 310D, MSD must notify or advise beneficiaries. If we move down to part 2, Roman numeral 3, sorry, clause 2, Roman numerals 3, it is concerning here that it says unless an exemption, an exception or an extension applies, the beneficiary's benefit will be suspended if the beneficiary fails to provide the information by the deadline specified in section 310C, bracket 1 or bracket 2, or the date specified in the extension. So just to recap there, I really would love the Minister to engage with these questions that are coming from the disabled community, because they didn't get a chance to have their time in Select Committee, about what advice the Minister has sought and what has been put into this legislation that protects disabled people from being impacted negatively due to no fault of their own. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr. Chair, I went through that in quite length in my answer to a previous question, and I don't want members opposite me to misrepresent what I've said. I was very careful about explaining that the Ministry of Social Development are well used to working with people with disabilities. The way the mandatory review has been set up, with a range of ways that they can engage in that process. And I've also already said about how the exemptions will be stated in regulations, so I'm not going to repeat myself.
I wonder if the list of communication methods include Morse code, telegrams, what do you call it, courier parcels, smoke signals, yelling out the window and get the neighbours to pass it on down there, ringing up the auntie who lives down the road who has the only landline to run the cordless phone out. What sort of methods are available?
God, she dodged that question like how Neo in the Matrix dodged all those bullets. That's Louise right now. She's dodging all of these questions, and it's like, oh my fucking God. It's like, look, it's like, do you think 20 days is enough for people to, I don't know, meet their obligations? I'm not going to answer
how long
that
does
question.
it take to get your letter?
Yeah. I mean,
I can tell you right now, I don't know how long it sat in the letter. Actually, I'll find out from the postmark. I've just received a letter today.
Are you reading?
I can hear you.
This is the one where the wireless dongle reverted to some factory default, so I can't actually use it as a wireless headset.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
I'll be guilty. I've thrown the letter into the bin, but I received today my leisure card from the Wellington City Council by post.
Mm-hmm.
And it got ordered last Friday, and I don't know when it arrived in the PO box, but it was there today, where it wasn't there last Sunday when I went to last check the PO box.
I mean, to be fair, depending on what you're receiving from WINS, a lot of it's done digitally now. But not everyone has access to, I don't know, a reliable computer, right? So some people actually still rely on physical mail, for whatever reason. But yeah, the 20-day extensions. I mean, some clients will have circumstances that prevent them from responding to their mandatory reviews. We propose to introduce legislative amendments to allow MSD to implement. Okay, so is this from the regulatory impact statement? It is. Okay, cool. Yep. Extensions where review data can be extended by up to 20 working days if MSD determines that a client has good sufficient reason for needing more time to respond to the review. The regulatory impact provides no statements on the potential issues of having a 20-day extension period, whether or not it's enough or whether or not it's not enough. But, this is probably due, and I can look at the... You can open up regulatory impact statements and have a look at the limitations, right? That's like near the top, like the first page. They stated that there was a lack of public consultation and there was limited scope. And they even went as far in that same regulatory impact statement, the one that I have posted in the chat previously, that they hoped that this was going to go to Select Committee where they could have got more data and information on this. It didn't. It's like, we're very hopeful that it's going to go to Select Committee. No, we're just going to do it under urgency. Because
so even the regulatory impact statement was hoping for it to go to Select Committee.
Yeah, to get more data and get more information.
Yeah.
It didn't go.
Yeah. Okay, shall we see who's up next?
Yep.
Okay. It's that one there.
Jackson.
Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add on to some of the kōrero that I've been putting through on this bill, particularly in terms of the punitive strategy that this government has employed, which has really upset many of our people out there, Mr. Chair. So given that position, I've put an amendment in that I think will help the Minister in terms of giving people time to comply, which we don't think is would add too much of a problem. I'm looking at clause 4, obviously, a new subpart 3A, amending new clause 310C, and in terms of if the beneficiary fails to comply with a requirement under this section, MSD must suspend. What we're wanting to do here is insert a 30-day time frame, Mr. Chair, for the Minister to consider. And why wouldn't you consider that? As per some of my previous contributions on the bill, it's about providing a reasonable time frame, Mr. Chair, for clients to comply and ensures that we don't have whānau on the streets. I mean, it's pretty simple, really. Why wouldn't you just give them a bit of space, given all the complexities that whānau are going through, particularly our disabled community? It's already been mentioned, Māori communities and the disparities, and I will get onto that a little bit later on. But I'd like the Minister to explain how not having a reasonable time frame will not lead to more family solo mums and job seekers on the streets. And also to the Minister, can she explain what assessment has she considered on the potential of a spike in homelessness, particularly in Auckland, and the impact on young people on rangatahi? So I would have thought that this type of amendment would be something that the government would look at, because again, it just gives people at ground level the space, the time that is needed, and so it's a serious amendment rather than come in with a big hammer and take people out, and all of a sudden we have whānau in stress. So we don't want to keep seeing families or people out on the street. So why would you not consider a time frame, a more comfortable time frame, so people can manage their lives, get their whānau together, and get the right paperwork in? It's an amendment I'd like the Minister and Government to consider. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be useful just to remind the House that in these areas of assistance, there is already a requirement for someone who's receiving support to advise MSD of a change of circumstances. So as soon as there's a change of circumstances, there is a requirement, and I'm sure the member knows that, to advise MSD of a change of circumstances. I accept that not everybody does that when the circumstances change. So the mandatory review, if you like, is a fallback, because what we don't want to do is see people who haven't advised a change of circumstances that affects their eligibility, that then leads to an overpayment, and an overpayment over many months is what currently occurs, and leads people into significant levels of debt to MSD. So when we talk about the things that cause stress to clients of MSD, that is one of the highest. So part of what this review process will do is catch those problems early and ensure that there are not difficulties. Going back to the question of disabled people, I can quite proudly say that I've consulted extensively with the Minister of Disability Issues around this policy.
I do love it how the ads seem to like to come on at the right points.
Yeah, I mean, hey, shout out to that algorithm. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am. Shout out to that algorithm.
That could have been deliberate as well from Kiwi Pulse.
Yeah, So shout out to that algorithm. It's got good comedic timing. Okay, so I've got that regulatory impact statement open, not the one that I really want to look at, but the one that I've had to be forced to look at. That I've been forced to link to because for whatever reason the bill doesn't link us to the correct one.
It's what happens when you have rush jobs.
Yeah, we don't even get a proper citation for the regulatory impact statement. Holy fuck, Louise, what are you doing? Okay, so or whoever wrote that, fix it. So in respects to proposals 1 and 2, introducing traffic light system, the costs involved. So this is how much it's going to cost to upgrade the IT and everything. It's going to cost $6.5 million for IT changes, and introducing a reapplication for job seeker clients every 6 weeks. The costs involve one-off costs, which include capital investment of $4.7 million. So we don't even have that yet. Where is it?
Exactly. Where is it?
Where is it? We've got a front line that's absolutely stretched to the bone, right? And you want them to do all this extra shit for what?
I love Bernadette's comment about I'm still pretty sure they're using Windows 95 and dial-up. Well, no, I don't think they're using Windows 95 and dial-up, but the way they go, might as well use Windows 95 and dial-up because it's still just as slow.
I mean, I can go find stats for how much homelessness costs in New Zealand. And I'm sure it's going to cost a lot more than what the savings are going to be. How many people end up in prison? How much does it cost to go to a private prison? I don't know. Fuck. How much does it cost to go to hospital if you're sick because you don't have a house? I don't know. How much money are we going to lose because you can't get a job because you don't have a house that you can get shit sent to? I don't know.
PO box that's down there and costs, what is it? $2.80 a year I pay for my PO box now.
Yeah, you expect someone who hasn't got a home to pay for a PO box?
Yeah. So that's $2.80. Yeah, so it's not exactly cheap.
It's like, hey, you've just had your benefit cut. You can't get a job. Go get a PO box. You know, it's like, come on. It's like, they're lucky if they've got a working phone at this point. Like not just a brick phone.
Well,
actually, yeah. Need a landline. Can't even get a landline.
Yeah. Well, considering landlines are not considered a standard thing at home now, whereas there was one day you couldn't even ring the 0800 number from a cell phone, and now a landline's not even considered a normal thing to have at home.
Yeah. Like the costs to benefits haven't been properly calculated out, right? Like I just said, how much does it cost to send someone into hospital because they've developed an illness or an injury due to not having safe accommodation? How much does it cost to keep someone in prison? How much does it because they've had to break the law to get something to fucking eat?
Yeah.
Well, someone's looked at it.
Yeah, someone has looked at it. Yeah, just probably not the right.
Who's being paid? Like maybe you need standardized.
Yeah, I mean, Louise hasn't looked at it. I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah. Should we move on to the next question?
Yep.
While I'm trying to do multiple things at once.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
A lighter touch implementation of the TLS could see the.
The Minister has said repeatedly that this is a simple bill, and I'm assuming that's why it's being rushed through all stages under urgency. But it does have the ability to impact a number of people. I think, off the top of my head from the RIS, over 300,000 people in a very punitive way as well. I appreciate the Minister wants to focus on the fact that people might be overpaid, or they might have a change in their circumstances that mean that they get extra support. I take the Minister's point there, but the flip side is equally true, that in 20 working days, someone who doesn't respond to this now compulsory review could have their benefit completely cut. So that is the point that we would like to, I guess, scrutinise, Mr. Speaker, because that is a massive impact to a large number of people potentially. And who are we talking about? If you just look at the supported living payment alone, this is people who are either permanently and severely restricted in their ability to work because of a health condition, injury or disability, or totally blind, and this means that they could have a condition that affects their capacity to work for more than 2 years, or a life expectancy of less than 2 years. And people who are on these benefits, this and the disability allowance, for example, Mr. Speaker, are dependent on this money to be able to meet their needs and their cost of living. So this is important, and that's why we're taking the time to scrutinise the impacts of this bill. It's also because the way, looking at the RIS and the bill itself, I'm also speaking to clause 4 that inserts the new subpart 3A of part 6, because there's quite a bit in this one particular clause. And I do want to go through, or I would like the Minister to, I guess, give us a little bit more insight into that review process, because while I take the Minister's point that there is already a requirement for someone whose circumstances has changed to inform MSD, I get that. Presumably the Minister has some information that this is not happening and therefore it's become a mandatory requirement. What is the information that's being sought? So the Minister was quite clear that, for example, for disabled people, that they would not have to go through the onerous process of getting a doctor's, justifying that their disability hasn't gone away, and that is good. That would have made this a lot worse had that requirement not, or that bit not been in there. But what information is MSD going to be proactively asking for through the process of this review? That's my first question around the review. I also want a little bit of clarification, because between the bill and the RIS, my understanding is that the review, so the automated system sends out an email or whatever saying that, informing the client there is a review. The client then has 20 working days to respond. And according to the RIS, if the client doesn't respond to their review, their assistance can be stopped on the review date. So within 20 working days, someone who perhaps hasn't seen this automated requirement could actually have their benefit cut completely. Is that correct, Minister? I'd like some clarification around that and what information will be required as well. I also have a little bit of, I would like some clarification around the wording between the RIS and the bill around the 52-week provision, or the mandatory review in 52 weeks, is different, because in the RIS it says at least once in 52 weeks. Are there then circumstances that the Minister thinks that might warrant a review conducted twice within a 52-week period? Is there a possibility that there will be more than one review within this 52-week period? I would like to know that, because
Mr. Chair, while the Minister has consulted extensively with herself on this bill as the Minister for Disability Issues, what I'd like to know is whether she's actually consulted with those who will be impacted potentially by this, the disability communities, because I'm sure she's heard the motto, nothing about us without us. For quite a long time, that was not put in practice with disability communities. There's a huge amount of anxiety from the community about that. Mr. Chair, I've got a few more points that I'd like to get to, and I'd like to finish this as well. Thank you. So I would like to know what consultation, if any, has happened with disabled people, with people on the disability allowance and receiving the supported living payment on the potential impact to them as a result of this legislative change. I do also want to point out, I made quick mention of it, but has the Minister heard from disabled people the anxiety around even the current provision of a 52-week review? Now, I'll draw the Minister's attention to some of the submissions. I know CCS Disability, for example, put a submission in. It is to a different bill, the Social Security Amendment Bill, but that was when job seeker reviews was going from 52 weeks to 26 weeks. And overwhelmingly, the response or the submissions to that was that it was unfair, but that even 52 weeks caused a huge amount of anxiety. So we do have, while we don't have a select committee process to tease out the detail of this bill, that is transferable submission. And has the Minister considered the submissions to that bill that are relevant to this provision, and how then does she justify increasing the anxiety for people who are already feeling a significant amount of stress at the status quo? So the other question that I have around the particular review is of the specified benefits. So it says in this clause and in the bill that it only relates to specific benefits, and I would like some clarification from the Minister as to why these benefits are in and others aren't. Is that because this is also related to the previous bills, and the requirement is for those receiving these specified benefits to share information around their boarding situations? I see that that's a significant part of this bill as well. Is there a correlation between that and the specified benefits that are captured in this legislation? I do also want to get some clarity around the exceptions regime that is in this bill, and I note that they are quite specific. It is good that a client in a residential disability care facility or a rest home is in the exceptions part of this bill and will not be subjected to a mandatory review. But it looks to me from this list that the bar is incredibly high. So only those in the residential disability care facilities or rest homes, only when there's a state of local or national emergency where MSD then can't do what they need to do to carry out this. But who decides the exemptions list? There is also a bit in the bill that says exemptions where MSD can exempt an individual, so that's proactive, if someone contacts them proactively. Is there any flexibility in this, or does the automation remove that flexibility as well? What flexibility does MSD have to create an exception for someone from this mandatory review? These are examples, I take that these are examples in the bill, but are there any other circumstances where an exception can be considered by MSD? Finally, and I'll just end on this, the Minister mentioned that there is, I think she said, a raft of ways to undertake the review and for MSD staff to be flexible when they're dealing with, for example, disabled people or people for whom English may be a second language. And I would like the Minister to share what some of those ways are in terms of flexibility. Again, given the huge amount of correspondence that I've been getting, and I know she's been getting too, because we're often copied into the same emails, around that anxiety that disabled people specifically have with MSD already. This compounds that, and I'd like to know what flexibility MSD staff have.
And just before we go, my guess is no, I do not think Louise is going to answer the question. Laura.
Okay, I bet $1 million that she's not going to answer it. If she answers it, here's what I'll do. I'll eat my hat. I'll eat the woke hat.
Will Louise answer the questions?
Flip a coin.
50%. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, 40%. Hope. Sorry, I was reading a lot. Go.
Mr. Chair, it might be helpful to go through again some of what that mandatory review covers, but just a reminder, every client of MSD has a responsibility upon receipt of financial support from taxpayers to advise MSD of any change of circumstances. So the first thing is that the automated decision-making step or process at the start is purely to notify a client by My MSD or by post. It's not a separate system, it's using their existing systems. So MSD will send notification to the client asking them to confirm the information they hold on them. That information will be totally dependent on their circumstances, but will include things like their income, including their partner's income, their relationship status, if they have dependent children in their care, boarder or renter information, disability-related costs and accommodation costs. So that is and I've gone through the process and ways that they can provide that information, so I'm not going to go over that again. If a client says to MSD they need more time to correct that information or provide that information, an extension may be granted. If the client doesn't respond within the time frame, then MSD will suspend the benefit until they get the information they require, and of course then they'd restart the benefit based on those circumstances.
Francisco.
Well, I think she tried to answer it, but she didn't answer it to a satisfactory level and did not address the premises of the question from Priyanka.
No, she asked some really good questions, and the key one that stuck out to me is there flexibility with MSD staff when it comes to automated decision making? Did she answer that question? I didn't hear an answer.
Yeah.
She's just like, well, beneficiaries can upload their stuff through a number of different ways, and I'm not going to answer the question. Then sat down again.
Like, it's kind of saying it's already a flexible situation, but you're right. I'd prefer a bit more upfront, straight talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about automated decision making here, and having flexibility around the decision that it's come to.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I believe that is included, and here is why, or I have said so already.
But we have, as we've seen at the beginning of this, she hasn't given an answer. I haven't heard an answer from the start of this process around this use of this technology and whether or not MSD will have flexibility around decision making. There's a bit there in the bill about 20 days, granting that extension, but there's not much beyond that.
Actually, this is something not Bernadette's brought up. And I know what it's like to have that actually happen is I have my mail sent to a PO box. And I remember last year when I moved from Coromandel Street to Gordon Street, I updated my details. Someone at MSD decided without telling me, without contacting me, and this is the second time I've done it, removed my PO box. In turn, over that, and because I didn't know, because I was none the wiser, because I left it in there, and so then when I randomly out of the blue, my community services card arrived. At the same point, a former flatmate of mine was hanging around, stalking the place. Now, that particular flatmate, I left because of domestic violence. In turn, MSD's bad decision there jeopardised my safety. They have still not dealt with the complaint. It is 14 months now where that complaint is unresolved. 14 months. You haven't resolved it, because someone was stupid enough. All you have to do is give me a phone call. You could send me an email. Hey, Mr. Summers, I just want to check to make sure there's no mistake. You still have the PO box? Yes. Okay, sweet as, no problem. I won't remove the details. But because no one does that simple check, my safety got jeopardised.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This
And put it this way.
Yeah.
Was it 4 doors down from the house was the Wellington City Mission.
And this is why this
partly why I had to move. Now, I don't know if James was heading there, that sort of thing. But besides the point, my safety was jeopardised because someone made a bad call. No one's taken responsibility for it. I'm the one who had to sit down there and figure out how to sit down there and wrangle up a bond. If it wasn't for the phone call from Kim to the Martin Harvester store, I wouldn't have had $1,400 in the bank account literally that day to sit there and pay the bond. Because, when you move out, not everything lines up.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. No select committee process, so we don't get to hear these accounts. With potential issues with having these 20-day exceptions or whatever it may be. And I have been so stressed watching this debate. And the lack of clarity and answers from Louise. And I get where Ray is coming from when you want to engage in good faith. I understand. And I'm sorry if I got a bit grouchy. But I'm not angry at people that are asking questions. I'm angry at Louise for not being transparent and for not giving us the opportunity to engage on this amendment. She denied us that by taking it to urgency. And that's what's really hurting me, because it's a slap in the face.
Yeah.
And you are reminding me of and the chat's reminding me, how did that miss? All you had to do was put it in the box, follow the procedure for your department, and make sure you spend somebody, checks in with each other. I don't understand how it doesn't happen. I have better luck, which suggests prejudice, and I dislike that strongly.
Yeah, it's
dealings with MSD, but whenever I did, I had like the 6 weeks, 3 weeks grind of well, stand down and make sure you've done everything, blah blah blah, and then usually when it's good, it's good, and then I find a job, fine. But others don't seem to get that.
It's possibly because
it's wonderful, but
it might be because you probably have complained at the past and that there has been notes put on file, don't muck around. Because I do know there was at one stage on my file that was don't muck around, it's not worth the hassle. I do know that was on there at one stage.
I was always very thorough and I mean, usually when I ended up there, it was because I needed counselling because of life pressure. So I suppose there's that. I was put into that stream, but I don't know. Like, definitely the language barrier is a big part of it, and yeah, you got to start the day well.
I'm just really upset with how this is going to mostly impact disabled people, because all of them have trouble. They already have trouble communicating. They're already stressed. Yeah. And then you put more pressure on them to comply. And it's like what Pamjit Palmer said. It's like, just comply and everything will be okay. Well, some people have trouble complying because they don't understand what they need to comply with.
Yeah. And also the thing of just comply. Is it actually, was the compliance request reasonable?
Yeah. And was it ethical?
You don't want to be telling Blake Forbes to sit there and walk into the Winds office. It ain't going to happen. And if you punish him because he does not sit there and work, doesn't change the fact that he can't walk in there and needs to be in there in a wheelchair. And that's the problem. We've got dickheads in work and income who do these stupid things.
I woke up and cried this morning because that's how stressful this bill is. I have had a younger brother who was on Job Seekers, and he was told by a case manager that ADHD isn't real. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get a job. Otherwise, you got to leave home, okay? Or we're going to cut your benefit. Go get a job. Just completely ignoring the fact that he has an actual diagnosis for a condition that impacts his ability to work, and his case manager refused to listen to him. This is what we're talking about.
So we're dealing with crackpot people who sit there and go, oh, ADHD's a fad because I heard that on the platform with Sean Plunkett.
Yeah. And maybe an automated decision process can help to prevent those sort of outcomes. Maybe it can. I don't know. But I would have loved to have had data around this.
Yeah.
But we don't have it. And it's gone to urgency. So we don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see who's up next.
Fernandez. I just wanted to ask questions about this, and I'm happy to relate it to a specific part of the legislation, which is clause 4, subpart 310, around a within 52 weeks sort of section. Now, the regulatory impact statement on page 11 describes how the cost could potentially be offset by an estimated 238 million in BORE, that's benefits or related expenses savings. So over the next 5 years, due to an extra 225,000 clients being reviewed. My question is around can the minister please provide a specific breakdown of that $238 million figure? Because it just seems like quite perverse that we're looking to balance the budget on the backs of some of the most vulnerable people in the country. This is almost a quarter of $1 billion. So is that $238 million? Is that an upper range? Is that a middle range? Or is that the low range of the situation? And we would really like to see the modeling, including if there's specific breakdowns on the benefit groups, whether that's the main benefit, the disability benefit, the accommodation supplement, the New Zealand superannuation. And look, we have a right to this information because we would be getting this information during select committee, and it's just necessary for the process of good lawmaking for us to be getting this information. And I'll also give a second reason why the minister should give this information, is that this information is out here. We can OIA it. The consequence of us OIAing it is that we will receive this information in 20 or 40 or however many working days. That will generate its own media story. It will probably be quite a bad one. If the minister tries to redact the information, we might have to go to the Ombudsman's office, and then the story is about hiding information, so it's double compounded. Whereas if the minister released the information right here, tabled the information, included it in the list of information, that will probably not get that much coverage. There's been a lot of budget legislation. If we're lucky, that will probably get two or three lines, maybe in newsroom, maybe in the spin-off. Whereas if the minister tries to redact, tries to hide this information, this is going to lead to actually bigger and more damaging media stories for the government. So it's in the minister's political interest to actually release this information, but it's also in the public interest for us to have this information. And I also want to ask a specific question around how it mentions there's an extra 225,000 clients being reviewed under the paragraph 43. How does that relate to paragraph 40, which says that the staff will be able to manually process approximately 332,000 reviews each year? Is that 225,000 additional to that 332,000, or is that a subset of that 332,000 reviews each year? Because the next part of the questioning that I want to get into is what is the sort of current capacity for the department to be able to do this? And I know that there's an additional investment that's being made in the systems to do that, but what is the baseline that the minister is working towards? How many reviews currently not related to this are they doing each year? And how much additional work will it actually create for the staff? Like, has there been any time and motion studies that actually measure the amount of time it takes for employees to actually process and review these applications? Are there different sort of bespoke processes depending on which category of benefit group that they're actually reviewing? And there's been a lot of mention of the so-called the automated decision-making process. Now, presumably, what is the ratio of the decision-making towards AI and towards staff? And what additional roles that will be created in MSD that actually relate to having AI expertise to be able to design, handle, and actually work with these models? I'll have some more questioning when we get to that actual part. I'm really interested on exactly what sort of models the minister will be using, but I'll save those questions for when we get to that section. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
So Louise has chosen not to answer the question yet, or maybe she's tabling data.
I don't know what she's doing, but this is a common thing with Louise. Every time I see her, you know, we have a lack of transparency with her. We have a lack of consultation with her. We have a lack of her listening to her advisors with her. I mean, it's pretty clear she has one goal, and that's to make cuts. She doesn't care about offering support or, you know, help for people that need a job. She just wants cuts. And that much is clear when she made that proposal.
Yeah.
She's like, too many. First thing in that proposal was 20,000 people, you know, or X amount of people. There's too many on the benefit. Must make cuts.
Yeah.
There's no statement around I am concerned about the mental well-being and level of independence of people who are on the, none of that. It's just her going bam straight into it. Too many people on the benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you always need somewhat. When I was self-employed, I was introduced to the people that would get through to me and work so we could match pace and build confidence. I don't think MSD are supposed to be responsible for that and for too long to try out that and see if you know, check out, are they just having a laugh and taking the government for a ride, etc. But that's really not on them. They're supposed to work with their team leader or whatever. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean,
hold your microphone closer.
Work with your team leader, guys.
I mean, I've looked at previous data around compliance rates. Most people that are on the benefit are complying with the existing rules. Okay. We went over this last week around the data around how many people. Yeah, so she's making a mountain out of a molehill, trying to make cuts. You know, so I just quoted from the regulatory impact statement that further strain on MSD case management is likely to occur if the forecasted weakening economic conditions result in greater number of people seeking income support from MSD, limiting the capacity of case managers to focus on other aspects of their role. So this is coming. This is in the regulatory impact statement, and she's just like, nope, we're making cuts anyways. We're doing it. There's a poor analysis here between costs and benefits with what she's proposing. Very poor analysis. She hasn't done the work. And I'm incredibly angry with her as a minister.
Yeah. I mean, put it this way. I'm not sure who's worse, her or Paul Bennett.
Her.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think it's Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not an area of my expertise around social security, but I think there are some obvious questions to be asked around new Clause 4, new Section 310B, and this period of 52 weeks. So it's specified that the review has to be carried out within 52 weeks. What I'm finding interesting is what flexibility is available. There doesn't seem to be any available given that 52-week deadline, but what flexibility is available around holiday periods? Now, and the obvious one for us is the Christmas New Year shutdown. New Zealand goes on holiday over Christmas New Year, and we all just, those of us who can, go to the beach. Even if not going to the beach, it is the Christmas break. There are a number of public holidays in that time. That's typically the time when families are taking time off as well. It is the annual celebration. Now, if I can just liken it to some stuff that comes through from the tax law, that at that stage, tax returns are typically due by the 7th of the month, but in January, the date is extended out to the 15th of the month. Just because of, I'd have to go and look that up exactly, but I'm sure the Minister gets the principle there, that there is extra time allowed over holiday periods in order to just give people a little bit more time to comply with their obligations, simply because of the way that holidays concatenate and build up, and it's not just the public holidays that are available at that time, there's also our social practices, that Christmas, New Year is a time that people actually turn their mind to other obligations. Now, it's not just the people who are receiving benefits, of course, who go on leave, or they're not on leave, they're taking a break at that time of the year, but it's actually the people working in MSD. So there's typically fewer staff available. I just want to know, is there a possibility to have some flexibility built in around, in particular, that Christmas New Year period, or is that 52 weeks an absolutely hard deadline? Is there some capacity within MSD to have policy that would enable there to be a little bit more time available over the Christmas New Year period? I can't think of other particular holiday periods during the year, possibly around Easter, but of course Easter is a movable feast, and other public holidays don't tend to build up in quite the same way that the Christmas New Year holidays do, when there are 4 public holidays within a very short space of time. So if the Minister could just give some assurance around flexibility, if there is any, or what might be done with internal MSD policy, even if it's not quite exactly specified that way in the law, that would be very helpful.
Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Chair, I do want to just remind the House that this was related to legislation that we passed earlier and is accounted for in savings in Budget 24. As I mentioned yesterday, some of the forecasts of the saving are difficult to estimate, and particularly in this one, because what we do recognise is actually the prevention of people going into debt. How do you actually assess that? And I think that's a really important one. In terms of information that will be coming out, as it usually does under normal release processes, I want to just come back to a comment, though, that Helen White raised about redactions. It is standard practice that when there is any legal advice that is provided, it's redacted, and that is the same. A former member asked about staff time, and I had said earlier, so I'll repeat for his information, although I don't like repeating, ADM actually frees up staff time to have those important conversations with clients.
I mean, I remember having to go through nearly the whole month of December. It was the beginning of December, I went and applied for the unemployment benefit because my hours, I couldn't live. And by the time my benefit was granted, it was the 5th of January. And I had to go through, like, there were so many things. Like, I couldn't get granted a benefit before Christmas because I had to do pre-benefit tasks. That took me a week before I could get the first seminar to start the pre-benefit task. The pre-benefit task finished on the working day before Christmas. And I had to wait to do the pre-benefit task before I could even book that appointment to sit and do it. And I had to have it for the 5th of January. It didn't also help when the case manager sat down there and changed my start benefit date to the 19th of December when it should have been something like the 6th of December. You know, because apparently it didn't comply with the law. So she changed it to comply with the law. But the fact was I couldn't get it done in time. And it's like, how do you sit down there and get a system in place? Like, yes, the tax law has it. I can confirm that. My GST return for October, November is due on the 15th of January, along with the payment. But the previous return and the return after are due on the 28th of November and the 28th of February.
I mean, what Louise is doing here in her inability to answer these questions highlights a few issues with the government as it currently stands. We don't have enough ministers, for starters, so she's probably overstretched to hell.
Probably too many portfolios.
Too many portfolios, yep. She can't answer the questions. And, you know, the people that are writing the regulatory impact statements are not given enough time to do data collecting. You know, she's like, oh, I can't estimate it. Well, that's because you haven't done the work. That's why you can't provide.
I mean, the bill shouldn't be under urgency. It should be going for select committee.
That's why it shouldn't have gone under urgency. So, no, we've got to do it now. We've got to get as many savings as we can for the landlords and the corporations. What are we doing here? What is this? This is shit. And you're shitting on beneficiaries who don't even have the ability to represent themselves because you denied them a select committee.
And I mean, I also don't believe the complaints. Like, they're talking about how that MSD has like a really high satisfaction rate. I don't believe they're dealing with the complaints properly at all. Because if we look on Let's Talk Working Income, we look on Working Income Advocates, both of those groups have daily concerns, many of them contradictory to law.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I think another thing this highlights is that Luxon is a terrible prime minister as well.
Yeah.
How many fucking portfolios does everyone have? You know.
Well, it has been said that this is the government that has the most. It's the most portfolios ever. It's something like over 70.
It's like, we need 4 years.
But I mean, how many associate ministers of justice are there? I mean, ACT has 2 for a start.
Mm-hmm. That's how big all of this is. And it's like, we want 4 more years to get through it all. No, get more damn ministers for starters. How about that? Make Parliament bigger.
Yeah.
Too much work.
Right. Yes, you can comment on YouTube, but we've not hit any words.
He's restarting, but
okay.
I just, it's like you've got the ACT Party saying, no, we need a smaller government. Well, here's a great case example of why you need more ministers.
Why you need more MPs. You need...
Yeah. Too small, you can't get shit done.
Yeah, you got ministers. I've already answered that question. No, you haven't.
I'm a libertarian. I'm saying get more fucking MPs.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to see who's next.
Doyle. Benjamin Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still looking at Clause 4 here, with particular interest in Part 3A, of course. My colleague to my right, Ingrid Leary, rightly said that we touched very briefly on reference to Māori communities and the impacts on Māori in an earlier call. And thank you to the Minister for mentioning Māori in her response, though she did say she didn't want to talk about it. So I want to expand a little bit further to a slightly different point that is about Te Tiriti o Waitangi in regards to that particular clause. In the regulatory impact statement released by the Ministry for Social Development, which is fantastic because they turned that around incredibly fast, and it is actually the only thing that we can utilise in reference to this bill, given we don't have a select committee opportunity to hear from members of the communities who will be affected most by this bill. Māori, of course, are particularly affected. They are disproportionately affected. So, Te Tiriti o Waitangi implications on page 7 of the regulatory impact statement. It is brief. Unfortunately, it would be good if it was in more detail. But it describes in paragraph 24, MSD's privacy, human rights and ethics framework incorporates guidance on aligning MSD's processes to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi. As part of that process, MSD will assess mandatory reviews against the ADM standard. My question for the Minister is how? We would really like to understand with some detail how this will happen. We would usually be able to tease out and understand these mechanisms in Select Committee and go through the details. Unfortunately, due to the nature of urgency, we need to do that here so that there is transparency and we can have fair and public debate about this issue. So, how will the Minister ensure an alignment with this process to Te Tiriti o Waitangi? So, I want to request, Mr. Chair, that we are told in detail, not just that it will happen. And the reason for this is because the public may start to question the assurances that are given if they are not providing detail as to how it is happening. Public perception of the Ministry for Social Development is crucial to the effectiveness of its purpose. The RIS directly speaks about the fact that there is a risk to public perception if there is a lack of transparency. I am requesting detail and clarity from the Minister around how, as it states in the regulatory impact statement, the Ministry for Social Development will meet this requirement. It states it as a fact, so I would like details and assurance from the Minister, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rachel Boyett.
Appreciate the opportunity to take a call and...
Okay, so Louise doesn't like to ask Benjamin Doyle's questions.
No, and I can answer it for them.
Good. Let's hear Laura's answer.
Yeah, so this is what Louise Upston actually said in her bill proposal. She said, my officials have advised me that the bill is unlikely to comply with the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. However, my view is that Māori are more likely to benefit from the policies contained within the bill due to their disproportionate representation in the affected cohort, and those changes will help support them into employment. You know what? If she actually said that out loud, that would be fucking horrible for her.
Yeah.
So but basically, let me put that into summary. I ignored my advisors because my idea is better.
Yeah.
This amendment does not align with the Treaty of Waitangi.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would have spoken up and said, "Yeah, this is what the work we've done. This is what we've done." No, she didn't even take that call. She's like, "No, I don't want to repeat myself." You haven't even said anything, and you're not being truthful.
Yeah, like this has been a whole heap of questions and not enough answers.
Like, I wish I had access to that regulatory impact statement, but I don't. I've looked. Where's the transparency, Louise? You can't even link us to the correct fucking regulatory impact statement. I had to dig through Google to find something that is remotely related.
Yeah.
What is that?
Okay, I think next up is Rachel Boyack, or Rachel
This is my first
Brockie,
call on this
one of
bill.
the two.
And I do want to just reiterate what my colleague Benjamin Doyle from the Green Party has said, which is that we don't have a select committee process, and there is a lot of detail in here, which is why we are getting into detailed scrutiny of the bill, because it's important for the Hansard as well. For example, if there are challenges through benefit reviews, those types of things, it's important actually that the Hansard captures the intent of the government, because it's the kind of thing that you would rely on in that type of situation. So this is one of the reasons why we are digging in terms of the questions. And so I want to come also to Clause 4. I have some further questions related to this on Clause 5, but I'll wait until we get to Clause 5 to ask specific questions around the automated process. And I want to come back to some of the questions colleagues have asked about the disability community, but extend that out further, because there's a specific piece in the regulatory impact statement, and I'll try to keep my contribution short because this is a question I just want to get to the heart of. If you look at page 7 of the regulatory impact statement, bullet point 23, under the heading disabled people, it says here in the regulatory impact statement, we note that some disabled people, as well as people from other client cohorts, may find it hard to engage with MSD within the required review time frames. To mitigate this, we are proposing the ability for MSD to allow appropriate exceptions, extensions and exemptions to clients who are not able to respond to these mandatory reviews due to their circumstances. This ability will ensure that clients are not negatively impacted due to no fault of their own. So I note in the regulatory impact statement crafted for the government that it actually makes that point quite specifically about the extra challenges placed on disabled people. The Minister has responded by saying she's consulted with herself, the Minister, but actually that doesn't get to the heart of what this item, bullet point number 23 says. And if I note, looking at Clause 4, there are, so looking at Clause 4, 310C6, the benefits referred to in subsection 4B, which are the ones that have an exemption, is my reading of the bill. So again, we don't have the time in select committee to dig in with advisors, so I'd like some clarification if I've got this wrong. But it lists out the kinds of benefits that are referred to in subsection 4B, which is where there would be an exemption, is my reading of the bill, and correct me if I'm wrong. And it lists some benefits there, but what it doesn't list is probably the one we're most concerned around, which is the supported living payment. And so it appears that the regulatory impact statement has specifically noted the needs of the disabled community, that there do need to be appropriate exceptions, extensions and exemptions, but then the bill itself doesn't actually reflect what is in the RIS. And so my question to the Minister, it's a specific question, is if it's not in the bill, will she consider amendments to include it in the bill? And if not, what other operational mechanisms will she consider and include on the Hansard today, so that if people are taking benefit reviews through the benefit review process, they have some clarification as to the government's intent, because it's unclear when you have a RIS and a bill that are not acting in accordance with each other. What other mechanisms will there be for exemptions for this particular community who are most likely to have challenges engaging with MSD? So again, we've only just got this bill this week. It's one of the reasons why we have select committees, so we can ask detailed questions. And so if we've got some of how the clauses relate with each other wrong, that's a type of clarification we need from the Minister. So thank you, and I appreciate a response from the Minister.
Honourable Louise Upson.
I'm not going to traverse ground that I have covered before around disabled people and exemptions, other than to say that actually one of the Labour members who spoke in one of the earlier readings was quite clear about the supported living payment and the fact that it doesn't include the medical reviews, which is an issue that comes up from disabled people on a regular basis. In terms of the questions around automated decision making, which I have already answered some, it is publicly available. The standard was actually introduced by the previous government in 2023, so I suggest if you've got any problems with it, you should take it up with them.
Kahurangi Carter.
Yeah, that's what I had to sit through. Okay, yeah. guess what? She said no to that amendment. She said no to everything. Yeah, and Rachel Boyack is absolutely correct. The regulatory impact statement I have access to reflects what she just said. They even have a section under that one that I posted talking about disabled people having fewer work obligations than the rest of the benefit population when their disability is severe enough to limit their capacity to work, which may include the client being on supported living or job seeker support. So, yeah, the regulatory impact statement also includes people who have disabilities on job seeker support, right? As a result, the changes outlined in the accompanying cabinet papers may have less of an impact on disabled people in comparison to people with greater work obligations. Those with obligations may face additional barriers to meeting these when compared to other people with equivalent obligations. Care will also be taken during implementation to ensure that the traffic light system is designed in an accessible manner, such as the inclusion of colorblind and low vision appropriate. Approximately 42% of clients on job seeker support due to a health condition. So that's a huge amount, right? 42% of clients on job seeker support due to a health condition, injury, disability are limited in their capacity to undertake full-time employment. Requiring an additional reapplication will see clients engaging more often so that they are well prepared to return to work when they transfer to job seeker support. So, yeah, so it's in there, right? But it's not acknowledging the problems where there are gaps in communication or delays, like getting a letter. It's like, oh shit, you know, I got to do this, I got to do that, got to do. You know, it's not looking at that shit because again, it's like that's the same regulatory impact statement said. We look forward to select committee process, and that we're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to. I think it's Kahurain Carter.
Now, I want to speak to Clause 4, Part 310B, Roman numeral I, and I want to talk to those sections A and B. And I want to talk about some new questions which haven't been covered yet. And that is that, did the Minister consider, when deciding on the objective of this bill, and the objective of this bill in the regulatory impact statement, page 2, the objectives of this proposal are to confirm that a client is still eligible and receiving the correct rate of assistance at least once every 52 weeks. And my question to the Minister, which I'm seeking engagement with, is did she consider the advice, the recommendations from the Welfare Expert Advisory Group, which was established under the previous government and was chaired by Professor Cindy Kero, who we know in this House has an amazing reputation. And the recommendations there, they had thousands of submissions from people with lived experience and years of robust analysis. And the recommendation told us clearly, and I quote here from section 11 of that report, to remove the requirement to reapply for the benefit every 52 weeks would, and the reasoning was simple for why they did this requirement adds unnecessary stress, disproportionately harms disabled people and creates more work for no good reason. So did the Minister consider this advice from the Welfare Expert Advisory Group? Because it might help us to understand the objective of this bill and understand it in a context of the people that it will affect the most, who are going to be the people who are already doing it tough, and disabled people, older people, Māori, Pacific people. And so I'm really seeking engagement with the Minister about did she consider the Welfare Expert Advisory Group's advice when deciding on the objective of this bill? Because if we do look at Clause 4, 310B, Part 1A and B, it is clearly going directly against the advice that was given by that Welfare Advisory Group. So this is a new question. It is asking about the objective of this bill and why, and in this Clause 4, and asking, has the Minister taken into consideration that Welfare Expert Advisory Group, particularly because they are representing the voices of people who would have wanted to have their say, to scrutinise this bill during a select committee process, which the government has decided to lock those people out of. And actually we, as opposition members, would have been able to scrutinise and ask officials these questions. So if, just to recap, could the Minister please explain to us how she came to the decision to put in that review of 52 weeks, which goes against the advice of the Welfare Expert Advisory Group.
Mr Chair.
Tēnā koe e te minita. I want to go to Clause 4, what seems quite a few of us are, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions that that stem from the sections 310A through to sections 310C. And by register that there's some of your minister's responses that I'm repeating myself, and it's not the first time I've said it. I'm taking this process as a trust and verify process. I don't accept it just because it's said, and we are entitled in this particular process, because we don't have another, it seems, to require the verification of the things that are said. So in that vein, can the minister ensure the House that this list of specified benefits, and when I was reading the benefits, when it has words like emergency and supplementary and all of those types of words which tell us, the English words, right? They tell us that things are not good, things are hard and things are difficult for families. And okay, in this budget, let's just have a good crack and see whether they are as hard and as difficult as you think they are, because if we're okay, we just don't see it. So, question, this list of specified benefits will not be quietly expanded in future to include benefits that are primarily accessed by Māori, thereby disproportionately targeting Māori. Section 310B, how will the minister ensure that these mandatory reviews do not add stress or instability for people in precarious or seasonal work arrangements? And this is based on, obviously, my work in and around MSD, particularly in the family harm situation and in suicide prevention. Rolling into an MSD office, even with some of my mates working there, it's horrible, it's hard, it's the expectations on you are, well, they roll in as if, look, we don't expect you to tell the truth, so we're going to test you and push you until you do. Those environments, that kind of environment, even with some well-intentioned people, it's hard, it's difficult. And does this help towards that? No. So the assurance that there will not be further instability, because we know who's under that boot, and they are Māori. Section 310C, what protections are in place to prevent benefit suspensions for those who face legitimate barriers to compliance? If you lived in Hokianga, in Te Kao, in Tarawhiti, in those areas, your phone and your connections so up there, they just don't work. So you think you're going to go, oh yes, on your phone as if it's that easy. It is not that easy. Some of the digital, some of the digital natives, they're great. But some of the digital immigrants, which are my age, by the way, and others, it ain't going to happen. It is not that easy. To assume that it is foolish and harmful. What oversight exists, I repeat that, to ensure that, in case I was reading the face right, exists to ensure that MSD does not arbitrarily use the power. Agencies often use power because they like it, because it works for them, and they do it just quite naturally, unfortunately. Power to demand information in a specified manner and time frame. I get the words, it's all very clinical, technical, and not so the types of training and expertise that you're going to need to run this kind of line, Minister. I have no confidence that it's going to go well for many of our families, and I bid or seek that you look closer, really, to what's been imposed on our people. Yes, unfortunately. Thank you.
Without amending much.
Oh, I wanted to raise.
So Louise has just given up answering questions.
Yes, it's just given up. So I just linked the report that people can read, because for whatever reason Louise didn't want to engage with that. In that recommendation it does say get rid of the 52-week reapplyment requirements. Wow, they actually rhymed. But yes, have a read through that. Lot of good data in that. And she's just like, wow, I'm just dodging everything like Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, oh God, it's just like, what the hell?
200 pages of data and recommendations. Great read. Couldn't be bothered to read it. Couldn't be. And even if she did read it, she probably just like, well, this is bad, I'm better, I'm just going to throw that in the dumpster fire over there where my bill should be, but I'm going to throw this really cool report in that dumpster bin.
Yeah.
So you can see that I'm watching this and losing my sanity.
That's right. One more, and then I can have a break for dinner. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll have Ray back.
A new point on the new section to the Social Security Act. This is section 3110B on page 5, lines just after 5 to about, basically the whole page. But so this is on the first, on Roman numeral 1, and this is around the MSD must notify or advise beneficiaries. Now, I wanted to ask, because there's nothing here in the legislation, and we are thinking of potentially looking at amending this so that...
Which page is it?
So this is clause 4, new section 3110D, page 5. So this is 3110D, MSD must notify or advise beneficiaries. Thanks for seeking clarification. So I wanted to understand if the minister had produced a list, or what level of accountability exists for MSD around the means that that communication needs to happen. So for example, does MSD need to exhaust all types of communication before they potentially trigger the suspension of someone for needing to not comply? So for example, what are MSD's responsibilities and obligations? Because she talks a lot about the responsibilities of people in the benefit, but it seems like there doesn't seem to be the other side. Around, for example, whether MSD must first attempt to communicate with someone via the phone, via mail, via text, via message on my MSD portal, and whether all of those avenues need to be first exhausted. I asked this, and this is really important because, for example, having worked as a welfare advocate prior to coming to Parliament, I did see a lot of people who, for example, had really old phone models with cracked screens, second-hand phones, for example, because that's all that they can get. And it means that accessing my MSD can be difficult. People who could be having literacy issues and missing out on being able to, and as my colleague Marimeno Kapaki talked about, people who are just not digital natives. And so if, for example, some of these forms of communication are primarily happening through online correspondence, I can see that people could easily miss those. I'm keen to get an assurance from the minister around this new section 3110D, around the safeguards, around the means that MSD must use to communicate with people before basically taking someone's benefit away, before we consider putting an amendment to add these safeguards and ensure that MSD tries basically every possible option. That's right, yeah, and also when it comes to correspondence, my colleague Tamatha Powell just made a great point that, for example, when it comes to correspondence, physical correspondence, the issue that we also have with renters, but actually people in emergency housing, people who may be boarding, which is one of the groups that she seems to want to target, people may have old addresses in the system, they may be living through toxic stress, which means they may not be able to access, my MSD to update their information. But anyway, my point, that's my main question on 3110D. And then I wanted to talk about some of the unintended fiscal implications that particularly the provisions in Clause 4 have, but actually throughout all of Part 1. This is because, as my colleague Francisco Hernandez touched about, the minister has refused to proactively, for the debate, so that we can scrutinize, release the breakdown of those savings. But I do wonder whether MSD considered the unintended fiscal consequences of some of the people losing their benefit then require other forms of assistance with other parts of the system. That's a cost. It seems like the analysis and the risk didn't account for how, for example, people may end up requiring to access assistance from other parts of the system. And I am worried that therefore the analysis and the minister is not intentionally, but perhaps maybe just through lack of information, mischaracterizing the savings that she is making as part of this bill. Because I can see that if someone's left without a benefit, they could end up requiring, even if they get back on the benefit later down the line, to access hardship grants, to access advances, to access emergency accommodation, and those have costs for the government. Those do not seem to be accounted for in the risk. This is something we could have asked from officials at the select committee stage, not wait until the minister chooses to proactively maybe perhaps release that information somewhere in her website. So again, I do think it would be useful for the minister to at least tell us if there was an analysis of potential unintended fiscal consequences as a result of these costs being passed on to other parts of the system. And to recap on my previous point, if the minister would like to outline what means does MSD must try to use to notify or advise beneficiaries before potentially taking someone's benefit away. Is there a list? And if not, would she be open to an amendment to expand that?
Ingrid Leary.
I think we need to introduce a rule in the House where if you don't answer 3 damn questions, you're out. 3 strikes, you're out. Apply it to debates.
Well, I think that might be a recommendation to put for standing orders. I think, is Ricardo on that standing orders committee? Because I think that would be a very good thing to put into the standing orders committee is, just a moment while I find out who is on the standing orders committee. Sorry, it's taken a bit of a while.
No, it's all right.
Ricardo is on the standing orders committee, and so is Marimeno Kapaki. So we've got two ways of going in. We could get a third way for Kia McAnulty. We could ask John Stevenson.
Oh, can we? I also want to have
for that.
I also want a proposal put through the House as well. If you do a seat warmer speech, I want your seat to set on fire, so when you sit down, you get a burnt ass. Because I'm sick of watching 10-second. I'm sick and tired of watching 10-second speeches.
We might see if we can graphically get that to happen.
Yeah, you sit down, your ass goes on fire.
Yeah. God, you're giving me good ideas. Good ideas. Okay, we're going to take a quick break and roll over credits, and we'll be back for the regulatory standards bill coming up after the break.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome back, and it looks like we've got a bit more of a full house.
Yeah, so...
Do you read me?
So,
It's all right. Don't forget to enjoy your meals.
So, we've got a bit of a mukbang situation here. I also have food because I'm feeling very hungry.
And just to let you know, we tried to get panelists for the show today, but it was a pretty damn hard because of the late notice of it. And considering one of the bills we covered only happened last night.
Yeah, including that one we just went over. It was just so much shit this week, guys. I wish they put more study and effort into the regulatory standards bill. But that's the problem. We have so much crap that we have to deal with that we don't have time to do dedicated research into these bills.
Yeah, because so much is happening. Yeah. Okay, so let's kick off with the Minister of Regulation and Overpaid Workers in his government department, but wants to cut others, David Seymour.
Honourable David Seymour.
I present a legislative statement on the Regulatory Standards Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Regulatory Standards Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Finance and Expenditure Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 23 December 2025. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely excited to introduce the Regulatory Standards Bill to this House. This bill is a crucial piece of legislation for improving the long-term quality of regulation in our country and ultimately allowing New Zealanders to live longer, happier, healthier and wealthier lives. But the left, the political left, have got themselves in quite a lather about the Regulatory Standards Bill. The hard left Auckland law professor Jane Kelsey helpfully explained that the bill is, quote, basically about the protection of private property and wealth, end quote. Well, Jane, now you're catching on. Funnily enough, she seemed to think that her comments were a criticism. And judging by some of the commentary I've heard from the other side of the House, I'm not sure that they know what's in the bill, but thankfully my job is to explain it. In a nutshell, if red tape and regulation is holding New Zealand back because politicians find it politically rewarding to tie them in red tape, then we need to make regulating less rewarding for politicians by putting more sunlight on their activities. That is how the Regulatory Standards Bill will help New Zealand get its mojo back. This bill turns the explanation from politicians, because we said so, into because here is the justification according to a set of principles. And to the rest of my colleagues across the House, if you want to tax someone, take their property, restrict their livelihood, you can, but you'll actually have to show why it's in the public interest. The bill demands you show you're working. It aims to reduce the amount of unnecessary poor quality regulation by setting a clear standard for what good regulation should look like through a set of principles in primary legislation. And those principles of responsible regulation focus on the effect that legislation has on rights and liberties, as well as establishing processes for good lawmaking. In setting the standards this way, the bill seeks to bring the same level of discipline to regulating, that is, placing restrictions on the use and exchange of private property, as the Public Finance brings to public spending, or the Reserve Bank Act brings to monetary policy, with the Ministry for Regulation playing a role akin to that of the Treasury. We have a Public Finance Act to protect the taxpayer, and I guess you could say that this Act is to protect the citizen. The need for this bill should be clear from the way New Zealanders are expected to comply with regulations when going about their work and everyday life. Those regulations should be clear if we are going to be able to produce more in the time that we each have on Earth. This bill will codify the principles of good regulatory practice for existing and future regulations, with some exclusions. The principles are focused on the effect of legislation on existing interests and liberties, the rule of law, liberties, the taking of property, taxes, fees and levies, the role of courts and good lawmaking processes, including consultation, problem definition and cost-benefit analysis. In essence, there are key questions lawmakers will need to have answers to when progressing regulation. What problem are we trying to solve? What are the costs and benefits, and who pays those costs and gets those benefits? What restrictions are being placed on the use and exchange of private property? And when regulation does not meet those standards, it's reasonable for the public to expect lawmakers to be transparent about that fact. And for the bill to have an impact on the overall quality of regulation, it won't be enough for agencies to simply say that they have considered the principles. If that was the case, the regulatory impact statements and LDAC and select committees would have solved the problem by now. This bill is necessary because instead it will require agencies to publicly confirm that the legislation and its processes for developing it have been reviewed for consistency with the principles and summarise any inconsistencies with the principles, and the results of this assessment will need to be published in a consistency accountability statement that is required by the law. And where an inconsistency is identified, the bill requires a statement from the responsible minister to explain why they believe that their purpose justifies breaching the normal rules. Now, I want to be clear that this will not prevent lawmakers from making or retaining legislation inconsistent with the principles. Parliament will remain sovereign. It can pass whatever laws it chooses. We're not changing that. But nor will it prevent secondary legislation being made if it's inconsistent with the principles. That can continue. There's no statutory requirement for inconsistencies to be changed. The law doesn't grant any specific rights to anybody. The discretion will remain with the responsible elected minister. And there may well be justifications the public accept that there can be good policy reasons for inconsistencies. But what it will do is raise the amount of scrutiny and the political cost of being that person making bad laws inconsistent with the principles. Because the default setting of governments for too long has been regulate first, ask questions later. And this bill is designed to reset that culture of lawmaking. It insists on questions being asked and answered before rules are imposed, about the impact, about the cost, about the necessity, because good intentions aren't good enough for this country of ours. If members of the public believe legislation is inconsistent with the principles, they'll have the ability to raise those concerns with the Regulatory Standards Board. The board will be made up of individuals who have the appropriate knowledge, skills and experience appointed by the Minister for Regulation, and that board will be able to independently consider the consistency of proposed and existing legislation in response to stakeholder concerns at the request of the Minister for Regulation or on its own accord. The board will be able to make non-binding recommendations to the Minister responsible for the legislation, or in the case of a bill, to the relevant select committee. All of this will improve the accountability and transparency of our democracy when laws are being made that affect people's rights. And the findings, reasons for any inconsistency and relevant documents will be made publicly available. Finally, the bill will also increase regulatory quality by supporting the Ministry for Regulation in its oversight role, by allowing it to request information on in aid of system of regulatory sector reviews, and also to report on the overall regulatory management system. So we make it a norm to stand up for people's rights, to go about their business and get things done without being needlessly tied up in red tape. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this law is a desire for New Zealand to get its mojo back by changing the incentives for politicians so that we don't have the kind of red tape and regulation that is holding us back in 3 different ways. Number one, Mr. Speaker, it adds too much cost to the things that people would like to do. Too often, we have builders saying it takes me twice as long to build the thing, to get permission to build the thing, as actually build it. We get educators who say, all I wanted to do was unleash the creativity and potential of young minds. And all I actually do is fill out papers for the Ministry of Education. We get people in finance who say we spend more time asking, what sort of cat food do you buy, than they do actually helping people achieve financial independence, which is what they went into business for. Too often, those costs make life more expensive than it needs to be, and that is part of the reason we have a cost of living crisis, which is really a productivity crisis. But then there are the things that don't happen at all. And the reason that they don't happen is because people have been burned too many times by the expensive regulatory costs that they've seen in other activities. I talk to people who've developed properties for 30 years. They say people come to me with propositions now and I just say no because it's too hard. It's the things that don't go ahead that have left, among other things, a generation of young New Zealanders feeling they have no pathway to owning their own part of a property-owning democracy. And finally, Mr. Speaker, all of that accumulated red tape and burden is seriously affecting our culture. And I often tell the story of the climbing walls where I understand Sir Edmund Hillary first learned to climb in the Epsom electorate. Today, they are walled off with a sign saying, "Do not climb." Our regulatory culture is not just adding cost to things we do and stopping us from doing things that might have otherwise given people a more affordable, happier life. It's actually dulling our culture to the point that I'm not sure we could any longer produce a Hillary because it is killing the can-do Kiwi attitude and the number 8 wire dream that we like to see in ourselves. Madam Speaker, for all of these reasons, I commend this bill to the House and I hope it will be a great piece of New Zealand's infrastructure so we can all live better lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where do we begin with that? I mean,
it sounds like great in theory utopia, but put it this way. The requirements he wants to put on beneficiaries from the previous bill that we've been on would not meet his own standards.
True, it would not meet his own standards. It's so funny. Firebird, he's god. Every time I make a link. Every time I try to link something, he's like, link broken. I'm sorry, mate. I'll see if I can fix that. But it makes the weird. Yes, in financing, I learned to give advice about cat food. Yes, that's what I spent my time doing. No, I didn't. I actually learned how to read shit, including stats. I agree, Mr. Burp. Yeah, so that's what I spent my time doing in finance. But anyway, he's out here saying, well, you know, the regulations stop me from climbing a fucking, I don't know, wall or something. I was like, bro, that's for you because you're an idiot. You just fall off and hurt yourself. I don't know what to tell you, man. He's like, oh, libertarianism is when I get to climb a wall. It's like, retaining wall. Yeah. Right? I want to become the next Edmund. No. Actually, I'll tell you.
It's a really good standard.
Yeah, you know what, Seymour? I'll give you a one-way ticket to Mount Everest. Don't come back. You want to be like Edmund? Okay.
It's a hard because I'm a sucker for that speech. Like he's saying everything I want to hear.
Yeah, but does it mean he wants to actually deliver on what he's saying?
No, he doesn't, and I can go over.
It doesn't need to be.
I can go over it. I had a look at his proposal, right? And I attempted to do a factoid video on it, but when Ray was there, but it crashed and I didn't get anything productive done because my computer fucking sucks along with my internet. But yeah, he uses a lot of outdated data to try and back up his claim, and I've got a real problem with that. You know, and then he blames the RMA when, you know, the reports that he cites in his proposal don't even suggest that for 2 seconds. That productivity is not the result of the freaking RMA. It has to do with the underutilization of technology and the fact that we keep losing experienced people to Australia. You know, it's claims like that. And you know, again, if I had more time, I would have tidied up my video presentation and put it into nice bite-sized chunks that people can look through. So I'm just kind of opening up my notes and going, well, shit, I've written way too many notes that I have to go through. But yeah, it's just, where do we even begin? Like, if this bill is so cool, right? Why is this the 4th time you're bringing it forward as a party? Why is the ACT Party bringing it forward for the 4th fucking time, even though before it's been shut down by Treasury? And why is it that this time, you know, 88% of submissions to your proposal were in opposition? Only 0.33% supported the damn bill in its current state.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked.
And again, I've just posted that report that people can read through to get a breakdown of the arguments that were presented in the proposal. This is just the proposal. It hasn't even gone to select committee.
Yeah.
I'm going to fix that link, by the way. So
you might do what Kiwi Skirt does, where you've got to put things in front of it or something, because that might be what's causing it to glitch, or it may not have HPPT or whatever it is in front of it.
Yeah, let me just I'll just get a new link for that.
Yep. Okay, next up, Duncan Webb.
Call the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb. Point of order, Maramino.
Madam Speaker, I raise this point of order under Standing Order 269. I'm concerned that the departmental disclosure statement for this bill has failed the transparency test under Standing Order 269. They did not properly consider the ways that this bill undermines the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, aka UNDRIP. UNDRIP is an international agreement of which Aotearoa is still a party to, and the bill we are discussing today would raise the ex-party's eye.
This is not a point of order. This is a debating point, and I suggest that you use this in your allocated time slot.
So it's not a point of order, sorry, Madam Speaker.
I'm not taking it as a point of order. It's a debating point. Thank you. I think I've just dealt with the matter. Apologies, Honourable Dr. Duncan, would you like to start again?
Kia ora, te mana whakawā. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Debbie.
Heard the Minister to my left, David Seymour, call a member of the Party Māori an idiot. I ask that you ask him to apologise and withdraw.
I didn't hear the comment. I was busy. Excuse me, I'm speaking. I was speaking to a member on my left. If that is the case, then I invite the member to give his opinion about that.
Madam Speaker, I think it's rather rich for Te Pāti Māori.
What I'm asking is, was that comment made?
Oh, was it made? Not towards Te Pāti Māori, just to anyone in the area.
It's a bit frivolous. Look, let's settle it down. I've already called Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb a couple of times, so apologies, Mr. Webb. Point of order, Ricardo Menendez-March.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I ask that you actually treat this seriously. The words that I heard myself were, "You are an idiot." So, it cannot, be a generalised statement when the words being used include a you towards a very specific individual.
And I made it clear, I did not hear the comment. I have asked the member what he actually said. He's given us his feedback. In this House, we have to take members at their word. And so, I'm speaking. And so that is as far as I'm concerned, that is the end of that. Fourth time lucky, Mr. Webb.
Oh, and lucky, well, it's not really lucky because this bill is an exercise in vanity. It's wasteful and it's unnecessary. The irony of this government bringing a bill about good lawmaking principles and process when only last week they were rushing through covertly pay equity legislation which stripped hundreds of thousands of women of rights of claims that were in process it does not escape me. It's absolutely shameful. And what does this bill say? What are the values that underpin this bill? What are the values that David Seymour wants to bake into our Constitution as if it was the Public Finance Act? Property, individual rights, freedoms, equality, limited levies and taxation, costs and benefits. Just one thing, there is no cost-benefit analysis of this bill. The stupidity of a bill pitching for costs and benefits when it can't prove its own cost or benefit is just outrageous. So that's what the bill says. What doesn't it say? What's the bill silent on? What about our fundamental constitutional principles and values? Does it mention the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act? No. Does it mention the Treaty of Waitangi? No. It's entirely silent on whether a good lawmaking process is consistent with the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Does it mention privacy? No. Does it mention discrimination against minorities? No. Does it mention international obligations? No. So it is a cherry-picked right-wing neoliberal agenda that we have in front of us. And then what do we have? David Seymour gets to pick a handful of his mates to be on the Regulatory Standards Board. A board that will consume $18 million a year for nothing. A little personal coterie of appointed clipboard-holding bureaucrats. To do what? To do nothing that isn't already being done. That's right. This, of course, we already have the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee. A committee which has a huge amount of detail as to what good lawmaking is. It provides much more balanced guidance than a few little principles of David Seymour's. So basically, what does the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee do? What does it say about appointing a board? Well, it says this about appointing a board. A new public body should be created only if no existing body possesses the appropriate governance arrangements or is capable of properly performing necessary functions. Do we need a statutory board to do this? That's basically what it says. Don't go making boards when you don't need them. So once again, we've got a good principle there from the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee, but David Seymour says, no, I want my own personal board. Right. My board that actually also not even independent. The legislation as it stands says that the board is accountable to David Seymour, appointed by the Minister and accountable to the Minister. So it's David Seymour's little pet organisation. It is wasteful, it's duplicative, it's bureaucratic, it's tainted with neoliberal ideology. But here's another thing. In clause 24 of the bill, it says this. This Act does not confer a legal right or impose a legal obligation on any person that is enforceable in a court of law. Do you know what that actually means? That means we're spending all our time passing a law which isn't a law. It doesn't create any legal obligations. It is an utter waste of time. All it is an exercise in flag waving. And it's a neoliberal little flag that's being waved. But probably the most offensive thing about this bill is not that it seeks to promote some of those neoliberal ideologies, but it's the fact that it is yet again an attack on Māori. Because once again, we have a founding constitutional document, the Treaty of Waitangi, which sets out the partnership between Māori and the Crown. And in this place, this lawmaking function is an exercise of the Crown's powers. The idea that in doing it, we shouldn't turn and look and say, does this meet our obligations under the treaty, is absolutely shameful. And as the Waitangi Tribunal has said, this should not proceed. A bill of this nature, in this form, should not proceed. And of course, once again, it's bad lawmaking. The legislation says, consult with affected parties appropriately. Was there targeted consultation with Māori, with iwi, with urban authorities? No, there was not. There was not. And what's worse, the pre-introduction consultation that occurred, how did they read the submissions? With a bot. With a bot. And I'm not talking about David Seymour. I'm talking about genuine AI program. They didn't even read the 23,000 submissions. Why? Because they're not interested. They're not actually interested in the fact that over 90% of those people said this is a very bad idea. Right. Bad in so very many ways. So they swept them aside, and David Seymour had the temerity to say there was no really good ideas in there. You know, he didn't even read them. No one in the Ministry for Regulation read them. They ran them through a computer. And that is particularly shameful because he comes forward as if he's some kind of defender of democracy, and yet when people actually want to participate in the democratic process, he's not interested. Because if they don't repeat his ideas, if they don't reflect his values, then they're left-wing crazies. Well, you know what? This is a bill which would increase the inequity in our society. Right. It entrenches property rights as essentially the centrepiece of that government. And if you do that, you're going to make the rich richer and the poor poorer. Nowhere in there did I see anything about well-being, about social cohesion, about what the effect on our society would be, about equitable outcomes for everyone, about addressing the inequalities which exist in our society. Those are the principles that I bring to this House when I think what good lawmaking is, not simply protecting property rights, not compensating people at every turn. Essentially, those rules, the idea that you can't impair a property right would have stopped us fencing swimming pools. Because you've got to compensate them because that's an impairment. Right. You couldn't require landlords to have healthy homes because it's an impairment on a property right. This kind of, don't limit the free exchange of property is absolute bunkum. It is simply entrenching inequality that exists in our community already. And the idea that this is going to cost $18 million a year to administer, when we already have the Attorney General doing Attorney General's reports through the Crown Law Office, the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee. He's already got his own pet ministry, which is supposed to be doing this work through regulatory impact statements and helping with departmental disclosure statements as well. There is a raft of effective tools out there already, but he doesn't want to spend his time making sure that those are done. Of course, the irony is this. There are all those tools out there, but he doesn't use them himself. His own legislation doesn't use it. Look at the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill and look at the poor regulatory impact statement there. Look at the poor process that was embarked on there. He can't meet his own standards of good regulatory quality. So it is ridiculous, and he says one thing and he does another. The bill is a waste of time, it's duplicative, and it's vain.
Yeah.
Honourable Maramadeli.
Okay. After it took a while for Duncan's speech to start,
I agree with Duncan. Just doing a brief reading of the, and sorry, I have to do a million things at once because I'm eating and reading and listening all at the same time. But yes, on the summary of submissions consultation on the proposed regulatory standards bill, doing a brief reading of that, yes, what Duncan said about a fucking robot doing it appears to be true. Especially if we look at the way how the analysis was done. So I don't even think David Seymour read this.
No,
got C-3PO to read it.
Yeah.
Oh, the bill itself.
No. The responses to the proposal.
Sorry,
yeah, in the policy document.
Yeah.
The drafting.
Yep. So it's basically Seymour said, "Okay, I've written a proposal. There's a series of questions that you guys want to ask, that you guys can answer. Tell me whether you like this bill or not, or like the proposal of this bill." And 88% of submitters said, no, we think it's a piece of shit. And 0.3% of people said, hey, no, this is actually really cool. So it didn't even pass the smell test.
Yeah.
Have you seen Evan Almighty, the film with Steve Carell?
Yes.
He goes for a congressman and he's suddenly got to read this 500 pages over the weekend and can't go with his family and blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah, it does seem like these guys have refused their team support in favor of their ego. Yes.
Yeah, no, Duncan is not wrong about his analysis. I support his findings.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let's get to Greens leader, Marama Davidson.
Admission, the minister in charge of this bill puts forward that this is a culture reset. And what I have to say here today is, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not who we are as a country. When it comes to te tiriti, well, we saw the multitudes turn out here and around the country time and time again to say toi tu te tiriti. When it comes to protecting Papatua Nuku, our people across all corners of this beautiful country cherish her. When it comes to caring for each other, our people show up for each other when we see others doing it tough. It is these values of manaki and justice and creating an Aotearoa that our mokopuna deserve that hold us together now and point to where else we need to go. We believe in public good. So, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party is strongly opposed to this regulatory standards bill because it flies in the face of everything that is good and right on this whenua we call home. Now, this bill is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation that this House has seen. Madam Speaker, it seeks to destroy the very foundation of who we are. It seeks to remove te tiriti o Waitangi from lawmaking. This bill would penalise governments by way of government payouts if corporations' property is impacted by any rules, including those designed to safeguard nature and people. It would put private property above protecting the environment or public safety or Indigenous rights, and it is the ideological push of a minor party with a leader who we've just seen this morning is quite triggered by brown women in this House, with a PM unable to show true leadership against such a threat. Once again, we have a Prime Minister unable to uphold the fabric of our country. Once again, we have a Prime Minister neglecting his duty of care for the safety and well-being of the people and our living systems. This guise behind this bill, the pretend rationale, is to improve lawmaking, which is, like this government's budget, BS. Madam Speaker, this country already has a robust check in place for lawmaking. It has existed for decades and is considered actually one of the best checks in the world when it comes to non-partisan lawmaking that aligns with our founding values. It is dangerous for this government to be overriding the non-partisan nature and the already well-established norms of good lawmaking through what is called the Legislative Design and Advisory Committee, LDAC. We have talked in this House already. We've got something. It has been working for a long time. We do not need this bill. It is not solving a problem. It is pushing an ideological culture reset, one that is not us. Now, one could ask, how do we know what our country values when it comes to lawmaking? Well, history has seen this bill's predecessors defeated 3 times already over the past couple of decades. Defeated because it was always clear to the masses that this bill rips apart who we are. It has failed every time so far because the legal consequences of this are nasty. This bill would put our country into a stranglehold, and I use the term purposefully because this is a legislative, constitutional and political violence in favour of benefiting corporations and the uber wealthy few. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to make clear here is that this bill has failed 3 times already because no one was careless enough to let it through. Elected representatives time after time after time were smart enough to stop it. So to our Prime Minister, let me be clear, is this really the mould, the legacy that our Prime Minister wants to leave? Finally, someone careless enough to let this bill through. A PM who sought power at the cost of our nation's constitutional heart. Wow. It is not too late for the PM to save his reputation from this. This scenario has the vibes and visions of countless leaders who were able to protect this Parliament from this sort of legislation until this current Prime Minister. There is still time. There is still time for him to stand against the evil of this legislation. And, Madam Speaker, I am really proud instead that the Greens continue to offer the direction for where our country needs to be pointing, for upholding the very things that we value the most, that our people all across the country are very clear. We care for each other. We care for mokopuna. We can have a different system that stops upholding the rights of the few, and I'm proud of the Green Party for what we offer and for voting against the Regulatory Standards Bill. Thank you.
She's definitely making the grey be the highlight.
The grey.
Well, Marama Davidson is really like embracing going grey.
Yeah, it's a good look. But yeah, okay, okay, all right. So references to the treaty in the bill? No, there's still no reference to the treaty in this bill. Look, where do I even begin? Again, this is
the one that was most redacted. Or I read the regulatory impact statement for regarding te tiriti, and it seemed like it was 40% redacted.
Yeah, well, that's a common thing. There seems to be a common theme with this government, but yes, the regulatory impacts. The bill, Oh my God, words. My dyslexia, man, it's killing me today. Okay, words. Regulatory standards bill. There's no reference to the Treaty of Waitangi in it. I checked. Control F that shit. Yeah, we can go all day. So Waitangi, no, nothing turns up. Wonderful. So bill. And most of the complaints about the proposal were around the lack of reference to the treaty. So yeah, I could go over the proposal. There was no reference to the treaty. In fact, the document states, in addition, it is not proposed that the bill would include a principle relating to the Treaty of Waitangi. There's no reference to the environment or New Zealand's international obligations either. And most of the complaints in the summary report that I posted in the chat earlier, most of the arguments were based around that. They were environmental arguments. They were arguments centered around the Treaty of Waitangi, and they were centered around our international obligations. And I actually looked at the citations that David Seymour had put in his proposal, right? And he was talking, oh yeah, okay, productivity is an issue, and I had a look at it by the Treasury.
International political obligations, not even what the people demand.
Yeah, I mean, I had a going back to what I was saying before. Productivity by the numbers, right? In that report that was released in May 2021, there was no reference or lack of reference to the RMA being the primary reason for why we have productivity lacks. Fucking hell, productivity reductions.
What?
Yeah, sorry. It's just so much I have to go over, and it's such a clusterfuck of a bill that I'm losing my train of thought because there's so much that I have to keep track of.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to Cameron Brewer. God, this is going to be interesting.
Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, very happy to support this first reading of the Regulatory Standards Bill and for it going off to Finance and Expenditure Committee for submissions and for the scrutinisation of submissions. I just want to correct one thing, Madam Speaker, and it's been the perception over here is it's something that David Seymour's come up with overnight and on the back of an envelope. But as one of his previous press releases acknowledged, the long work put together goes right back to the Association of Consumers and Taxpayers. It goes right back to Dr. Bryce Wilkinson's book, which laid the groundwork constraining government regulation. It goes right back to the Regulatory Responsibility Task Force that refined this very bill back in 2009. It's got a very long and considered history. And so I congratulate the Minister. We look forward to the submissions and I commend the first reading.
Seat warmer speech.
I'm tired. I'm really tired. You can tell by my inability to form sentences. This is what I had to deal with on the weekend. I'm tired of watching these people. I'm tired of the shitty arguments they keep bringing forward. I need something, right? I need stats.
You need substance.
I need citations. I need something that I can look at. They keep presenting me nothing. They just keep going. They just keep standing up and saying, "Cool, Bill," and then sitting down again.
Yes, we do fire bed because we need to make the clips out there for their voters to know what the MPs get up to. And then we cannot be accused of being partisan because we've had a lot. Well, we don't quite have it now, but in the earlier days, we had some people saying that we're partisan because we were predominantly covering opposition MPs because they had decent speeches.
Yeah, it's like I'm getting to the point where I just want to pick up my computer and just throw it out the window. That's how tiring this all is.
I wish I could sit there and literally have it when he sits down on the seat and it just goes burst. Basically, he sits down as he lands, it goes up in flames. I would love to have a graphic that could do that.
Yeah, it's just I know that this Kai Matara, thank you. Kai Matara is the GOAT when it comes to everything investigating the ACT Party. They actually contributed quite a fair amount of material to the Mata documentary that just came out about Atlas's influence. So I highly recommend you subscribe to their channel. But yeah,
Thanks for that.
it is very frustrating when you have spent the weekend going over a bill that's going to impact you as someone who's disabled and who's a beneficiary. Then you've got to look at this shit, which is also really big and complex, and that fails to meet basic requisites when it comes to good lawmaking. You know, even Louise's amendment wouldn't have passed this test.
Yeah.
And then he comes out here and he uses a bloody robot, you know, a computer to analyze all the submissions. Like, what? I can't do this. I can't do it.
Okay, let's get to Casey Costello.
The Honourable Casey Costello. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak also in support of the the Regulatory Standards Bill first reading. As has been said, this is part of a process of reviewing regulation as it impacts, and we all know there are regulations that impact every aspect of our lives, every aspect of business. This is something that is an important process that has been a long time in the making and development, and we look forward to the process of the Select Committee and scrutinising the work that will be undertaken on this bill, and therefore New Zealand First support the Regulatory Standards Bill. Thank you.
And I normally wouldn't say this, but Casey Costello doesn't normally do seat warmer speeches, but I feel that she has in this case. Or does she not really want to speak much about to the bill because she doesn't agree to it, and David Seymour's using the agree to disagree clause to whip New Zealand First and National into voting for it?
I don't know with her. It's like a flip of a coin. But again, what am I supposed to do with that? I can't, like, there's nothing there to respond to. It's just, she just stands up, Bill, cool, sit down again. Like, please, give me more to work with.
Yeah. Okay. Debbie Naruapeka with interruptions, as usually what happens with her.
Koe te pika.
I call Debbie Naruapeka.
Kia ora. You would be not a fool of us to actually listen to the Minister speak to this bill. I think he was speaking to something else, because not once did he mention treaty. And let me be really clear to our whānau out there, that was on purpose. What we could be doing is spending my whole 5 minutes speaking to the side here. Actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to remind ourselves what we're going through. The Treaty Principles Bill tried to rewrite the treaty principles. This bill is actually trying to replace them, but worse. Over here, I'm trying to learn not to point, we have a government, national-led government, that is going to support it. Luxon and National are happy to vote against the Treaty Principles Bill, but wait, whānau, they are in staunch support of this one. Why?
Why would the Honourable Casey Costello? Madam Speaker, I've just raised the point that has been raised several times on the opposite side of the House, referring to a member of this House by their surname only as disrespectful. Speaking to the point of order, Honourable
fresh point of order. Further, that the member who recently resumed her seat also said that my earlier comments were deliberately intended to be targeted at Te Pāti Māori. I've told the House that they weren't, and she's got an obligation to take me at my word. Now, to accuse a minister of misleading the House is disorderly, and she should withdraw and apologise, unless, of course, she genuinely believes it could only have been directed at them.
Thank you. That's not relevant. Debbie Naruapeka, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So what we have here, whānau mā, because that's who I'm talking to, just to explain what we're going through, we have National, again, Prime Minister Luxon, who has supported and will continue to support this bill. And the reason why, if you look through the whole 37 pages, which I encourage that you don't, the silence on the impact for Te Tiriti is on purpose. The bill promotes equal treatment before the law, but it opens the door for government to attack every Māori equity initiative. It weaponises future governments to challenge treaty-focused laws. It refers to individual rights over collective rights of tino rangatiratanga. It deliberately cuts through who we are as people. And the reason why we need to be questioning the national government, because remember, they polled their absolutely worst during the Treaty Principles Bills, is that we have, again, the denial, and I know they've been calling it Trojan horse, but I actually think it's more sneakier. We've got a party that is setting out to make sure that they use this as part of the deregulation agenda to increase the corporate exploitation of Aotearoa. It is really simple. There's nothing else to explain about this bill. What we have, and sadly, is a Prime Minister and National-led government who struggles to understand what Te Tiriti o Waitangi means, what the opportunities for Aotearoa's future means, and in fact has relegated economic desperation and economic development reliant on taking Te Tiriti o Waitangi out of the game. And I think we need to also be saying to our people and remind them, whānau mā, how many times do we have to show them what we're made of? 8% supported the Treaty Principles Bill. 8%. 300,000 plus submitted. We actually broke the system. The computer systems that actually sit there and work around the Select Committee couldn't handle the influx of us. So the Treaty Principles Bill was just a warm-up. Don't get discouraged by what this is about. Remember, the difference is we have a national government, a national party, a national-led government, a Prime Minister that is supporting what ACT are saying. And we need to focus on that, whānau mā. When you get up there, and I know you're so great at submissions, when you get up there and you get our kohanga mobilised, our kura mobilised, our marae mobilised, our communities mobilised, our rangatahi mobilised, our kaumātua mobilised, our tangata tiriti mobilised, remember that this is a government that is fighting against unions who are protecting women. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. This is a government that is taking off any type of tautoko for rangatahi. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. This is a government that is sitting there fighting non-Māori surfers, trying to fight against everybody. They don't have a problem with te tiriti. What we have is a government that has a problem with every other New Zealander that wants to live in peace, that lives in dignity, and lives with pride. Because we are a tiriti-centric nation. Unlike every other colonised country, Port Island has been 700 years getting out of that whole regime. Our Welsh whānau was their whole reo. Our Scottish whānau, we are lucky. Because as the last of the nations colonised, we have te tiriti or waitangi. And it is not something that we will give up easily. So whānau mā, you have a few months to mobilise and get ready to make sure that you understand what is at risk here. And I will...
The Speaker is not.
Sorry, I will, through the Speaker, and I will, those national MPs in your backyard whose government and whose leader is supporting this ridiculous, repugnant, revolting, anti-tiriti, anti-Māori, anti-diversity government.
Yeah, I feel her pain because her pain is my pain. Yeah, it's like you read the proposal, you check the citations, you look at the citations, you match them to the arguments that are being made by David Seymour, right? You try to find support for those arguments in the citations. You can't find shit. What you end up finding is opposite recommendations. And then you go to the summary of all the votes that were cast and all the arguments. 0.3% support this bill. That's less than the Treaty Principles Bill.
And I mean, that was only at a pre-select committee.
Yeah.
You know, what's going to happen now that's in front of the select committee?
Mm-hmm.
Comments, Ray? Nothing to add?
I picked up again what you were saying before. We just need the clip editing team kind of thing, which everyone's doing. That's why we're being mindful.
Okay, let's get to Ryan Hamilton from Hamilton East.
Ryan Hamilton.
Oh, it'd be great to actually talk about the bill, Madam Speaker. Some critics have attacked this as being an ideological scheme to shrink the government. And on this side of the House, we actually don't think that's a bad idea. We believe in less government. So let's take this to Select Committee and see what we can do.
I mean, that's quite funny on that, considering you're using urgency a lot more often. Great. Another seat warmer speech, Ryan Hamilton.
Yeah, we want more urgency because we don't have enough ministers. Woo! We've got to rush through legislation because we can't do our jobs properly. I mean, look what just happened to Louise. She got smoked in debate because we don't have enough ministers. We want less government. Woohoo!
Yeah. Okay. Willie Jackson.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Well, there you go. That's another example of how seriously the National treats this government. Clearly intimidated by the leader of the ACT Party, who runs the government, as we all know. I did say some time ago, Madam Speaker, that the leader of the ACT Party was the most dangerous politician in this country, and this bill is another example of that.
Can I get the member to refer to the bill?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that reminder, Madam Speaker. But this is all about, as the Minister knows, this is all about the ACT philosophy. So absolutely denounce this vile piece of legislation. Support all the kōrero from Māori Party and Green Party, and of course our main man on it, Duncan Webb. Excellent. Absolutely on the mark. The Regulatory Standards Bill represents, Madam Speaker, a dangerous and threatening assault on the values of this country, opening up legislation, as everyone has pointed out, to corporate influence. Those are, just in simple terms, those are David Seymour's mates. It's a fringe libertarian perspective that gives private ownership, as he well knows, a level of distorted supremacy to trump Māori values, Māori concerns, environmental concerns and community concerns. It's really sad that the Minister goes down this track. He likes to refer to his Māori background, but no one in his Māori background wants to refer to him. And they're not interested, Madam Speaker, in him at all, but he loves to quote his Māori background as it suits him, even though they want to throw him out of the tribe. Madam Speaker, the Waitangi Tribunal ruling that this extreme legislation they ruled that it should be immediately halted was born from concern that it was so far-reaching in its power and so over the top in its agenda that there was every way that it was going to breach the treaty. Mr. Speaker, there's been no meaningful interaction with Māori. No meaningful debate with the wider public. I don't know why the Minister is scared to consult with Māori. Maybe he's scared of the response. I would imagine that's the case. No meaningful engagement with NGOs or academic critics. The Regulatory Standards Bill is another bad faith argument from Mr Seymour, just like the Treaty Principles referendum bill was. This is Treaty Principles too. Now, Mr Speaker.
Or that they are arguing in bad faith. I believe are both out of order and not the kind of references that members should make in the House.
Just in a change over the chair at the time, so I didn't entirely get all that. But Mr Jackson, you should refrain from referring to any member of the House in the terms that have been described by Mr Seymour.
Under Mr Speaker, and I know that Mr Seymour is very sensitive, so I will refrain from that. I will refrain from that, him being so sensitive about things.
No, just stop there. That's sort of like adding sort of a layer of insult.
All right, I'll just continue.
You know I'm a very tolerant man when it comes to you, Mr Jackson.
Yes.
So,
okay, thank you, Mr Speaker. What I was saying is this is Treaty Principles too. This is what our people are saying. This is what the brilliant Jane Kelsey, Mr Speaker, the brilliant Jane Kelsey said. There's no real debate, there's no good faith engagement, just another trick, Mr Speaker, for ACT to slip past the public before the public know what is happening. The Tribunal's urgent hearing on the impacts of the Regulatory Standards Bill on treaty rights is so damning that the Tribunal has ordered it must be stopped immediately, as Mr Seymour knows, as its creation would challenge the treaty in a dreadful way. The Tribunal found that the Crown has reached the treaty principles of partnership and active protection by failing to meaningfully consult with Māori before Cabinet made decisions. Mr Speaker, the Regulatory Standards Bill is really a David Seymour right-wing fantasy, as we all know. It will allow corporations to put their property rights ahead of our human rights. It would allow polluters to pollute no matter the environmental cost. It would allow the wealthy to dictate to the community, and it would allow corporate interest into the very heart of our democracy. I just want to know why Mr Seymour hates working together with Māoridom in our own country, yet he falls over himself to allow corporations and their property rights inside Parliament. Mr Speaker, what the general public don't know is that it's going to cost $20 million. This is not a nation for the corporate elites to dictate their property rights to us, the Parliament of the people, Mr Speaker. The New Zealand First should be ashamed of supporting this bill. I thought Winston Peters would oppose it, but they support good law. But the Regulatory Standards Bill is another bad faith law promoted for the few, not for the many, and New Zealanders will not accept this managing of our democratic values, so private property rights are promoted over our common good. We are citizens, Mr Speaker, not clients.
Nancy Lou. This will be good.
God, that first quick.
Yeah, I mean, I have a copy of the briefing for the incoming Attorney General open around legislation design, okay? And it states here, I don't know if Judith Collins read this. This was released when she won her election. On page 13, it points out that an underlying problem of a lot of our legislation is speed. Speed.
This is what happens when you try to fucking rush.
Yeah, you end up with broken clocks and broken bills. Yeah, it's like you're just rushing through legislation. Of course, there's going to be fucking gaps. And this is the fourth time, too. That's the fourth fucking time.
Hey, yeah, it still works.
It still works. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I can't say the same for his bill. But, you know, four times is not the charm with this bill.
It's been me this month. That sat in the drawer for 2 weeks. I haven't worn a watch. I've just got them right back to grassroots.
Yeah. I mean,
to take this seriously.
Our regulation sucks ass because we go too fast. That's what I'm reading the OECD reports. I've read the report to the Attorney General. Too much shit. The Regulatory Standards Bill ain't going to fix that.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he's even failed to consult with iwi Māori again. He didn't learn his lesson the first fucking time, did he?
Yeah. Okay. Let's get Nancy Lou's Seymour speech.
New Zealanders have called for a regulatory responsibility law to help restrain the growth of unnecessary and poor quality regulations. So let's take it to the FEC Select Committee. Let's hear from the public. Let us scrutinise this bill. I support the first reading.
I believe when national MPs are literally, every single one has been a Seymour speech, I wonder if there is a thing in standing orders which would allow to transfer those speeches to the ACT Party. I felt like this during the first reading of the Treaty Principles Bill, and I feel like this, again, is one of those bills where possibly they should have transferred a speech or two to the ACT Party to do the national ones, who might actually give some more substance to the speeches.
Yeah, I mean, it's this shitty idea. Give it to them.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm not doing a very good job of explaining the regulatory standards bill, and that's because I'm very tired and I've had a really shitty weekend. So I don't exactly have like a bullet point factoid of everything wrong with this bill. I'm just going off memory and what I've looked at in the past, and you know, I'm riffing right now. I can look up someone else's presentation if you'd like, but I just don't know how to dumb down this really complex bill, other than it's rushed, other than it does a lot of issues with it has a lot of issues with duplication attached to it, other than David Seymour failed to consult Māori. He doesn't give a shit about the environment. You know, like I feel like this weekend has kind of put me on the verge of breaking.
Yeah.
Like I'm just keeping it together. That's how stressful this weekend has been.
Let's get to Dr. Deborah Russell.
Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the public on this bill. There was a consultation process at MB, a huge number of submissions received, and 0.33% supported this bill. We have heard already from the public on this bill. There is virtually no support for it. And despite that overwhelming rejection, that minister has had the gall to bring it to this House and to demand that this House spends their time on it, when a mere 0.33% of submissions supported it. What an exercise in vanity. Not only is it an exercise in vanity, ignoring what the public have already overwhelmingly said about this bill, the analysis says that it is simply not needed. Your drafts of the bill, of the Cabinet paper, will circulate to other government agencies. And let me read from the regulatory impact statement about what those other agencies said about the bill. And it says, the main themes from the departmental feedback included some support for the broad objectives of the proposal, but a general preference for those to be achieved in other ways, such as strengthening regulatory impact analysis requirements or parliamentary mechanisms. And they said that this bill would just duplicate existing mechanisms. It was not going to add anything to what we do in this House, in this government, around regulatory quality. Yet another sign that this is just a vanity exercise. So let's look then at the content of the bill. Why are people rejecting it? Well, I told what my colleagues have said around the Treaty of Waitangi and the extent to which Māori have simply been ignored in the drafting of this bill. It's astonishing. You know, this bill wants to set up a system so that there can be a voice to Parliament, keeping a check on the regulations and on the reviews. We have that voice already. It's called the Waitangi Tribunal. That's what they do for us, and yet those people reject the Waitangi Tribunal, but they are a voice to Parliament, checking us and keeping us in check in terms of how we deal with our country. We have that coming through in our regulatory impact statements and the Legislative Design Council. We have these voices already. There's that kind of content in it. But then there's the underlying philosophy here. This is a bill which sees people only as individuals. Just as individuals. There seems to be no notion of society. And as individuals that we hold property and individuals that we interact with government. But let me give an example, Mr. Speaker. We have magnificent kahikatea trees on our property at home. They are wonderful trees. Kahikatea grow in swamps and they have great spreading roots that hold the tree in the ground. The great spreading roots in our kahikatea trees, which we treasure, they are beautiful on our property, but they hold the hillside together for our neighbours as well. If we took those kahikatea trees out, the impact would not be just on us, and not just obviously on our flora and fauna, on the whole ecology around our home, but it would be on our neighbours too. We are not mere individuals. We exist in a society. We have a complex web of relationships, and this bill ignores that complex web of relationships and treats us just as individuals. Think of the kahikatea tree and what it brings to us as a neighbourhood, as a community. That is the sort of analysis we need to have. One final point, Mr. Speaker. This bill talks about not unduly diminishing a person's liberty. But what kind of liberty? Freedom from or freedom to? You know, it's really important. Liberty is enabled by the things we do for each other, like a health system, like an education system. It is enabled by a welfare system which enables people to live the free choices. And it is a bit rich of that government to talk about liberty when they have people in it who want to box people into narrow little definitions of male and female, of women and men, when they will not allow people to be themselves, when they want to get Māori out of our parliament, when they will not recognise the importance of Māori. This is a thin, attenuated version of society and we should utterly reject it.
Okay, while I was listening to that, I looked up Mountain Tui because Mountain Tui is fantastic at breaking things down, and thank fuck they have explained it very simply why this bill is not a good bill. Thank you, Mountain Tui. Please check out their work. It will save you from going insane. Okay, so 5 points. The Regulatory Standards Bill will establish a Regulatory Standards Board to keep the courts out of lawmaking. Yeah, I will message you to. I'll give you the link. Sam.
Thank you.
Very good rundown. Okay, so I do try, guys, even though I'm losing my sanity. Okay, so it will establish a Regulatory Standards Board to keep the courts out of lawmaking. That's bad. You want courts involved because, people's rights can be violated. Okay. This law will allow for libertarian ideals to be entrenched. Okay. Again, not good. So examples include free market, pro-property, those demonstrated by this coalition government in practice, such as anti-environmentalism, anti-titiriti, pro-property rights. Well, we've seen there's no reference to titiriti in the bill. And we've looked over the complaints in regards to there's very little mention to the environment. The minister can direct a board to investigate regulations that do not comply with, the minister's defined criteria, aka you don't comply with Seymour's defined criteria. The regulation that's being talked about is not simply second-tier regulations. The bill would impose its discipline onto drafting statutes by ministers and MPs. So drafting bills to become law. So basically, David Seymour gets to control the way how law is written. I just recommend that you read his piece.
Yeah. Okay. Next seat warmer's speech. Dan Bidwell.
Dan Bidwell. Mr. Speaker, most people would agree that regulation is important, but that regulation often does more harm than good. And one more important person, a moral philosopher quoted in the 1700s, Adam Smith, the proposal of any new law or regulation of commerce ought always to be listened to with great precaution and ought never to be adopted until having been long and carefully examined. Mr. Speaker, it is with that scepticism that we support this bill in the House, and my message to the public is clear. Submit to the Finance and Select Committee. I look forward to hearing your submissions. I commend this bill to the House.
He resigned at age 40 from his professorship at Glasgow to tutor Henry Scott, the young Duke of Buccleuch. So, Adam Smith wrote Wealth of Nations and the Theory of Moral Sentiments.
Yeah, red tape. It's magical, like a unicorn. I just don't know what else to say. I have read reports that say, you know what, we actually don't need to scrap the RMA, and we can actually consult Māori to develop, to have more productivity, right? We can work with them, okay? We don't have to work against them. And these are what's really frustrating. This is the same report, and I will link it, but later in the chat. This is the same report that David Seymour cites as an example for low productivity.
Yeah.
I thought
you were going to say something that was.
I just can't,
Yeah. Well, let's get to the vote.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. Call on.
Okay. Well, that's over. That was a lot quicker than I thought it would have been. So I'd like to move the motion. We finished the show early. All those in favour say aye and type aye into the chat. And all those opposed say no and type no's into the chat.
Aye.
Yeah.
We'll see how quick the eyes suddenly pop up in there. While we're waiting for the vote to be conducted, let's get to the bills that will be coming up for your submissions. The Education and Training Amendment Bill number 2 closes on Thursday, the 12th of June. The Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill closes on Friday, the 13th of June. The Education and Training Vocation Education and Training Amendment Bill closes the 18th of June. The Credits, Contracts and Consumer Finance Bill closes the 23rd of June. The Financial Service Provider Registration Disputes Resolution Amendment Bill closes Monday, the 23rd of June. And the Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill closes on Monday, the 23rd of June. And a whole heap of ayes. Thanks for supporting us. I'd like to declare the ayes have it.
Thank you for saving my sanity.
Yep.
I can't watch another hour of that. I
understand that. It's been absolute.
I'm very tired.
I think it's the first time we've finished early, but we need to.
Yep.
Yeah. Comments? Drained?
I've got some ticketing to do for wellness tomorrow. And
yep. Now, for those who are wondering, if you'd like to help support us, we have some merch. Please buy one of these. Buy our shirts? I mean, if you want the 2025 edition shirt, when that loads, don't worry. The store's a bit slow at the moment, but there was an error on the website that you couldn't actually get onto it earlier today. Oh, and it's done that again. Okay, so, yep, they've probably got a DNS server problem. So when you can get onto the search, feel free to get onto that. I
just want to say I'm sorry, guys, for freaking out before. This week has been very stressful.
Yep.
Because I've just learned about amendments and bills that could potentially impact my ability to live independently in this house, and it does. It impacts your ability to think clearly about things and calmly and rationally about things. You go in stressed. I've been dealing with chronic pain all week. And that's just due to the stress of watching Louise, deny a select committee.
Yep.
And I know I'm not the only disabled person that's gone through the same level of pain, because Kahirangi has just stated that she's received a ton of emails. This week was not a good week for me.
Yep. Okay, and just for those who want to know what's happening up in the next week, so this week's a recess week. Laura and I will decide what we ultimately will end up doing next week on what's happening. However, here is something that I definitely do want people to sit there and look at. So next Monday, we are filming we're filming the production pilot for the It's in the Ballot the It's in the Ballot 2025 format. So as you can see on there, oh heck, I've got some notifications. Oh nice, some new subscribers. Thank you so much. We need the more the merrier, as I say. So if you can sit there and do it, we are doing a free tier pilot show. So the pilot that will be on there is we have a fictional city called Pornikilis, which you can probably guess what that's based on. We will be doing a community board show at 3 o'clock with Nick Hollander as the host. It will be showing a new community board format. At 4 o'clock, we'll do the Porniki City, Porniki Central Ward, for the Porniki was it Porniki List City Council, not Porniki List, which will be hosted by Laura. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll do the Porniki List mayoral debate, which will be hosted by me, and we'll have some fresh-faced candidates who have never stood for office or may have stood for office or something, participating as fictional candidates for the campaign.
Hopefully it'll be a lot more enjoyable than what we had to experience this week.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it will be. Pretty sure it will be. So if you want to sit there and go there, go to our YouTube channel, and remember to click the notify me one, and then you'll get a nice lovely alert which will show up in the page here that will sit there and tell you what is coming up through on there. So
I saw that comment. Yeah.
Oh, the one on there says that was it. Punching Palmer was right. Used to her wrong.
Yeah, no. That's all right. You know.
Oh, I didn't bother responding because the person probably thinks along the same wavelength as Punching Palmer with all the theory and none of the practical.
Yeah, no, I don't care for hate comments, or whatever. You know, I don't care. You do you, boo.
Yeah. So yes, and if you're in Wellington, feel free to come along. It will be at the Newtown School Hall.
Yeah.
So yes, and if you're worried about accessibility issues, there is a wheelchair ramp to get in. We are fingers crossed Blake will try and make it, but we're not sure whether that will or will not. The biggest gamble Blake has is the word called taxi. And so that's the biggest gamble that Blake's got. But yeah, we would love to see you there. And can you also buy some merch between now and then?
I get paid on Thursday.
Any other final comments, positive ones, please?
Positive ones. Thank you all for turning up tonight and coping with us. Please have some hopium going into the next week.
Hi, hopium. The stars are... Yeah, we've got a trinary star system here, and we're all synthesizing the better elements every day. Sometimes a little bit of manganese ore goes a long way.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll roll the closing credits.
Thank you for watching The Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/It's in the Ballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in the Ballot Production.